the 3 type of donors, and here we are just getting an FN generation in all the 3 types. So these it is again intermated, and we are then again crossing with the recipient parent to get the background recovery. So whenever we just back cross parallelly with all the other positive plants we get, we then go for the F1, F2, and F3 generation. So here it is a sense that we have to go on each and every generation to find whether it is resistant to all the type of stresses like drought, salinity, and submergence, as well as we have the background recovery of improved white pony. That means we have to have the quality also. So therein we just wanted to check the phenotypic quality, like we have to screen in the target environment. So this target environment in the sense that we are just screening the F3 plant type in drought, salinity, like a hydroponics technique, and submergence as well as in the submergence tank. So in drought, it is like a rainout shelter condition. You can see this picture here. So this is a condition where we can just, it is like a target environment for drought. We are imposing a drought stress for about the flowering stage. So we are just finding out the plants which is able to withstand drought. And here in the second picture, we do a hydroponics technique. Instead of water, we just go for the saline condition. Okay. And in the third is that the submergence tank, we are just imposing the plants in the submergence under the water condition. So we are just leaving for the flooding time of more than 14 days, and we are just checking out of all the 3 environments, we are able to get a positive plant of about 5 plants, which is able to have the marker level, that is a genotypic work, the foreground and background markers as well, and the phenotypic level where the target environments, we are just able to find out some 5 type of plant types, which is having the background of the improved white pony, good quality medium cylinder grains, which is consumer preferable, as well as the conditions of your drought, salinity, and submergence, the major stresses that is attacking the improved white pony plant. So here we are in the pipeline of taking the positive plants and multiplying it the further generations, and we are going for the target environment like coastal areas for submergence, and some of the salinity areas for salinity screening other than the hydroponics technique, and as well as a drought condition where it is really a drought area for more than 6 months or something. So the final study is that we just got a plant type with the abiotic stress tolerance, major abiotic stress, as well as we are going to get a good medium slender grain, which will be promoted as a climate resilient rice variety. Okay, so thank you for giving an opportunity to present my poster in this international symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devipriya, for the nice presentation. And it's interesting to see how we can tackle the drought. I mean, the different variety of seeds you try to evolve in agricultural science. Thank you.
Thank you.
So our next presenter is Durga Sri Lakshmi Hari. She is assistant professor in Vardhaman College of Engineering. Dr. Durga.
Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
A very good morning, Dr. Durga.
Yeah, ma'am, I'm here in the place of Dr. Durga Sri Lakshmi, ma'am. So we have informed about the change of the presenter already.
Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
Do you have the present?
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, ma'am. Can I share my screen, ma'am?
Yeah, please do present.
Yeah, ma'am. Good morning, all. I am Navya. I completed my graduation from Vardhaman College of Engineering, and today I am here to present about a topic like of assessment of area of major surface water bodies in Hyderabad city. So our topic is about how much area of the water surface bodies have been increased or decreased over a passage of years. So basically, the hydrology and ecosystem of water bodies has been greatly influenced by the extent of surface water body distribution. So we have conducted this study of about major surface water bodies, considering GHMC as a study area, that is Hyderabad. So this study helps in like for water resource planning and monitoring and management of water distribution and supply. So our study attempts to assess the area of surface water bodies over a period of over a period of years, that is from 2009 to 2019, and we have conducted this study using the satellite images from the Google Earth Pro software and with the help of the software GIS. So we have considered GHMC as our study area, which is around 650 square kilometers of area, and the altitude and the sea level of 536 meters. Our methodology is we have taken the major surface water bodies in the GHMC area. So we have uh, digitized the GHMC area, and we have located the major surface water bodies with the help of Google Earth Pro software. We have digitized the surface water bodies, like we have drawn the area of the surface water bodies in the year of 2009 and 2019. With these drawings, we have exported these data into the ArcGIS software, from where we get the area of these water bodies. So we have calculated the areas of these water bodies in 2009 and 2019, and we have observed the change, whether they are increased or decreased. The area has been increased or decreased. With the analysis of this change in the water bodies, or like number of water bodies change, we have drawn these maps, and with this we can know what are the impacts, like what are the reasons for the change of the water bodies, like whether they decrease in area or increase in area, and what are the required measurements to be taken. So here is our analysis table. So we have taken the lakes, latitude, longitude, area of those lakes in 2009, area of those lakes in 2019, and what is the change in area. uh, the red lakes represent the decrease in change of area, and the black one represents the increase in change in area. As we can observe, out of the total water bodies, majority of the lakes area have been increased. Sorry, decreased. So from this, we can know that over a passage of years, the amount of the area of the water surface bodies have been decreasing day by day. If this goes on continues at a extent, there will be like complete decomposition, a complete encroachment of these surface water bodies. So our result is, in the year of 2019, the total area of the surface water bodies is 3,554.15 acres, whereas coming to the year of 2019, it has been reduced to 3,447.72 acres. We can notice a change of 106.73 acres reduction in the area of the surface water bodies up to 2019. So these are the few figures from which we can know that, like, urbanization and encroachment are the major impacts which results in the decrease in the surface area. This red line represents the area of the lake in 2009, whereas the green one represents the area of the lake in 2019.
Dr. Durga, could you please? Yeah.
Sorry, ma'am.
Yes. Can you please conclude, please?
Yeah, ma'am. Coming to the conclusion, I want to conclude with the study is that my conclusion is that what are the impacts of human activities on the water surface bodies. So there is a need to know the impacts of human activities, like extending of IT sector and conversion of agricultural lands into plots, and also the urbanization. So this is my study, and we recommend a few things, like what are the precautions to be taken to increase the surface water bodies area. So as of now, we have to create the awareness among the people, like about the importance of surface water bodies. And the other thing is, like, by giving the permission for construction of houses and various things, we have to, like, permission should not be given to the areas near the surface water bodies, and if given, we have to develop a certain technologies, like for construction codes and laws. We have to develop certain construction codes and laws to near the lake surface, construction near the lake surfaces. And government also
Yeah.
should take the
So,
responsibility regarding the political pressures by giving
yeah.
the permissions for the constructions.
All right. So, Dr. Durga, I have a question. Why didn't you use classification methods to identify water body, the extent of water body, and use some image extraction techniques to extract water bodies in, water body in our settlement can easily be extracted because it has very contrasting signatures.
Yeah,
And
ma'am.
digitization is a very tedious job.
Yeah, ma'am. The thing is, in this study, we have only taken major surface water bodies. So our idea, there is an idea for extension of the study. We are thinking to extend the study to take the overall water bodies, including major and minor, and we are going to use that satellite images technique, ma'am, for that study.
Right now, you didn't use any satellite image.
No, ma'am, we have taken
I mean, the
satellite.
images you showed.
Yeah, ma'am, those we taken
Yeah.
from Google Earth Pro software.
Yeah, but
ma'am.
that also you can simply that also you can classify, and I mean that's way simpler than digitizing.
Yeah, ma'am.
So
We
it's a
used
recommendation.
digitization in this because we have only taken few water bodies like major. So we have used digitization. In our further extended study, we want to consider all the water bodies. In that, will use this satellite images and the process of classification.
All right. All right, Dr. Durga, if somebody else has some feedback to give. Or else we move to the next presentation. Thank you very much, Dr. Durga.
Ma'am, thank you, ma'am.
So the next presentation is from Ekaterina Legfeld. He is our PhD student from E4 Life Amrita University. So Mr. Ekaterina. Hello, Miss Ekaterina, are you here? In this case, we move to our next presenter.
Namaskar.
Yeah,
am I
here.
audible?
Okay. Namaskar.
Namaskar.
Yeah, you are.
Am I audible?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, you're very well audible.
Okay, thank you. So I will share the screen then.
Yeah, please do.
So. Okay. Is it visible, the screen? No?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Well, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity.
Probably you want to zoom because
okay.
it's visible, but the whole poster cannot be seen.
Okay, like I will zoom right now. So
yeah,
hopefully,
please.
And I will just scroll it down.
Scroll up. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to be part of this international symposium on the ecosystem restoration. It's a great honor to be here, and I'm going to speak to you today about behavior change and sustainability of ecological restoration projects. To set the scene, the ecosystem restoration as the science is a relatively new scientific field, and it has its roots in the conservation biology, which means that most of the works which were done in the past were all concerning with the conservation of biomes and species, and they were not really concerned with the anthropogenic factors and anthropogenic impact on the ecosystems. And it's only in 2019 that the Society of Ecological Restoration, which is the governing body for all the ecosystem principles and guidelines for this field worldwide, they have issued the guidelines in 2019, which have included the socio-ecological factors for the very first time into how the project should be done. And you can see here the 5 stars wheel, they call it 5-star recovery system. And that means that every project which deemed to be the ecological restoration project now have to include all these parameters like community well-being, stakeholder engagements, benefits distribution, and so on. And they monitor it from the 1 till 5. And the 5 is the aspiration goal, so where it's your ideal target which you need to reach on the biological factors, but also on the socio-economic factors. But because it's such a new field for them right now, it's still developing. And we know that in order to achieve any changes, long-lasting changes for communities involved, the behavior of these people also need to change. Because if they've been degrading the ecosystem for a long time, it's very unrealistic to expect that any project which will last between 3 till 5 years will continue or have any good effects after the project is finished. So behavioral change is very important. So what we did is we looked at the different policy documents and international bilateral agreements and UN documents, and we were very pleased to see that they started to look into the behavioral change as a very important instrument to drive the transformative change worldwide. And what we've done, we've done the overview over different ecosystems. So that is in the paper, so where we looked into the water systems, agricultural systems, food production, and the commons. But for the purpose of this particular one, I'm only going to focus on the climate change adaptation. So what we've done analysis of drivers, but also recommendations. And the drivers for the climate change, they have 2 different parts. One of them, they are cultural and social norms and past behaviors and habits. And to change these habits, we need to include the goal and targets which will lead to change of the behaviors, but also foster social collaborations. And for that, we really need to have culturally sensitive risk analysis. But also another part, what we see right now in our scientific community, they talk about that the behavioral change is also driven from the communities, because it's a coping behavior for climate change, which they are observing, because there is threats to food security and livelihoods, and there is need for greater climate mitigation and adaptation. So the recommendation is to integrate cultural beliefs and indigenous local knowledge into climate change mitigation, building market resilience instruments, but also a change of institutions and funding mechanisms. Also to include educational interventions and regulations which will regulate the consumption and lifestyle and choices. So what we suggest,
Would you conclude it?
Yeah. We suggest to incorporate the tools.
Yeah, can you please conclude?
That assist behavioral change of interventions on the project level and the policy level. Thank you.
This is, can I ask
Thank you
a question?
very much for the interesting presentation. Yeah, please, sir.
Okay, yeah, this is Gopal. This is an excellent, very good presentation. Thank you very much. And it's a really very significant and important topic for any sustainable change. How do you change the behavior? So I'm very curious as to what kind of tools. One is the tool of using the local culture and using cultural reinforcement to the message that you're bringing. But other than that, did you guys use any other tools, any other explorations of tools to induce behavioral change?
Yes, so the international policy documents, they analyzed the tools which were successful and based on the case studies worldwide. And they have brought the most successful ones into policy recommendations. So basically the indigenous local knowledge is one of them. But promoting a community-based adaptation and participation is another key, because that will help also to ensure that community will adapt as a whole to the climate change. But also it will be not enough if they don't have the market instruments. So the market also needs to be there to ensure, for instance, for organic farming, you know, it's very, it's not very likely that people will move from, let's say, chemical farming to the organic farming, which is more better for the climate change point of view, if they have no market to sell the produce or they don't get the right price. So market also has to address these changes. And also funding mechanisms, you know, because funding mechanism, what we found, for instance, there are policies also in India which are really helpful to people to start adopting these new patterns of change. For instance, adaptation of organic farming policies on the level of the states, but also central government also have programs like watersheds development.
Yeah, Ms. Ekaterina, can you conclude soon?
Yeah, sure. Sorry, did I answer your question?
Yes, you did. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now we move to our next presenter. This is Dr. Satyapriya. She is an assistant professor in Amrita School of Agricultural Science. Dr. Satyapriya. Dr. Priya, are you there? Link. Okay, so we will send you a link. Meanwhile, we move to the next presenter, and you can join in the next after she finishes. So next in line is Shriparna Sahu. She's a master's student and in the urban and regional planning school of planning and architecture. Yeah.
Can you hear me? I'm Satyapriya.
Okay, you're there. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah, you said you don't have links, so I thought you need time.
Now I received.
Yeah, so Dr. Priya is here.
Yes, ma'am. Can you able to see my screen?
Yeah, we see your screen, please. If you can zoom in, that will be better.
Is it 100%, ma'am?
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, if you can zoom in and scroll up.
Make it page wide.
Now is it okay?
Yeah.
Can I start my presentation?
Okay, probably, yeah, you can start.
Om Namah Shivaya. Good morning to all. Myself Satyapriya. I'm working as assistant professor in Amrita School of Agriculture Science in the discipline of agricultural extension. So in this study, I will focus on what are the adaptation strategies followed by the farmers to mitigate the climate change effects. Actually, nowadays, climate change is a major issue. It declining the agricultural growth tremendously. Actually, because of industrialization and human activities, it majorly affect the climate change. So in the study, focus on how to overcome the climate change by the farming community. Actually, our farming community is very important sector in our nation. Without the farmers, we not even take the food. So in the study, focused on to propose some policy suggestions to the policymakers to how to overcome the climate change effects. So my studies aim focused on to measure the awareness on climate change effects and attitude of farmers towards farm diversification, and what are the adaptation strategies they have followed in their field to mitigate climate change effects. So my methodology is focused on, I conducted a study on western zone of Tamil Nadu. In this part, I purposely selected the districts Coimbatore, Erode and Tripur by using maximum area under crop cultivation, that is the purposive sampling method. So in the same thing I used to select blocks, villages and samples. I select the samples at proportionate random sampling method, and total sample size of my study is 240. I used a well-structured interview schedule for the survey purpose. So major finding of my study is focused on, first thing is regarding to the awareness and climate change. Actually, majority of the farmers are awareness about climate change, how to overcome and all. So majority of the farmers falls under the level of medium to high. And regarding to the attitude of farmers towards farm diversification, they have majority, almost 84% had favorable attitude, because these two resembles based on their age, information seeking behavior, and various awareness on the climate change. It automatically changes the mindset of people towards farm diversification. So my studies measure the adaptation strategies of farmers. What are the strategies they have adopted in their field? Actually, I collected many components by using searching some literatures, and also helping from scientists, and I combined into and asked the farmers to inquire about what are the strategies they have adopted. In this component, among the component, the majority of the farmers are adapted like crop diversification plus non-agricultural activity, followed by crop diversification and animal husbandry, and crop diversification alone. Actually, these three the major factor, because of they are based on their irrigation availability, they are adapted their farm component in their field. In for crop diversification means, example, if the farmers are adapted only paddy, instead of paddy they have adapted like some water irrigation use efficiency less crops like groundnut, maize and pulses. And the same thing, like they are included the extra component like animal husbandry. Based on their irrigation availability, they have shifted their only crop diversifications, means crop changes alone. And based on their industries availability and their work nature and their family members, they have shifted another components like crop diversification plus agro-based industry startups and non-agricultural diversification only. Actually, they are completely moved from the agriculture to other sectors. And crop diversification plus animal husbandry and agro-based industries, based on their family members available and their labor scarcity, they are shifted their occupation to this. So finally, I proposed as the conclusion of my study is, actually, if the farmers, actually the climate change is vigorously affect our environment. So how to overcome this risk? We have to adapt, we have to change some modification. So in the farming community, they have to change some crop nature, crop diversification and agricultural diversification. It definitely enhance their livelihood, and also it promotes sustainable income of our nations. So I suggest the policymakers to plan a proposals like to make a model villages like diversified villages, and to propose some subsidies programs to enhance the agricultural activities like this component. So I would like to thank this team to give an opportunity to present my poster.
Thank you very much, Satyapriya. This is interesting, and I was wondering, did you think of the technological advancements? Like now we have so many advanced tools available which helps agriculture or related things.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Actually,
did you take care of that in your model?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I'm an extension scientist. My work nature is to transfer our new technologies to the farming community. This is my work nature. So, actually, we are trying to create awareness and trying to enhance the adoption level of farmers in their field itself. But due to the education level of farmers and their risk-taking ability, and due to the climate change, weather nature, they are not willing. Still, many of the farmers, almost 20 to 30% of the farmers are now also they are adapting, so that the percentage of contribution to adaptation strategies like crop diversification plus animal husbandry plus agro-based industries, it shows like 4.17%.
My point was the advancement of tools.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, sir, please.
Yeah, ma'am, I have one question. It's a very excellent presentation. So for climate change effects in agriculture, the requirement of water and water pumping is a very high need nowadays. So nowadays we have some technologies for solar water pumping, and something called agricultural demand side management is also taken care into consideration. So have you seen any such things like nowadays diesel also is used for water pumping, the electricity cost also going high. So these also will contribute to carbon footprints. So have you that also contribute to the climate change? So I think
Yes, sir.
almost 15% is from this contribution. So I think that also can be included.
Yes, sir. Sure, sir. I include. In my study area also, for adopting some crop diversification, they have followed drip irrigation method and solar pumping system. So instead of monocrop cultivation, by using this kind of operation, they have shifted their croppings also.
Actually, that is called agricultural demand side management. So the governments has to take policy initiatives. In our Kerala state, we have such policies, but I don't know in Tamil Nadu it is there.
So in Tamil Nadu, they have announced some subsidy programs related to solar pumping separately by agriculture departments and horticulture departments. Sir.
Thank you.
Actually, I have one observation.
Thank you very much.
Just one observation. You don't need to discuss it, but we need to take into account the socio-economic category of the farmers, because whatever interventions that we ask them to do should not affect their livelihoods. So it has to enhance their livelihood also.
Yes, sir.
All right. Okay, so then we move to our next presentation. Thank you very much, Satyapriyaji. So our next presenter is Shriparna Sahu. She's a master student in urban and regional planning from School of Planning and Architecture. Shriparna, are you there?
Very nice presentation.
Hello, ma'am, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yeah. It's well placed.
Om Namah Shivaya. Good morning, one and all. I am Shriparna Sahu. I am an urban planner, and currently I am pursuing Master of Urban and Regional Architecture. Topic for my presentation: environmental sustainability in the case of India. So first we'll discuss the environmental sustainability. Then the introduction to climate change, need of the study, then the climate change in various sectors, and lastly the proposals to tackle the situation. First, we'll see what is environmental sustainability. Environmental sustainability is defined as a responsible interaction with the environment, allow for long-term quality. Coming to the introduction of climate change has become a major global environmental challenges. It has become a serious threat not just to the environment but also to the growth and development of the nation. It has to address not only global or level, it has to address also at local level, and its impact could create difficulties for people foods and energy and health agriculture. Then coming to the need of the study climate causes happening for the climate change, mostly solid waste into air and water pollution, degradation of land. Thus, manufacturing industry and the mining sector is a part of climate change equation, which not only contributes to the greenhouse gases emission, but also causes changes in temperature precipitation pattern. Then coming to the due to this causes which follow by the rate of emission has increased by 30 times in the last 3 to 4 decades. Said report studies shows that two areas in Odisha. Along with that, it includes with resulting glaciers, flood risk could in the future. coming to the climate changes in various I have taken five no, the top five sector which contributes more. The first one, in which this includes the increase in this reduction in groundwater level, base flow discharge, loss of wetlands has been accompanied by corresponding losses of ecological and cultural function. Then coming to the second one is the climate projection indicates that the drier it will become further drier. The flood-prone area will be more flooding. The climate change can affect directly through the temperature and the water balances, and indirectly through the distribution and regulate and severity of pests and diseases outbreaks, incident of fire and soil properties. Then coming to the sector, the climate change is projected to increase the threats to human health, but lower income people, predominantly in within tropical and subtropical countries. The consequences of climate change is as asthma, respiratory allergy, airway, or cardiovascular diseases. Then coming to the water sector, it water quality to warm air, higher water temperature, changes in precipitation pattern, changes in availability of drinking water supply, displacement due to rising sea level, and changing in aquatic biology due to increase in water temperature and changing flows. Then coming to the coastal sector, report 2015, the coastal ecosystem will be affected by the sea level rises and the temperature increases. Changes in Godavari, Indus, Mahanadi, and Krishna coastal deltas. It would damage agriculture industry and also declining. Then if you consider an example, if 1 meter of sea level rises were taking place today, about 7 billion of people as per the ASEAN Development Bank report. Then coming to the proposals, the solution that help to
Dr. Shiprana, can you please conclude soon?
Yeah, ma'am, I'm at the last stage. Then coming to the proposal, the first one is the efficiency in energy consumption and the conservation, which can be achieved through the use of public transportation, use of fuels, use of solar energy and renewable energy. Then in the water resource, water efficiency could be adopted, cycling, water, rainwater harvesting, and proper industrial disposal. In the case of green, increasing forestation and adopting sustainable agriculture through new varieties. In the case of industrial efficiency, by reducing industrial emission of greenhouse gases, adopting proper means of waste disposal. For public awareness, we could conduct campaigns and awareness programs. In case of skill development, as training communities and linkages with potential industry and units can. Then concluding that climate change issue have the potential to sustainable growth strategy. Thus, it is essential to provide it is essential that private sector, civil society, and the government should work together to improve the environmental performances, thus eventually obtaining the environmental sustainability.
So, Shiprana, please, you are getting over, please. So it was a nice presentation, Shiprana. So, is there any feedback from the panelists? Kind of proposing the theme, or is it like, are you planning to make a model or anything like that? Make a model or anything like that. Make a model or anything like that. I can barely hear you.
Could you repeat this? I couldn't hear you. repeat?
Hello. There was some network issue. We are running in short in time. We have to move to the next presentation. So the next presenter is hello. So next presenter is Mr. Suvish. He's a master's student in geoinformatics from Bharati Das University, Tiruchirappalli.
Shall I share my presentation now?
Yeah, please. And kindly keep it within 5 minutes, and so that we have some time for feedback as well.
Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Not yet.
Now, ma'am?
No, we can just see your
Is it visible or not, ma'am?
Profile picture is there, but nothing else. No. Did you share the screen?
Yes, ma'am, I will share.
You use the share screen button, right?
Oh, yes.
It's still not visible. Okay, then probably we have to move to the next presenter. So the next presentation is from Lakshmi Prasad Ghoda. She's a master's student. Oh, she's also not there. Okay, so then we have next presentation from Anish Rajendran. He's a master's student from Power System College of Engineering. Mr. Anish, are you there? Yeah, please go ahead and keep the presentation for within 5 minutes.
Hello, good morning. Is it audible?
Yeah, very well audible.
Okay, so good morning, one and all. Myself, Anish Rajendran. I am actually working as energy technologist in the Energy Management Center, Kerala. It is coming under the Department of Power, Kerala, to enforce the Energy Conservation Act in Kerala state. So we are the nodal agency of Bureau of Energy Efficiency also. So actually the introduction was a little bit changed because yesterday also I had a poster presentation which was part of my thesis work. So my parent organization is Energy Management Center Kerala. So this poster is from that organization. Then today's the subject is well defined, the climate change, which is the where the global warming and biodiversity is the key to this climate change, which will affect our ecology for sure. So now this is a study which is based on the carbon footprints from an educational institution, and it's actually a case study. So how we can make the institution carbon neutral by offsetting the emissions from different sources, like we will discuss it. Now the key solutions are the implementing energy efficiency, renewable energy, and circular economy. Now we know that the educational institutions, we have different concerns like which are contributing to the climate change. So during 2007, the Victoria University of Architecture and Design had to mitigate the effects of their emissions. They had purchased the carbon credits, which were yesterday we were discussed, but this is not the suitable model unless they adopt carbon offsetting methodologies in their institutions. So we have studied one case in Kerala, which is a school. So we to estimate the carbon footprints, we had a baseline data survey. Initially, an energy audit was also conducted. So we collected the basic data, electricity bills, the details of appliances and smart classroom equipments, everything, and the details of water consumption, wastewater, the transportation methods, which is also having a major share. Then the details of various trees and plants available. So we found that this is the footprint estimation, where electricity is contributing almost 2 tons annual, then carbon footprint annual. Then the transportation is a major player, where they uses the school bus and other transportation means, which is the forerunner. And the second is the wastewater. So we have this is the carbon footprints. We call this as the carbon sources, and the trees which offset a little bit carbon offset, which we called as the carbon sequestration. These are also called as carbon sinks. So now, what are the solutions to offset this? So the major energy consumption share was also studied, which revealed that the electricity and LPG for use for cooking in the canteen was the major share. Then after that, the diesel consumption was also having a contribution. Now, coming to the carbon footprints from the sources like mobility and water use. So here the water is used for washing and different other floor washing, different means was studied. So then we have studied the transport system. So most of them use the private cars and auto rickshaws, which contribute much into the emissions. So we could switch on to the public transport and bicycles for a green transportation means. Now, coming to the appliances and equipment use in Kerala, the government is very much with the promoting the smart classroom. So as a result of that, we have a lot of projectors and computers consume electricity throughout the day. So they have the major contribution. The second contribution is from the ceiling fans and the lighting, and little bit from the laptops. And for considering the paper use, the paper waste, which is used for conducting exams and other valued papers, these are also disposed without recycling. So what are the methodologies we can adopt for this? So the key player will be energy conservation and renewable energy. So by increasing the efficiency of the equipments by adopting star labeling schemes, then by installing a solar PV power plant and biogas for reducing the electricity and LPG consumption as a renewable energy integration methodology. Now, coming to the other lifestyles, which the behavior change we have to adopt is promote the use of public transport and bicycles as a green initiative, and then reduce, reuse, and wastewater for gardening and other purposes, which is again coming under the circular economy, which is reduce, reuse, and recycle. Now, to conduct the exams in an online mode, nowadays we already started because the study was conducted before COVID. Now, after post lockdown, all the classes are running online, and now a lot of footprints are offset already. Now, these are the results we got after what we proposed, and some of the stages are still in implementation. Now, we have.
Anish, could you please conclude now?
Yes, ma'am. Just 1 minute. Yeah. So, okay. Sorry. So the electricity is offsetted. These are the carbon sources, and these are the carbon sinks. So the result of the carbon source plus sink should be 0. This is the carbon neutral concept. So the electricity is offsetted by providing solar PV power plant and other methods, and energy efficiency is the key player. Now the transportation is offsetted by adopting public transport. Then the water reuse and food waste, these are offsetted by adopting circular economy. Now the fuels are offsetted by adopting green energy, like biogas and other things. So as a conclusion, the effect of this carbon emission footprints are adopted by energy conservation, renewable energy, circular economy, and carbon sequestration by planting trees. By planting trees alone will not offset much carbon because the potential is very less. So we can utilize farming and other methods, but the contribution will be little less. So these other factors will be the key players. So thank you. thank you for the university to give an opportunity to present this topic, which is well connected to sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anish. It's really an interesting, neat topic. Sir, please.
Actually, I have a couple of observations that I would like Anish to ponder about. Need not answer right now. One is the losses in the energy generation, transmission, and distribution itself due to old equipment, and there's a lot of losses there. The second is when we say photovoltaic energy, yes, once it's installed, it is green, completely green, neutral footprint. But to manufacture these panels, right, there is a lot of carbon. It has its own carbon footprint, so that needs to be taken into account overall. Same thing with electric vehicles. Just because it's an electric vehicle, the power is still coming from somewhere. It's getting generated in a non-green way somewhere, but it's getting stored in a battery, right? So unless you take into account the footprint of the battery itself, manufacturing the battery, disposal of the battery, plus the source of energy that is being used to charge the battery. So it's not as straightforward. All these things also have to be taken into account. Thank you. It's a very good presentation, by the way. Excellent work.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir, for your feedback, and we will incorporate these suggestions also into the study. And also, as a answer, we nowadays we are planning for distributed generation rather than the single directional way, so that the grid losses can be eliminated. And as such, we will include the suggestions for adopting circular economy and other things in the manufacturing of solar panels, and that also we will incorporate in such studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anish, for the wonderful presentation and a very interesting topic. Now we move to our keynote speaker. So now our keynote speaker here is Dr. Vishwanathan. He is a Landscape Project Lead Investigator in Practical Action India. He has over 35 years of experience in India and abroad in the broader areas of natural resource management, climate adaptation, disaster risk reduction, sustainable agriculture, etc. He has been conferred with the prestigious Vishisht Seva Medal by the President of India in 1985 for the outstanding services rendered in the armed forces, one of the youngest commissioned officers to be decorated. A warm welcome to Dr. Vishwanathan.
Good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Can you all hear me?
Yes, sir, very well.
Okay. Can I take 15 minutes?
Yes, sir, we can.
All right. Thank you very much.
Sir, please.
Yes? Hello?
Yes, sir, please. Yeah, okay. Floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I go ahead. Thank you very much. Good morning to everyone here. At the outset, I'd like to convey my gratitude to Amrita University for inviting me to this prestigious event to share a few thoughts on adaptation, especially on innovative strategies and technologies. Can I start sharing my screen?
Please.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. So,
sir, can you make it in presentation mode, please?
Sorry. I do that. Is that okay now? Yeah, is that okay?
Yes, sir. Now it is.
Fine. Thank you very much. So,
thank you.
Yes. Even before I go ahead with the presentation, I would like to recall a statement which was made by the Prime Minister of Netherlands just a few months ago at the Adaptation Summit in the Netherlands, which says something like, none of us can escape the consequences of climate change. We can't turn a blind eye to what is happening now and what will happen in future. We all have a responsibility to tackle climate change and adapt to its impact. And what is important is that he said all of us together. So I'll come to that. So I wouldn't go too much into the impact of climate change. You've been hearing about it the last couple of days, much more. So what is important is that the climate variability has been part of our weather for centuries, but then climate change is getting the matters a bit more complex. So which is evident from the number of disasters that we witness globally. As for example, the average number disaster over the past 10 years has grown from almost about 500 to 700 annually. And then last year alone, 2020, 50 million people were affected because of flood, storms, as well as drought. All this is getting manifested through, kind of fall in GDP. Now, as far as South Asia is concerned, the business as usual scenario, impact of climate change is expected to manifest in about 2% of loss as far as GDP is concerned up to 2050, by the year 2050, and we go further until 2100. The loss to the GDP as a result of climate change comes to almost around 9%. And the Global Climate Risk Index report 2021 has listed India in the 7th position as far as the country which is most vulnerable to impact of climate change. I think what is important for us to notice here is that climate change is adding yet another layer of vulnerability, because you have already vulnerability in terms of rapid urbanization, in terms of industrialization, in terms of rapid economic development. All this is also, kind of making people vulnerable. Also, the market policies, globalization, etc. And then climate change is adding yet another layer of stress over all these stresses. And now, of late, 2020 onwards, COVID-19, the pandemic, is delivering a kind of a double blow to adaptation. I say double blow because the resources which are meant for adaptation are being diverted, rightly so, because I think we need to address the issues of pandemic first. So, everything is getting diverted to fighting the impact of COVID-19. So, how do we go about it? Can we use the pandemic as an opportunity to also promote climate resilience? I think we'll come to that a little bit later. And all of you are aware that climate change doesn't affect everyone equally. Women are affected most, poor are affected most, those people who are living in vulnerable areas are affected most. So how do we go about? How do we ensure that the vulnerable get priority as far as adaptation is concerned? So, well, I think it's important that we need to come to certain definitions of adaptation and agree upon them. My own experiences in adaptation come from handling several projects as a project manager, starting from 2005, 2006. One of the first projects of adaptation in India was vulnerability and adaptation in Rajasthan and Andhra Pradesh in collaboration with MS Swaminathan Foundation. Starting with that, several adaptation projects, including the one in Bundelkhand and later in Maharashtra together with NABARD, and in Bhutan, Nepal, also in Peru and Bolivia. Now, some of the approaches and the principles that I'm talking about come from these experiences and lessons. The question that we often ask ourselves is adaptation old wine, old development wine in the new bottle? Not really, not really. So this is the reason why we need to have some kind of a conceptual clarity on adaptation. What constitutes adaptation and what constitutes development? So to explain that, the development adaptation continuum really helps. On the one end of the continuum is pure development activities, be it education or housing or poverty reduction, health, etc. On the other hand, all activities which are aimed to address impact of climate change. So nothing kind of drastically changes. You move from one end to the other end. This can also be explained the concept of development deficit, current adaptation deficit, and future adaptation deficit. When we say development deficit, mostly in countries, and now in India, mostly in states which are rather poor states. I mean, take it Jharkhand or Bihar or UP or Rajasthan, etc. So there is a element of development deficit in terms of educational institutions not being available, people not having access to health infrastructure, poverty, food insecurity, and what have you. That is the development deficit. And then comes the current adaptation deficit, which we have even in developed countries. Our kind of deficit as far as our inability to face current climate variability, which is current adaptation deficit. And then future adaptation deficit refers to that potential deficit, which will manifest if we don't do anything in the future climate scenarios. So so we need to look at three deficits and ensure that each of the deficit is addressed in a way which brings not only climate resilience but also climate compatible development, and of course resilience or disaster resilience, you can call it. Society has a long history of fighting with climate variability, but then that knowledge is grossly insufficient in the current situation. We should also realize that we can't reduce the climate risk to zero. Probably you can reduce to a level of 80% or 90%. There will be an element of risk, maybe 10%, maybe 20%, which we can call it as residual risk. We can't reduce because you need to adopt some other mechanism, because the cost of reducing this risk will be enormous. So we will not go down to reducing those risks. So we go to some of the strategic principles and approaches and possible innovations. We need to also realize that in the beginning itself, as I said, adaptation is everyone's business. We can't expect only the government to do that. It is the responsibility of every individual, every family household, every gram panchayat, every private sector, every corporate entity. So everyone, it's everyone's business. Everyone has to somehow ensure that whatever they do now and in future somehow address the issues of climate as well as disaster risk. So we looked at the development deficit. So development is the first and the foremost strategy of adaptation. If you're going to address development issues, I think we are already, kind of very close to addressing adaptation issues. So we have in our projects seen that any targeted adaptation becomes useless if we don't start with strengthening this, kind of the development foundations, ensuring that the development deficit completely gets removed, and then you go into addressing the current adaptation deficit and also the future adaptation deficit. And for adaptation to be effective, we need economic growth, and that economic growth has to be inclusive, which also means that the poor and the vulnerable have to be part of this economic growth. So we will, addressing adaptation, we will always start with assessment of the current situation. That will be a comprehensive assessment of current climate risk, not only risk, but also the vulnerability and also the capacity. How much of capacity that communities or organizations or infrastructure have in terms of withstanding the climate risk. So we start with that, and then we go into looking at the various climate scenarios. What could be the climate scenarios, for example, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, etc., etc. And towards this end, I think it also becomes important that all public policies and expenditure will need to be screened for disaster risk and also climate risk, so that we integrate them in our work and then align them towards achievement of the sustainable development goals. So, if you look at in the beginning, 2006, 2007 onwards, there were kind of independent adaptation programs, independent mitigation programs, etc. But I think we have also come to a stage, we have also evolved to a stage now that we are now in a position to effectively mainstream and integrate climate risk into development at different scales. not only into policy, into programs, into actions, into initiatives, etc., at different levels and at different scales. So, which also means that while we have the nodal ministry, that's the Ministry of Forest, Environment, and Climate Change, maybe they are kind of looking after climate change in a holistic way, but then the responsibility for integrating mainstreaming comes on every sectoral department, notably, for example, water or agriculture or irrigation, etc., health for that matter, or disaster risk reduction for that matter, to ensure that climate risk and disaster risk are integrated as part and parcel of the different programs. So, and you also need convergence, which also means that at the national level, we may have wonderful policies, but then what is done at the Gram Panchayat level has to correlate with this thing. So there has to be a kind of convergence at the macro and the micro level, and also the private sector businesses also have to somehow ensure that they are largely consistent with the policies at the state level and at the national level. Please allow me to take a sip of water. The climate services constitute key to adaptation. I think a lot of work has been done in the area of climate services, and WHO, WMO, I'm sorry, World Meteorological Organization, and several other organizations have done enormous amount of work in this, because earlier on, the climate services was more supply driven, but now it has become a more demand oriented. People are demanding climate services, so which also means, so you need to provide climate and weather information to the people who will actually use it in a form that they are able to use it in a language that they're able to understand at a time that they desire. So I think this is important. It's just not about the temperature or humidity, it's about what they should be doing or what they could be doing to ensure that their productivity is enhanced, their losses are minimized. And in our work on adaptation, we have always seen that all the adaptation actions will need to be robust and flexible. What do we mean by robust? Any adaptation action should be in a position to withstand any future scenario, irrespective of how the climate change manifests in future. The action that we take should hold good. That is robust. So we need to also be flexible, taking into account the local context, local priorities, consult the local stakeholders, etc. So we have multiple tools which are available for prioritization of adaptation action. So we talk in terms of a low regret or no regret option. Basically, it is towards robustness of adaptation activities. Like, for example, if you're talking about agriculture, which is, in my view, sunset sector in India, also because of its competitiveness getting lost. If somebody is moving from crop cultivation into crop diversification, beyond crop diversification into diversification of agriculture, into agro processing, etc., that is a welcome. So this action will hold good irrespective of how the climate change manifests in future. So we have realized in our work on adaptation that the adaptation has to be based on continuous learning framework. I think we are still in the process of learning, and we need to have measures, policies, strategies which can be adjusted on a continuous basis. And then I think, how do we also ensure that the adaptation is promoted, occurs in a more enabling environment. Say, when I say enabling environment, in terms of policies, in terms of technologies, in terms of finances for that matter. So in terms of institutions which are pursuing this adaptation, in terms of knowledge, how this is effectively shared, disseminated, etc. And as I said earlier, the sunset sector, for example, agriculture, only because we say that because the competitiveness is really coming down quite appreciably. That it will require special attention because agriculture may be contributing to only 14% of GDP in India currently, or even less, maybe 13%. But then it is a source of employment to almost about 50-60% of the population. So we can't really afford to let it down. So we need to provide special attention to agriculture and other sectors in order to ensure that kind of they become a little bit more competitive while also withstand to various impact of climate change in future. In I'm not going to talk about adaptation in specific sectors, be it water, be it agriculture, forestry, disaster, irrigation, health, etc., because I think that it requires hours and hours. I'm talking more about innovative approaches in adaptation as a whole, which comprises of several sectors. And um, could I continue? Yeah. Okay. Organizational and institutional development. I mentioned about it. How we can promote learning organizations. Because I think organizations have to move from organizational learning to learning organization. What do we mean when we say learning organization? Learning organizations are those in which the ability to learn it becomes inbuilt. The GNA is changed so that the organizations start kind of learning on a continuous curve, irrespective of who goes out of the organization or who comes into the organizations. And then it's also important to harness the nature-based solutions. When I say nature-based solutions, for example, ecosystem-based adaptation, or for example, the mangroves, etc., which are being kind of thought about in a big way for providing solution to coastal erosions, etc., etc. As far as technology innovation, we have talked in detail yesterday and day before. I wouldn't go into that, but I think you will also realize that machine learning, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, big data, remote sensing, telemetry, being used in a big way in even in sectors such as agriculture, irrigation, animal husbandry, livestock, and all that. So I think we need to also ensure that these technologies, whenever they are introduced, because we talked about huge number of technologies yesterday as to how they could be evaluated for the effectiveness, co-benefits, how things can be co-produced together with the various stakeholders. What are the relative costs of technologies? How do you scale up the implementation? How do you address the barriers in these technologies, etc.? And then we also come to financing. So we could think in terms of additional financing instruments such as blended finance, climate resilient bonds, for example, debt swap mechanisms, etc. And also, how do we make the best use of money that is going into combating COVID? So, could we somehow ensure that this integrates certain what we would like to call a triple dividend of this recovery plan in terms of reducing vulnerability, in terms of enhancing resilience, in terms of enhancing the productivity through innovations, etc., and towards maximizing social and environmental benefits. We discussed about the knowledge management and thought leadership. How do we promote in adaptation? And finally, and this is important, we talked about residual risk of those 10 to 15% of risk, which cannot be reduced or can be reduced only with very, very high costs. So how do we kind of design risk transfer mechanism? When I say risk transfer, insurance, climate insurance, because the climate insurance could be agriculture insurance, it could be life insurance, it could be health insurance, it could be disaster insurance, etc. Many kinds of insurance. How do we design these products in a way that serve the needs of the poor people? They serve the interests of the poor people, and it really is useful when kind of when a disaster strikes and people are in a position to reboot their livelihoods. And a few words on effective communication. I think there's a great responsibility lying on the shoulders of not only the government, but everyone who's engaged in disaster as well as climate change related work in terms of how do we communicate. While communicating, it is important that climate change and disaster risk, we need to communicate that large uncertainty around this. We cannot communicate one particular scenario. I think that will be that will not be good. So I think we need to ensure that in all our communication, kind of we communicate this uncertainty in a big way, whether it's the weather information or is the climate change related information. So and see how best things can be planned, designed, and implemented within the contours of this uncertainty. And finally, I think this is important. Adaptation also means we are trying to make everything fail safe, but it's not possible. All the risks cannot be addressed at all. So I think in adaptation, we need to also look at moving away from fail safe to safe fail. So what do you mean safe fail? That means even if we fail with minimal damages, minimal adverse consequences. So I think we need to keep this in mind. And one important point which I forgot to mention is that working in the area of climate adaptation, we need to also focus on tracking the adaptation benefits. How do we monitor and evaluate? Because I think everyone have their own set of indicators to track effectiveness. Unlike in the case of mitigation, we have one wonderful indicator, which is carbon reduction. How many tons of carbon emission has been reduced. But in adaptation, you have many indicators. So I think we need to agree on certain core sets of indicators and proceed accordingly. So I conclude here. Maybe I've exceeded my time by about 4 or 5 minutes. Yes, thank you for the understanding.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very detailed and very nice presentation on very intriguing topic. I have so many questions, but maybe a very short comment would be nice. So I was thinking, when we talk about adaptation, it's very confusing if the top-down approach is better or bottom-up approach is better, but nothing is better. I mean, we have to combine these two approaches, because adaptation is always region dependent. It's very localized phenomena. How do we make it like generalistic as well as local, taking into consideration the local aspect? It's like a very tricky thing to theoretically it's nice, but very tricky thing to apply. And I always think, can we read it in realistic manner?
I think this is where we can borrow very substantially from development. So should the development be top down or should be bottom up? I think it's a combination of both. It just cannot kind of only remain only as top down or bottom up. I think kind of if people at the policy level ensure that the stakeholders at every level are integrated in designing the policies. That is one part. And the stakeholders at the field level or ground level, when they design the programs and projects and initiatives, etc., how do they take the existing policy conditions also into consideration? Because the stakeholders have that power. Like I can just tell you one example in the state of Maharashtra, because 10 years ago Maharashtra had funded, as a part of the drought relief and all that, the construction of huge tanks. When I say tanks, these were above, kind of above the ground, and with cemented structures, etc. People really liked, because I think they can, kind of take the water from the deep wells and then, kind of fill up these huge tanks and then use it whenever they want. But this is not this is a maladaptation. So what would be important is to have farm ponds or structures where there is a lot of runoff water is collected and made use of. That is the real adaptation, which will withstand any scenario. So the people at the village level, the gram panchayat, block level people, people at the district level represented to the state government of Maharashtra, and then within a few months, this order was withdrawn. So all the subsidy that was provided to construction of these cement tanks above ground, all was withdrawn. So I think that is how you influence this thing with evidence. So you need to generate evidence on the ground to influence policy. So that is where the connect between the policy on the one hand, the research, the academics on the science on the other hand, and the practice at the third level. So I think these have to converge. So these need to converge, the practice, the ground experience, the evidence. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, that's very true, and it's like a combination thing, and we cannot really theoretically compile everything together in one way. So every layer is different, and every region is different. Sir, there is one more question for you by Ms. Ekaterina. She says that, like you very rightly said, that no climate change adaptation is possible without eradicating the extreme poverty. But this is a very good. This is a very good point. But also, this is a very long process. What will be the most effective way for marginalized groups and groups before poverty line to adapt to climate change? Yeah. And from your point of view.
Yeah, I certainly agree with this. We can't really wait for the poverty to be completely eradicated. That is not possible. But what we can do is that, there are policies, there are, instruments of action, there are initiatives, there are plans coming from the policy. And how do we make these, kind of the planning process climate resilience? I think that's what we can look like. For example, if we have, let's take the example of health. So if you're talking about the health as a development issue, like lack of health infrastructure. So when we are planning for health infrastructure to cover the most poor population, how do we integrate the elements of the climate risk into it? So how to ensure that this health infrastructure, which is going to be built for the poor and the vulnerable people, become, kind of resilient to any future climate change and future disaster. So we need to build in, we need to ensure that all our poverty reduction strategies, policies, actions, initiatives, programs, etc.
Hello, sir. Hello, is
Can
it
you hear me?
I lost the connection probably.
Yeah.
Or I don't know if you lost.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, I guess so. You answered his question. I think her question, I guess.
No, I only said that it is impossible, and I would say it is difficult for us to wait for every poor person to become slightly well off before we initiate. So I think this has to be simultaneous. Yeah. All that I meant is that development issues have to be addressed first and foremost, but the the points relating to addressing issues of climate change should be a parallel process.
Right, sir. Okay, thank you very much, sir, for this interesting presentation, and it's like very detailed and nicely explained. And there's so many interesting things to discuss in it, but because of the shortage of time, we have to move ahead. Thank you very much for presenting and being part of the conference and the symposium.
Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you once again. Yeah.
Thank you.
So now we have Namaskar. We have next presentation. We are taking the PhD colloquium now in line. So the next presenter is Dr. Leena Kaur. Dr. Leena Kaur is currently serving as an assistant professor in the Department of Environmental Science at the Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Bikaner. Dr. Kaur has obtained MSc in Environmental Science from JNU and PhD from IIT Delhi. Her area of specialization are environmental pollution, phytoremediation of heavy metals. She has 21 research publications in international journals and 30 national and international conferences she has attended. So her topic is on climate change and environmental challenge for New Delhi. Dr. Kaur? Yeah, we can see your slide, Dr. Kaur.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Can you make your slide in presentation mode, please?
Yeah, sure. I think it is visible now.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity and for the nice introduction. I am Dr. Leela Kaur, and I am working as assistant professor in Department of Environmental Science, Maharaja Ganga Singh University, Bikaner. And today, my topic of presentation is climate change and environmental challenge for New India. As it is very well elaborated by Dr. K.R. Vishwanathan sir, and I will basically, I am in the initial phase of my research in the field of climate change. My core area of research is phytoremediation. So I will introduce my presentation. As we know that climate of planet Earth is changing with time and place, and this change has become an environmental challenge. Climate change resulted in global warming, sea level rise, air pollution, occurrence, and increased frequency of extreme weather events, which has direct or indirect effect on our health. India have a wide variety of climate and predominantly tropical climate, which is affected by Himalaya mountain and Thar Desert. So my research area is Thar Desert. India, it is not a significant contributor to climate change, but it is among the worst sufferer of climate change, which is caused by industrialized countries. The impacts of climate change can be seen everywhere. Being developing nation, India is progressing in economic development, but it has to maintain environmental development in order to sustain future generations by tackling climate change. So the research study area is Rajasthan, and basically the western part of Rajasthan. As we know, Rajasthan is the largest state of the country. Its agriculture area totally depends on irrigation facility, availability of fertilizers and pesticides. As rainfall determines the future of farming over an area, so and we know that rainfall is very low in Rajasthan. The western part of Rajasthan state, which encircle a major part of Thar Desert, it is dominated by sand dunes, sandy plains of variable thickness, as well as some barren hills, uplands, and gravels. In the western part of Rajasthan, districts like Barmer, Bikaner, Churu, Sriganganagar, Jaisalmer, and Jodhpur are arid zone, while some percentage of area like Nagaur, Jalore, Junjunu, Sikar, and Pali, these districts are semi-arid zone. And these large areas are cultivated, but the yield of the crops are low in comparison to districts of eastern part of Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, some area receive normal rainfall, while another area faces drought condition. And due to low rainfall, farmers are reliable on irrigation for the farming. And my study shows the scenario of cropping and irrigation farming in Rajasthan and how it is connected to change in climate. So the objective of the study is analysis of cropping and irrigation intensity of western part of Rajasthan, and it is based on the hypothesis that change in cropping intensity follows the change in irrigation intensity. Rajasthan, as I already described, it is in western part of India and it covers 342 329 square kilometer area, and the latitude and longitude are 23 degree 3 minutes to 30 degree 12 minute north, and 39 degree 30 minute to 78 degree 17 minute east. And the Aravalli Hills ranges that divides Rajasthan into two parts. That's why the western part of Rajasthan receives a good amount of rainfall, while the western part of Rajasthan, it is a drought prone area due to which it receives very low rainfall. And for the study, I have chosen 12 districts of Rajasthan. These are the western part of Rajasthan's districts like Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Jalore, Junjunu, Bikaner, Sikar, Nagaur, Pali, Badmer, Churu, Sri Ganganagar, and Hanumangarh. So basically, they are the part of the Thar Desert of Rajasthan, especially the western part of Thar Desert. So the methodology is based on by collecting the secondary data, which was collected from the Rajasthan government website, agriculture website. This is the link of this website, and the data is presented by maps. Then the cropping and irrigation intensity was calculated by using following formulas. The formula of cropping intensity is what is your gross area divided by net area into 100, while the formula of irrigation intensity is gross irrigated area divided by net irrigated area into 100. So from then we got the results. After that, we found that cropping intensity refers to the rising of a number of crops from the same field during one agricultural year. Higher cropping intensity in general means that a higher portion of the net area is being cropped more than once during one agricultural year. So this is the result, and the data has been collected for 2 years. One is from 2006 2007 data, and then after 10 years gap, we have seen what is there any change or not. So another data is of 2015-16 data, and these are the 12 districts, and the 2016-17 the net area and the gross area in hectare, and then we have calculated cropping intensity of 2006-7 and 2015-16 cropping intensity. From the result, we can see that the highest cropping intensity is in Junjunu. It is here, and which is 157 in 2006-7, while 10 after then it is Sikar, and then Hanumangarh, which is 141. It is these data are of 2006-7 data, while in 2015-16 the highest cropping intensity was found in Shri Ganganagar, then Junjunu, and followed by Hanumangarh, while the lowest cropping intensity was in 2006-7 it was Badmer, then followed by Jodhpur, Bikaner, while in 2015-16 data it was found that the lowest cropping intensity was in Badmer, Churu, Nagaur. So Badmer has shown overall in both after 10 years also, it shows lowest cropping intensity. Lowest cropping intensity means the soil productivity is low, and that's why it needs some fertilizers, and also irrigation is also required. So another data of irrigation intensity was calculated, and then it was found that in year 2006-7, the highest irrigation, this is the data in the tabular form, then we have compared with the help of figure, and from that we have found that in 2006-7, highest irrigation intensity was in Jaisalmer, that is 177%, you can see it, and after then Hanumangarh 175% and Badmer 161%, while lowest irrigation intensity in 2006-7 was in Pali 108%, after then Jalore and Junjunu. In 2015-16 data, the highest irrigation intensity was found in Jaisalmer. So in both data 2006-7 and 2015-16, irrigation intensity was highest in Jaisalmer, and it is just because Jaisalmer region have very low rainfall, and for the farming totally depends on irrigation. That's why the irrigation intensity is higher in Jaisalmer than Hanumangarh and Sri Ganganagar. And lowest irrigation intensity was in Pali, Junjunu, and Jalore. So there is no change in irrigation intensity. The intensity level is higher. Just as we can see that in 2006-7 it was 177%, and in 2015-16 data we can see it has become 285%. So irrigation is enhancing day by day. And while few districts like Pali, Jalore, Jhunjhunu, they have very low irrigation intensity as they have a good rainfall as compared to Jaisalmer. So in conclusion, we can say the present study showed the changes in the cropping intensity pattern and irrigation intensity pattern in these 12 districts of, these are the basically western part of Thar Desert and western part of Rajasthan. Climate change could be a reason, as we know that climate is changing, and there is a change in the temperature pattern, there is change in the rainfall pattern. Sometimes we receive a very high rainfall, sometimes we receive very low rainfall, and that's why western part of Rajasthan has shown the change in intensity, cropping intensity pattern and irrigation intensity pattern due to this. As it is a preliminary study, so more research is still needed in this direction. So I hope in future we will certainly say that yes, the climate change is the reason behind this change in the pattern of cropping intensity and irrigation intensity. These are the few references of the study. So thank you so much for the patient hearing. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Leela. Yeah, Gita ma'am, please.
Dr. Leela, it was a good presentation. I have few questions with you. That is, are you comparing the cropping intensity of Rajasthan only with irrigation? If so, how are you comparing it with the climate change?
Sir, we are comparing it with climate. I have not able to show it here. Actually, we are checking the change in the temperature pattern. Okay, and we are also checking the change in the rainfall pattern. The change in temperature, the change in rainfall pattern, and then the link between the cropping intensity.
No, you were talking about the cropping intensity of the particular place only by means of irrigation. That is, you were talking about the Salma region and the Hanumangar. Only of the irrigation pattern you were talking. You were not relating it with the rainfall. So if so, if you are relating with rainfall, then your conclusion is fine.
Yes, sir. Actually, I am not able to. I have that data. I don't have that data right now. That's why I am not able to present you the rainfall pattern. In general, there is a low rainfall in western part of Rajasthan.
So it mainly depends upon irrigation?
Yeah, mainly most part of the western part depends on irrigation for agriculture.
So there is no difference between 2007 data and 2016 data because the same places have the same type of crop intensity.
Sir, actually, irrigation intensity is increasing day by day. Like the area of Sri Ganganagar, Hanumangarh, if we compare these from 2006-7 data to 2015-16 data, we can see that yes, even I have practically seen that people are very more frequently using irrigation rather than totally depending on rainfall, because rainfall is very low.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gita.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
I have a question. Yeah, this is Gopal. Now, I think we have to also look at policy changes in this period of your study to see if any policy incentives have increased the cropping intensity, and also affordability. You have to look at irrigation, drip irrigation, and affordability of the technology that could have also have some bearing on the increase in crop intensity. So I would suggest that those two factors also be correlated to see, and also yield. You should also look at yields and see whether there is some information there too. So market access, technology adoption, and policy changes could all lead to increased crop intensity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for suggestions.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Leela, for the nice presentation and the discussion. Now we have Mr. Bal Mukund Singh. He's a PhD student at Amrita University. His domain of expertise is in landslide hydrology and geoinformatics. He has a postgraduate degree in geology from Delhi University. He did multiple geoscientific fieldworks in various parts of Himalayas and Western Ghats. His topic of today's presentation is spatio-temporal comparative evaluation of landslide incidences in the catchment of Multihazard River, Kerala. Mr. Balmukund? Yeah, here you are.
Thank you for the introduction, ma'am. Is my slide visible?
Yes.
Okay. Om Amriteshwari Nama. So I will start my presentation with the introduction of the landslide research work at Amrita. So I'm a small part of Amrita Center for Wireless Network and Applications, which is led by Professor Manisha Ramesh. And the center has a world first wireless sensor network deployment, one in Munnar 2008 and another in 2018 in Sikkim Himalayas. And my PhD work is being funded by Amrita E4 Life International PhD Fellowship under the thematic area of climate change and risk management. And our center has World Center for Excellence on Landslide Disaster Reductions awarded twice. So in this current work, which is a part of ongoing research, is the topic is a spatio-temporal comparative evaluation of landslide incidences, and the catchment which we are considering is of Multihazard River, which is a part of Periyar River Basin, which flows to the Arabian Sea. This presentation will cover the study area and its challenges, and also the hypothesis and assumptions for this study. And these results have not been published, so I request the distinguished faculties to give me feedback so that I can improve upon it. And I will discuss the methodology and data collected with preliminary analysis and results. And after that, I will be talking about the conclusions. So the general description of the study area, it is basically Munnar is a hill station in Western Ghats. The administrative boundary comes under Devikulam Taluk, and the altitude is 1700 meters. And these are some of the statistical details, but it is basically part of the Multihazard River, which in this study I have considered the 5 catchments above a dam called Headwork Dam. Here in the figure you can see in the bottom. So above these 5 catchments are being considered for this study, which are Devikulam, Kannimala River, and Multihazard. So the 4 rivers are flowing, and they are all collectively coming into this major Multihazard River. And then this Headwork Dam is my point. Okay, talking about the precipitation. So the annual average precipitation is 3000 mm, and most of the rainfall occurs during the monsoon season, which is we have 2 monsoon seasons. One is southwestern monsoon, and another is northeastern monsoon. And about 100 years before 1924, we had a huge flood in Kerala, and almost all the rivers got flooded. A similar mega event happened in 2018. So this figure shows a glimpse of monsoon 2018. We have June 2018, then July and August, and we can see how the rainfall intensified in the area. And this figure is showing from the Munnar, where you can see all the buses and the lorry and the trucks and lorries are totally underwater, all the fields are underwater, and this graph is showing between actual and normal rainfall. Also, the subsurface hydrological setting of the area is been captured from the time-lapse ERT data, which has been collected by in our British Geological Survey and Amrita collaboration. So we are able to get the moisture data, and we can see how in this time lapse from in these 6 shots, we can see how the moisture is building up during the monsoon season. The damages in 2018, if we see a comparison between Kerala damages and Idukki damages, we find out that the Idukki damages is very much a large portion in the Kerala damage, and out of 339 life lost, 54 were in Idukki itself, and there out of 331 landslides, 143 was in the Idukki itself. So the Idukki is more prone to landslide. Now, what are the challenges in the study area? So what happens is in this climate change impact, we have a heavy rain which is coming in, and this heavy rain brings a huge amount of water in a small temporal window. Okay, so when we have a huge amount of water in a small temporal window, we see that there is a flooding in the entire area, and also we observe that there is supersaturation in the soil, which is leading to landslides. Now, what we see in the study area, the landslides are also when they are falling in the rivers, they are either blocking the river or creating flood into the another areas. And when the flood is going to another areas, they are again triggering landslides. So it's kind of cascading events happening. At the same time, an interesting thing came up that water scarcity is been observed in the summer. I mean, summer people are basically having water scarcity. So by seeing these observations from the area, I came up with a preliminary assumption and some hypotheses regarding landslide studies particularly. So the hypothesis is that the landslides have occurred in the area. So I have attributed 6 reasons for this study. First is on the geology side, where we are saying that the adversely oriented joint plains are a reason for landslide. The another is talking about the drainage geomorphology, where we have observed that first order, second order drainages were more opt. So we have taken as a hypothesis that we assume that they are more opt for the landslides, and let's see what comes out. Then removal of vegetation. Always it has been talked about vegetation. There is a change in agricultural crops from past to present. So what is the role of vegetation in landslides that had been studied? Then widening of roads. Structurally control, again geological side, the presence of lineament and drainage, how they are controlling especially the landslide, this has been studied here. And the human intervention by excess removal of toe by construction of landslides, by construction of houses, sorry. So in this study, what we have done is we have taken landslide incidences of pre-2018, whatever was mapped by various agencies, and then we ourselves did field work in 2018 and 19 and collected data from various sources, and then all those studies were classified, all the landslide incidences were classified into either reactivated or new in 2018 or residentially permanent, means if the 2018 mega event could not trigger any, that could not reactivate that landslide, and all these were analyzed statistically against the proposed hypothesis. The data collection and analysis. So the data collection source are we have field surveys, we have remote sensing data, which is DEM and some satellite maps. Also, we used existing topo sheets and geological maps from the Geological Survey of India. And then we have data from landslide monitoring site of Amrita, and we got data from district administration. We also conducted social surveys in the area, and then we brought samples and analyzed in the labs. So predominantly in our catchment, we analyzed 46 landslides for our study. Here we are talking about the geology along with the assessment of landslide incidences. So the geologically, the terrain is Precambrian granitic terrain. We have mostly granitic gneisses in the area. We also have granites and hornblende biotite gneisses and some patches of calcgranolites. And we have plotted the landslides which are from 2005, 2018, means the reports of 2005 and 2018 has been plotted here. It may be like older landslides also. Then when we analyzed this, we found that the foliation dip and the slope, when we compared them together, we saw that yeah, this is a major reason for landslide, but still not all the landslides are getting affected because of this. So the result concluded that there was about 48% of control of geology on this area, which is a moderate control. And especially the foliation dipping southwest were more affected, but the data for foliation dipping southwest was less, so we cannot arrive to this conclusion also. Then when we compared the drainage versus the landslide incidences, we saw that yes, the drainages of first order are definitely having more incidences, and the drainages are basically deriving the landslides coming in the area. Especially in 2018, we saw that large number of new landslides occurred on first order drainages. Okay. And then when we compared with the vegetation, with the 5 classes of vegetation we took, with non-plantation, dense forest, spare forest, vertical tea plantation, and horizontal tea plantation, interesting result came up that 57% of the landslide are happening in the forest area, and only 30% is happening in the plantation. Okay. And another thing is, in the plantation, if we compared, so the vertical plantation and the contour plantation, in the horizontal plantation, the more landslides are in vertical plantation. It means that the contour plantation is something which has attributed to some stabilization of slope, maybe. Then when we saw that the areas which are deforested, that areas like the areas where we had where we had landslides, we also saw that there were some areas where we had some deforestation, but the data that I had was very limited to come up to any conclusion for this vegetation related. And also I am working on the remote sensing way to remote sensing classification way to do this. But from this analysis, we are able to see that we have role of trees in stabilizing the landslides in the area. And when we compared the landslide incidences with construction of houses, so we saw that the construction of houses are contributor, but they are only moderate contributor to the landslide. So basically, the study suggests that
Mr. Balmukund,
yes, ma'am.
Can you please conclude little?
Then we also compared with the slope. So the slope, we have like 41% of landslides between the 25 to 30 degree slope. And soil analysis is also there. These are some of the field photographs from the Munnar site, which we collected. So the conclusion is that the geology and geomorphology controls the evolution of the terrain and guides the deployment of prediction and early warning sensor system. And drainage geomorphology is a good indicator, and that should be studied in more details for the morphometric parameters. And also we have seen that the slope modification without proper geotechnical considerations also adds to the landslide incidences. There is a huge potential in emerging technologies such as remote sensing and drone-based studies and further field studies. And one of the slope in Anthurian colony, we have real-time early warning system deployment, and this success of multi-scale, multi-level dynamic system should be duplicated in higher vulnerable areas, which can be guided by geomorphology and geomorphological and geological study. And further, this can be added with integrated community engagement for community-level disaster resilience. And this is my PhD thesis guidance team, my doctoral committee. So these are some of the published and work and ongoing publications and references. I will conclude by thanking you for giving me the opportunity, and with Amma's quote that in our approach to sustainable development, we should not forget that it is by strengthening the people at the base of the pyramid that the entire edifice of the society becomes healthy and strong. Thank you. I offer my work at Amma's Lotus Feet.
Yes.
Thank you very much,
Balamagant, it was an excellent presentation. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have two questions with you. Since your topic was spatiotemporal of Mudrapurayar River of Munnar, you were talking about two damages of Kerala damage and Idukki damage. So Idukki also belongs to Kerala, is it not?
So, ma'am, I was talking about Kerala damage as a state level and Idukki as a district level. So
okay, that you should mention very clearly, because Kerala damage and Idukki damage, if you say it as a blunt, Idukki also belongs to Kerala, you say.
yes, ma'am. But I was trying to emphasize that in Kerala, Idukki is more. That's why I choose this study area. That's what I
So
wanted.
in bracket, you can give it as damages of other districts in Kerala, and then you can go for Idukki damage. So that will be a fine modification in your work. Other than that, it was an excellent presentation, and vast literature survey has been done, and the knowledge in your particular presentation was good.
Thank you, ma'am.
Congratulations.
It's just an ongoing work, so I have to do more analysis. So I want more feedbacks.
Yeah, sure. We'll discuss it more offline, but it's a very interesting work, and I'm sure you have a lot of experience from the field. So with a little bit of remote sensing part, I think you will be able to publish really nice work. So thank you very much, Palmukun.
Thank you.
Now we'll talk offline. So now we go back to our poster presentations, because there were a couple of posters which were not able to show up right at the time. So next on the line is Suvesh S. He's a master's student in geoinformatics from Bharatidas University, Tiruchirappalli. Mr. Suvesh, are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Shall I start my presentation, ma'am?
Please, please. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, I am Suvesh from Bharatidas University. I am here to discuss about my poster, which is entitled on Assessment of Vegetation Index for Reserve Forest on Western Ghats of Tamil Nadu using Geographical Information System. Techniques. The reserve forests are the biodiversity area and also plays a good habitat role for wild animals and birds. In ancient days, the landmass is covered by full of vegetation, but today is totally changed due to the deforestation, urbanization, and some other natural and anthropogenic activities. My study is to assess the vegetation pattern by using NDVA, which is nothing but the normalized vegetation difference vegetation index. These are one type of geographical data with a specialization of analyzing vegetation. The main aim of this study is to evaluate the vegetation index using Landsat images. The forests which covered in my study area are Agamalai Reserve Forest, Megamalai Forest, Palani Hills Forest Conservation Area, Alarkoil Reserve Forest, Semmalai Reserve Forest, Setu Reserve Forest, Surli Reserve Forest, and Srivilliputtur Bristled Squirrel Wildlife Sanctuary. The methodology which I have used for this study are: first, I have downloaded the Landsat 8 operational land imagery data with a 30-meter resolution for the year of 2015 and 2021 from USGS Explorer site. After this, I have processed this downloaded Landsat image in RBA software by using the band combination of band 5 and 4 for the Landsat 8 images to convert the raster images into the NDVA images with a 20-meter buffer for the study areas. At last, by the result of the study, NDVA maps for 10 different reserve forests are get interpreted. Here I analyzed the vegetation range, which is in a higher or low by using NDVA maps. I have seen that the range from 2015 to 2021, it has been reduced from 0.5. Specifically, I have to mention Megamalai Forest because in the year of 2015, the migratory birds have get migrated towards Megamalai Forest because of these dense vegetations. In future, we have to control these kinds of reserve forests and natural ecosystems in our surrounding environment. Here I conclude my talk by thanking for giving this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Suvesh. It's very great that you finish it fast, and I mean, considering the time we are lagging, so it's good to hear from you. I was wondering, you said you use Landsat. You didn't specify which Landsat series? Like there's Landsat 1, 2, 3, I mean, 5, 7.
Landsat 8, ma'am. 8, ma'am.
And
8. And you said which one was a previous one? So which are the two time window you said?
2015 and 2021.
2015 and 21.
21.
Okay. So
you were.
yeah, Geeta ma'am.
Yes, Sarveshran, I have one question. You have used NV for image processing software. Have you done any classification, supervised or unsupervised, to
Yes, ma'am,
assess the vegetation index, or only NDVI?
No, ma'am, I have classified supervised classification for the distinguishing of the barren lands, agricultural lands, and other geomorphological features.
So, have you done only the supervised and unsupervised?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, which supervised classification did you try?
I mean, digital image processing, the supervised classification for assigning the patterns, ma'am.
I'm just wondering because of the supervised classification needs a training set. So I was wondering how did you manage training sample?
Ma'am, since he has done an NV, it will take it automatically and it will give a result. That's what will be done. When he gives the attribute data, I think he would have done in that way.
Yes, ma'am.
There won't be a separate training data there.
Yeah, then it is not like what he. So anyway, so one idea is check your, because you have to do accuracy assessment. So any classification is incomplete when you don't do the assessment and validation. And for this, you need to use Google Map. It's just a feedback.
Yes,
and yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Suvesh. It's an interesting work. I guess it's ongoing, and you can make it better with and you can proceed it further, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Dr. Suvesh, Mr. Suvesh. With this, we end the session. We have a break of 20 minutes now, or 25 minutes. So we'll come back, or we'll at 12:30 again with the keynote presentation.
Thank you, Alka ma'am.
For the nice presentations and being with us. We'll be back in 20 minutes. Thank you once again.
കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അനേക പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തങ്ങൾക്കും സംഘർഷങ്ങൾക്കും ലോകം സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിച്ചു. പ്രളയം ലാഭങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രകൃതി ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് കാലങ്ങൾ കുറേയായി. അതിൻ്റെ ദിഗ്ധഫലമാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. ഓരോ വൃക്ഷം വെട്ടുമ്പോഴും അത് നമുക്ക് ശവപ്പെട്ടി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വെട്ടുന്ന വൃക്ഷം പോലായി തീർന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിനൊരു താളമുണ്ട്. ഈ വിശുദ്ധം അതിൽ അകലജീവിയാളും അഭേദ്യമായ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. പരസ്പരം ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുന്ന നെറ്റ്വർക്കുകളാണ് ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചം. 4 പേര് ചേർന്ന് പിടിച്ച് ഇവരുടെ കോണിൽ സ്ഥലമുണ്ടായാൽ അതെല്ലായിടവും പ്രതിഫലിക്കും. അതുപോലെ നാം അറിഞ്ഞോ അറിയാതെയോ ഒറ്റയായോ കൂട്ടമായോ ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ കർമ്മങ്ങളും പ്രപഞ്ചമാകുന്ന വരയുടെ കോണിൽ പ്രതിഫലിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ മാറി നമ്മൾ മാറാൻ നടക്കില്ല. അവർ മാറില്ല, നമ്മൾ മാറിയാലും മാറ്റം കൊണ്ടുവരും. നമുക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് നോക്കണം. കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam.
Amrita is now among the top 100 universities in the world and the first in India in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2021. THE Impact Rankings is the only rankings to rate universities around the world on United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This feat is a testament to our Chancellor Amma's vision and leadership.
100 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെയും കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കുന്ന അവരുടെ റിസർച്ചുകൾ, അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഫണ്ടുകൾ, അവരുടെ ബുദ്ധിപരമായ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് പ്രൊമോഷൻ വലുപ്പം നീന്ത്. ഒറ്റ ഒരു അപേക്ഷ, ഈ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നടത്തിയ റിസർച്ചിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത് സമൂഹത്തിന് എത്ര കണ്ട് ഉപകരിച്ചു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എത്ര കണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സഹായിക്കാൻ പറ്റി എന്നുകൂടി ഒരു ഭാവം നമ്മൾ ഉണർത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു സ്വർണ്ണത്തിന് പരിമണം എന്ന പോലെ ആയിരിക്കും.
Now ranked 5th in the world for quality education. In the world for gender equality. 37th in the world for good health and well-being. 52nd in the world for clean water and sanitation. Top 200 in the world for industry, innovation, and infrastructure. 200 in the world for partnerships for the goals. We thank our students, faculty, staff, alumni, and partners who are influencing change both nationally and globally as we build for the future.
ഒരപേക്ഷയുള്ളത് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇന്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവരെ അയക്കണം. അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും. അതൊരു സൈക്കോളജിക്കലായിട്ട് നല്ലതാണ്. എല്ലാത്തിലും അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാവ് എന്നാണ്. വലത് വെച്ച് വെറുതെ തലോടുന്നത് പോലെ മറ്റുള്ള ദുഃഖം തൻ്റെ ദുഃഖമായും മറ്റുള്ള സന്തോഷം തൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമായി കണ്ട് അവരെ സേവിക്കാനുമുള്ള തത്വമാണ് നമ്മൾ ആധ്യാത്മികപ്പെടി ഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. ഇപ്പം നമ്മുടെ തലമുറയ്ക്ക് ഇപ്പം കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പൈസ സമ്പാദിക്കുന്നു, കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നു. പക്ഷേ കുടിക്കാൻ വെള്ളമില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും? ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ പണസമ്പാദനം കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan Labde Jnanam. Human settlements in rural areas have always enjoyed a direct link with the surrounding natural environment. However, with rapidly depleting resources, many villages in India have entered into sustained poverty. In 2013, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, guided by its Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, launched the Live in Labs program.
We have made this program in such a manner that it has closely knitted the interdisciplinary domains together to bring in the solution. We give the students an opportunity to see the rural community, be in that environment, in the rural community, along with them, live with them. So automatically, compassion will be generated in their heart, which provides them an opportunity to find out what are the challenges they are facing and how their technical knowledge can be used to provide it as a solution.
The Live in Labs program continuously strives to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by fostering self-reliant communities. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD students from all over the world can spend 2 weeks to 6 months working with Amrita faculty and students at one of the program sites. After a comprehensive orientation session and team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
For any technological solution to be viable, to be sustained, you need to be with the community in designing the solution. That is one of the major things we train them in the whole process, where they work with them in coming up with the design. They look into it, what is their needs, so that they can come up with affordable, adaptable, sustainable solution, which will make sure that the technological solutions will become a success.
The program draws on principles of human-centered design for the development and deployment of sustainable solutions in the areas of energy and environment. By developing pathways to access renewable electrical energy, utilizing smart energy technology, and encouraging sustainable practices to protect the environment and conserve natural resources. Water and sanitation. By designing micro-water distribution and management systems, implementing water filtration systems, and fostering water-wise communities. These are joined by initiatives in rural sanitation, which develop sustainable models for toilet construction, fostered through democratic participation. Health and hygiene. By implementing hygiene awareness programs to increase community health and well-being, developing low-cost technologies, diagnosis units, micro-healthcare management devices, a rural health management system, and epidemic management and detection programs. Livelihood and skill development. By designing immersive training programs to acquire new skills, further developing existing skills, and identifying alternative and sustainable income generation avenues, ensuring long-term viability. Education and gender equality. By encouraging gender equality in education through immersive technologies for language training, vocational training, after-school assistance, and life skill training. Waste management and infrastructure. By exploring environmentally sustainable solutions for rural waste management, such as waste-to-wealth initiatives and alternative affordable construction techniques from natural resources. Agriculture and risk management. By designing innovative and smart technologies to promote efficient farming practices, developing techniques to enhance soil and crop quality, and implementing models and systems to map and identify environmental risks. Over the years, students from multiple universities around the world have come to Amrita to participate in various Live-in Labs projects. India's villages are her life force, and they need immediate care and attention. Societies are at their most resilient when knitted closely with threads of love and compassion. So join us and let us work together to develop self-reliant villages in India. Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan Labte Jnanam.
ഞാൻ ജനിച്ച ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ ഒരു 90% ആൾക്കാർ അന്നന്ന് ജോലി ചെയ്ത് ജീവിക്കുന്നവരാണ്. അസുഖം വന്നാൽ അല്ല ഹാർട്ട് അറ്റാക്ക് വന്നാലോ വാൾ മേടിക്കാൻ പൈസയില്ല. അത് വെളി രാജ്യത്ത് നിന്ന് വരുത്തണം, അത് വലിയ തുകയാണ്. അപ്പോൾ ഇവരാരും ഓപ്പറേഷൻ ചെയ്യുകയോ വാൾ മാറ്റി വയ്ക്കുകയില്ല. 70 വയസ്സ് ജീവിക്കേണ്ടവൻ 40 വയസ്സ് 30 വയസ്സ് മരിച്ചു. അന്ന് ആ രാജ്യത്തിൽ ഉണ്ടാക്കിയിരുന്നെങ്കിൽ വളരെ വില കുറഞ്ഞ് കിട്ടിയേനെ, ഇവരൊക്കെ രക്ഷിക്കാനും പറ്റിയേനും. ആ സമയത്താണ് റിസർച്ച് ഇഷ്ടം വരികയും റിസർച്ച് ഇങ്ങനെ സാധുക്കളെ സഹായിക്കുന്ന രീതിയിൽ ചെയ്യുന്നത് നല്ലതായിരിക്കുമെന്നൊരു മനോഭാവം മനസ്സിൽ ഉണരുകയും ചെയ്തു. ശിശുമരണം വന്നപ്പോൾ നമ്മൾ അന്വേഷിക്കാൻ അയച്ചു ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ. ആ സമയത്ത് ചില സ്ത്രീകൾ പച്ചില കഴിക്കുകയാണ്. എന്തിനാണ് നിങ്ങൾ പച്ചില കഴിക്കുന്നതെന്ന് ചോദിച്ചപ്പോൾ മാസത്തിൽ 10 ദിവസമേ ഭർത്താക്കന്മാർക്ക് ജോലി കിട്ടുകയുള്ളൂ, അതുകൊണ്ടൊരു മാസം തികയ്ക്കണം, അപ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് ഭക്ഷണം കഴിക്കാൻ കിട്ടുകയുള്ളൂ. അപ്പോൾ ഈ ഒരു തരം വിലയുണ്ട്, അത് കഴിച്ചാൽ വിശപ്പറിയില്ല, അപ്പോൾ കുറച്ച് കഴിച്ചാൽ മതി, അപ്പോൾ വിശപ്പറിയാതിരിക്കാൻ വേണ്ടി കഴിക്കുകയാണ്. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ പ്രസവിച്ചാൽ എങ്ങനെ പോഷകാംശമുള്ള കുട്ടികളെ പ്രസവിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും? അപ്പോൾ തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും സ്ത്രീകളെയാണ്, അമ്മമാരെയാണ് ആദ്യം ശ്രദ്ധിക്കേണ്ടത്. അപ്പോൾ ഇതുപോലാണ് കണ്ടത്. വേറൊരു ഗ്രാമത്തിൽ ചെല്ലുമ്പോൾ അവരൊരു ഭക്ഷണമുണ്ട്, പക്ഷെ ഭർത്താവ് കുടിച്ചിട്ട് വരുന്ന നമ്മൾ പിടിച്ച് തല്ലിയും വളം വയ്ക്കുകയും ചെയ്യും, ഉള്ളത് തന്നെ കഴിക്കാൻ പറ്റുന്നില്ല. അപ്പോൾ അവർ ജോലി തരുന്നതുകൊണ്ടല്ലേ, എന്ത് ചെയ്യാനാണ്, നമ്മൾ പഠിച്ചിട്ടില്ല. അപ്പോൾ ആ സമയത്ത് എനിക്ക് തോന്നി, കാരണം ഇവർക്കൊരു എന്തെങ്കിലും ഒരു തൊഴിൽ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുത്താൽ ഇവർക്കൊരു സ്വയം പര്യാപ്തമാകാൻ പറ്റും. ഇങ്ങനെ ഇടികൊണ്ട് കഷ്ടപ്പെടേണ്ട ആവശ്യമില്ലല്ലോ. കാരണമെന്ന് വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് അങ്ങനെ തൊഴിൽ പഠിപ്പിക്കാൻ നമ്മൾ തുടങ്ങിയത്. വേറെ സ്ഥലത്ത് ചെന്നപ്പോൾ പറഞ്ഞു ഗവൺമെൻറ് ചില ആനുകൂല്യങ്ങൾ കിട്ടുന്നമ്മ, പക്ഷെ ഭർത്താവ് അത് ഒപ്പിട്ടിട്ട് ഞങ്ങളുടെ ഒപ്പുപോലിട്ടിട്ട് കൊണ്ട് പൈസ എടുത്ത് പോയി കുടിക്കുകയാണ്. പക്ഷെ അതുകൊണ്ട് അവരിങ്ങനെ കഷ്ടമായി. അപ്പോൾ അക്ഷരങ്ങൾ അവർക്ക് പഠിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുക്കണമെന്ന് തോന്നി, അങ്ങനെ അക്ഷരങ്ങൾ പഠിപ്പിച്ചു കൊടുക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി. അങ്ങനെ ഓരോരോ സന്ദർഭങ്ങൾ ഓരോ അനുഭവത്തിൽ നിന്ന് പലരും പല പല കാര്യങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനെ ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റി. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഒരപേക്ഷയുള്ളത് യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവരയക്കണം. അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും. അതൊരു സൈക്കോളജിക്കലായിട്ട് നല്ലതാണ്. എല്ലാത്തിലും അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാവ് എന്നാണ്. വലത് വെച്ച് വെറുതെ തലോടുന്നത് പോലെ മറ്റുള്ള ദുഃഖം തൻ്റെ ദുഃഖമായും മറ്റുള്ള സന്തോഷം തൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമായി കണ്ട് അവരെ സേവിക്കാനുമുള്ള തത്വമാണ് നമ്മൾ ആധ്യാത്മിക കൂടി ഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. ലോകത്ത് 2 തരത്തിലുള്ള ദാരിദ്ര്യമുണ്ട്. ഒന്ന് ആഹാരവും ഭക്ഷണവും വസ്ത്രവും കിട്ടാതെ ദാരിദ്ര്യം അനുഭവിക്കും, 2 സ്നേഹവും കാരുണ്യവും കിട്ടാതെ ദാരിദ്ര്യം അനുഭവിക്കുന്നു. ഈ സ്നേഹവും കാരുണ്യം ഉണ്ടെങ്കിൽ ആഹാരവും വസ്ത്രവും കടപ്പാടവും കിട്ടാത്തവരെ സഹായിക്കാൻ സാധിക്കും എന്നുള്ള. ജീവിതമാകുന്ന വൃക്ഷം സ്നേഹമാകുന്ന മണ്ണിൽ ഉറച്ചു നിൽക്കട്ടെ. സൽക്കർമ്മമാകട്ടെ അതിൻ്റെ ഇലകൾ, അനുകമ്പപൂർണ്ണമായ വാക്കുകളാകട്ടെ അതിൻ്റെ പുഷ്പങ്ങൾ, ശാന്തിയാകട്ടെ അതിൻ്റെ ഫലങ്ങൾ. അങ്ങനെ സ്നേഹത്തിൽ ഒന്നായി ഒരു കുടുംബമായി വളർന്ന് വികസിക്കട്ടെ. അങ്ങനെ ശാന്തിയും സമാധാനവും കളിയാടുന്ന ഈ ലോകത്തിനു വേണ്ടി നമ്മൾ പ്രാർത്ഥിക്കാം.
A university where future is driven by imagination, Experiential learning creates diverse opportunities where industry exposure and international partnerships help you sail. Come, start your journey towards success with Amrita University.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our symposium sessions, keynote sessions. Our first speaker scheduled today is Professor David Demerit. He is Professor of Geography at King's College London. He is an elected fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences with extensive practical experience of senior university management, incubating and leading multidisciplinary environmental research projects, and successfully collaborating with partners in government, non-governmental organizations, and industry. I would like to welcome Professor David to our symposium. But it seems like Professor David has not joined our panelist here. So in order not to waste our time, keep up with time schedule, we'll go to the next speaker. We have Professor Sethuraman Rao with us. Professor Sethu is an associate professor at Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, Amrita Vishwavidyapitham. He holds a master's degree in computer science and a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, India. He has over 30 years of international experience in the networking industry and academia, having held technical and management positions at Juniper Networks, Alcatel-Lucent, and a few startups. He has over 50 research publications and 2 US patents to his credit. Welcome, Professor Sethu, to the symposium. Let me hand over the session to you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dhanya. Good afternoon to the participants from India, and a respective good day for the other participants from across the globe. So let me begin my presentation by sharing my screen. So, Dr. Dhanya, is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. So the topic for today would be community resilience through horizontal linkages in the age of mobile internet. So what do I mean by this? Smartphones are very powerful and also ubiquitous, and therefore they have enabled forming self-help groups. Self-help groups is a very common concept, but used to be community specific. In small communities they would have self-help groups, but through the technology, it has enabled forming these groups at a much larger scale and much larger utility. So we will look at how disaster management scenarios can utilize this technical or technological advancement, and we will also see how we have realized this in a few scenarios at our research center. So, like I was saying, the smartphones are as good as what supercomputers were just maybe a decade ago. They're very powerful, versatile, they're cheap, and they're ubiquitous. So if you look at the picture on the right, if you were able to figure out what a smartphone amounts to, it's a combination of several things. It's of course a basic phone, all right. In addition, it could be like a digital camera. It could be a game console. It's your laptop. It could very well be your laptop. It could be like a remote. It is your GPS. It's your television. And it also provides so many other communication interfaces, sensor interfaces. You can interface sensors to it. So it's a whole lot. That. On top of that, the data services have become so cheap. So internet is also extremely affordable in a large part of the world, and it's only expanding. Both the smartphone utility, the cost is also coming down for the smartphones, as well as the cost of data services. So therefore, there is a willingness on the part of people to use apps, innovative apps. They are willing to install them. Again, there is enough space on the phone. They can install and use innovative apps. And we have seen that, in the disaster situations, especially in the post-disaster scenario, people are inclined to use their phones and internet to seek help as well as to provide help. So what do all these things, tell us? Essentially, social networks of humans interconnected and empowered via smartphones and internet is a powerful framework for realizing effective and efficient community resilience in post-disaster scenarios. So yesterday, Dr. Mohammed Imran from Qatar, Computing Research Institute was talking about how reducing the gap between the disaster event and the availability of rescue and relief can actually increase the effectiveness of the relief effort that is provided. So if we can bridge the gap between the need and the availability of a particular help or service efficiently using these technologies, that's going to be a big help. And recently, very recently, during the second COVID surge in India, COVID-19 surge, we did witness this. And this is not the only instance, of course. We have seen this during several disaster scenarios in the past, the floods that have happened in different parts of the world. So internet and mobile internet especially, it plays a major role. That's why you can see articles in leading journals and publications on how social media is changing the disaster response paradigm altogether. So basically, social networks and mobile is a good combination. It's a very powerful combination. So we do realize the power of this, and I will talk about an experience we've had in harnessing this power. Kerala has had floods recently, as you know. Both in 2018 it was a major flooding event. 2019 was not as major, but still it was significant. And we developed this app. We called it Amrita Kripa. This app was deployed during these floods to help the victims. We had a call center at Amrita. The staff and the students rallied to set up a 24/7 call center. And with the assistance of that call center, we were able to help significant number of people. 25,000 plus calls were answered, 100,000+ victims were helped. And this app played a major role during these scenarios, these events. So what is Amrita Kripa? Essentially, it's a feature-rich app for disaster management. It's scalable, it's robust, it's also standardized. So one of the reasons why we did this is, there are a lot of activities on the social network when it comes to a post-disaster scenario, but they tend to be kind of disorganized, ad hoc, last-minute kind of thing. So if we can actually have a powerful app which addresses this need in a targeted fashion, it's going to be a big help. So essentially, this app enables the citizens to help each other directly. That's what I call horizontal links. It's not like there is a governing body or a NGO, an organization that comes to their help, and so there's a lot of organization governance involved, etc. Here, it's like more of like a peer-to-peer or a citizen-to-citizen kind of a link that can be set up using the mobile internet that is there today. So therefore, we are able to realize timely, targeted help to those in need of the help by those who are in a position to help. So there is a direct linkage that can be set up between these two, and that in turn reduces the time between the occurrence of the disaster event and the time when the help becomes available. And so this approach can be used in two of the 4 phases of the disaster management cycle that is quite popular that you see on the right. So once the disaster has happened, the response phase is immediately after the disaster. So that's where you talk about search and rescue, emergency relief in terms of food, clothing, shelter, etc. And then there's a recovery phase when people get rehabilitated. They come back to where they were. They have to get their house back in order. They get it painted. Maybe there's some electrical issue that needs to be fixed. There are a lot of debris that need to be cleared. So the reconstruction, rehabilitation is the recovery phase. So this app can aid both these phases. And it's important to mention that this app was developed as part of a consortium project between India and Germany, multiple partners from both sides, and Amrita was one of the partners. So the outcome or the output of this project, there was a lot of joint work with Technical University of Munich, the University of Applied Sciences at Mittweida in Germany, and these resulted in some good joint work resulting in publications and all that. So this is the app that is available on Google Play. It's called Amrita Kripa. We're working on a iOS version. We've had requests and we're still working on that. It should be available soon. So in terms of the app, to give you a little bit more detail about what this app can do, it is basically, obviously it provides a very simple, intuitive and fast GIS-based GUI. So that's what makes it really, very user-friendly. So basically, it can deal with requests and responses. You can request things like medical help, supplies, services. Like I said, in the second phase, when you could talk about the rehabilitation, that's where services will be required. And then you can also, those who are in a position to respond can respond. You can also generate summary reports, and the whole thing has a very, rich graphical UI for visualization purposes. So basically, it's a GIS map-based interface. Like I said, as you can see in the screen capture there. So there are different icon types used to indicate different types of services or relief, help that is sought. And also there are different ways to show what is the intensity of activity in different areas by different colored circles and so on. There is also a facility to zoom in and zoom out. So it can be at the country level, and you can zoom into the state, the province, the city, the locality level, and so on. And there's also multi-language support, especially in India. Multi-language support becomes a necessary, requirement because, as we know, this is a country that speaks several languages. So you can see that the location, the location identification is very important. So all the information has to be geotagged as well as timestamped. So both the spatial and temporal location of the event is very important for effective servicing and of that event. So that's what is enabled by this app. Because if you make phone calls, when somebody calls you for help in a call center, it's very difficult for that person to inform the volunteer where they are, right? It becomes very difficult to locate them. But when they use the app, it becomes so much easier because GPS is available on the phone. So there are different screens to input different types of requests as well as offer these different helps that people can offer. So whether it's supplies or shelter or medical help or rescue, right? And then you can also view the status and all that. And services, like I said, the second phase, when services become more important, like painting the house or getting it cleaned, removing some debris. So who are the target users? The victims and the rescuers, of course. So they can request and respond to rescue and relief. The users can also upload text messages as well as image and video messages. I'll get back to this, the uploading video and image part, which leads to citizen science-based, analysis of the flooding situation. I'll get into that a little later. And then, of course, you can also view the summary of damages, hazards, requests and responses, etc. And there's a second category of users, which are the administrators, who can look at a higher level, validate the requesters and rescuers' credentials, because this is one problem. You could have a bogus request. And then the administrators can allot rescue release efforts. They can also use the querying and reporting tool to analyze multi-level damage, request and response data, etc. So just to give you, a view of how the development happened, in 2018, when the floods happened in Kerala, we were not quite ready to release the app. But our chancellor said, this is the time you have to get it out. There is no way, there's no need, there's no point in waiting. So we just got it out as it was. So if you look at the top part, the part A of this figure, this is how the app looked. And then the actual ruggedization and, the making the app more solid actually happened in the field. And so you just, the pie charts show you the different types of requests that came from the field. The different types of, enhancement requests and things like that came to us from the users in the field. It just gives you the breakup. So it tells you how within a span of 2 months, the app went through like a quantum change, so to say. There was a tremendous improvement in the overall quality, stability, scalability of the app. So, in fact, we actually wrote a paper in the IEEE Software Magazine based on this experience we had of a new paradigm for software development, so to say. So we also have a web app, of course, more useful for the administrators, which can be used to again generate a lot of summary reports and viewing the status, etc. Things like loss of life, damages, updates on outages like power outage, water, cable, phone outages, hazards like accidents, cut cables, potholes, trees fallen, flooded roads. And of course, you can also get summary of the requests and responses etc. Now, going to the citizen science approach for estimating the flood depth based on computer vision using the image data that we gather using this app. What we've done is, we estimate the level of flooding by crowdsourcing the images. So basically, we ask the citizens to send us the images, and by using appropriate computer vision algorithms, we are able to estimate the depth of the flooding. So there are three scenarios we've considered. One is, we have images with humans wading through the flood waters. We could use that. And secondly, images of bridges over rivers and streams. So this is like a kind of add-on we came up with based on some inputs from the TU Munich team, because they work on a city called Kumba in Germany, where they're doing the hydrological modeling, and they have a lot of bridges, and they'll try to estimate the inundation and all that. So this is joint work to estimate again the water level under the bridges using computer vision. And thirdly, we can also use images of vehicles and water to estimate again the level of flooding. So it could be two-wheelers, cars, trucks, bicycles, etc., which can be again identified like object identification, and then using computer vision techniques like semantic segmentation, we can try to estimate the water level in the segmented object, whether that be a human being or a vehicle, and then do an estimation based on that. So just to give you a little bit more detail, so essentially, we have pictures like this. First, we do face detection, and then we also detect the gender. We try to estimate the age also. So based on these things, we come up with a average height for that human being, and then that's our reference, and then we try to arrive at the water level that cuts across the human frame, and then use that to estimate the water depth. Similarly with the bridges, again, we could have some reference dimensions that are available for the bridges, so use that as a reference, and again try to estimate where the water cuts the bridge pier, and then use that to estimate the water level. Very similar approach. And thirdly, with respect to the vehicles, again, the same thing. You try to segment out the vehicles, and you try to estimate the water level by figuring out where the water level cuts the vehicle frame. This whole thing does provide a lot of decision support capabilities, providing real-time information on the extent of flooding and hazards in different regions. So again, the decision makers can use this. Not only just get the information. So supposing you've done some kind of mitigation work based on, say, last year's flooding experience, and you want to see how effective it has been, you can even compare the last year data with this year data and see how it has improved. So that kind of historical comparisons can be made. Once we have a whole bunch of data on the graphical images, we can even come up with spatio-temporal variation of the flooding in a particular region, which is flood prone, by having a whole bunch of image data for that region. And we can, based on the flooding levels, we can try to estimate the need for rescue personnel, medical services, various relief items like food, clothing, shelter, etc., region-wise, and then try to do an optimal allocation. We're also working on using some algorithms to let the computer do this automatically for us. This is work in progress. And of course, we can match the requests with the responses, both manually as well as in an automated fashion, just like I just mentioned. This can also be used to develop and maintain the trust profiles of the end users, because again, when you talk about these horizontal, citizen-to-citizen linkages, how reliable is a particular source? There could be false claims of help as well as false offers of help with some ulterior motives and all that. So those are very important things to be dealt with. So that's where the trust profile, just like we talk about the credit rating of of an individual, we can talk about the trust rating, and that could become a very important gauge for us. So what are the challenges? So one thing is, when there is a disaster, it's quite likely there will be outages, power outages, network outages, etc. Yes, we have seen this, but then what happens? They do get restored pretty, quickly. It's not that very unlikely that they'll remain as outages for a long time. And the other thing we found is that even when there are outages, people get their friends and relatives to actually, ask for help on their behalf. So there is still, maybe they'll just make a phone call or something like that, and let others do their friends and relatives do it on their behalf. Of course, use of privacy is a very important criterion, and this varies from country to country as well. Privacy in India is a different ball game compared to in the Western countries. But we do have to take this into account when we come up with these applications. And then the authenticity, verifying the authenticity of the request is very important. Building trust in the responders and requesters, we talked about it. So both authentication as well as trust building become important challenges. Some of the publications, I won't go into the details. Again, you can see that the first publication was the one in IEEE software, talking about our software development methodology. And then the second one is with TU Munich on estimating the water level under the bridges. And the third is with the Mittweida applied University of Applied Sciences on the whole application. And then a whole bunch on ACM Mobisis and a few other conferences. And finally, just a quick mention, the same approach of using citizen science to enable community resilience has been used by us in developing another app called the Landslide Tracker. You might have heard about this yesterday. So essentially, we use a questionnaire prepared by the Geological Survey of India and get the citizens to respond in terms of what kind of landslides they have seen in their neighborhoods. And this has been very effective. So, we have recorded more than 250 landslides, and we use that to disseminate the information at different levels. Again, it could be to the landslide trackers, to the investigators, to the experts. So, there's a whole lot of work that has happened. I won't go into the details for want of time, and this is just a side note, and this is just some screen captures of what kind of information has been is gathered. And just a quick mention that there is also collaborative work with Professor Jan Klimes in the Institute of Rock Structure and Mechanics in Czech Republic. And now he's working with us in implementing the same mobile app in their language and encouraging their geological survey department to use it nationwide. And he did, give an interview to one of their TV channels recently where he described the app nicely. So I just, want to acknowledge his, mention here. I think that brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you for this opportunity, and I'm open to any questions now.
Thank you very much, sir. It was indeed a very interesting presentation with the journey of, or how with the real life example of how you built an app with in a very innovative way, actually. So, if participants have any questions, please add it in the Q&A section.
So I see one question from Dr. Gopal Krishna. So what he's saying is, from experience in Karnataka, smartphones are not widespread beyond towns. Marginalized communities and many rural communities have just feature phones. Also, literacy is an issue beyond Kerala. When in a critical situation, it may be difficult for even literate users to go through menus, etc. We should consider moving to a voice call-based NLP technology as the primary interface to cover all aspects. NLP voice bots can also perform most of the administrative tasks and logic. Thank you, sir. That's very, very useful, feedback. And we are working on including, SMS support and the voice bot. I think we can definitely look into incorporating that also into the overall solution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So with that, let us thank Professor Sethu for his wonderful presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Dhanya.
Next, we have with us Mr. Vijay Prasad Kesari. He holds more than 17 years of work experience in managing and implementing climate change mitigation and adaptation, biodiversity, and disaster risk management projects. He has worked in UNDP Nepal for 11 years, SNV Nepal for 3 years, and is currently working as Project Management Officer in UNDP Pacific Office in Fiji. He has practical experiences in climate change adaptation techniques applied in mountainous countries like Nepal, Uganda, and Peru, and he is currently dealing with adaptation techniques applied in small islands developing states. He also served as lecturer in Kathmandu Forestry College, Nepal. Mr. Kesari holds a master's degree in forestry management and in sociology. He has presented many papers in international workshops and addressed international seminars and symposiums. Let me once again welcome Mr. Vijay Prasad Kesari to the symposium.
Thank you, Mrs. Danya, and thanks for providing me this opportunity. So someone will upload my presentation. Hello.
Sir, if it's possible, you can please share your screen also.
Okay, so first I have to. It's visible now, my screen?
Yes, sir, yes.
Okay. Thanks again for providing me this opportunity to a little bit share about my experience right from my own country, Nepal, a mountainous country. And also just I'm here in Fiji these days supporting UNDP and especially implementing a climate promise project that is related with enhancing nationally determined contribution in small islands countries. So my experience, my presentation will be a little bit talking about the similarities and the differences in the techniques in mountains countries and the islands country. Because of this climate change, we all aware about that. The impact is already there. Effects are there. People are facing a lot of problem, whatever in mountainous countries or even the island country. So yes, so I will be talking about this all and sharing my experience. So it's difficult to. So yes, so the climate change is now is a reality, and there is I think no more we have to debate on that it's real or not. A lot of at least we can say that this many type of disasters is accelerated by this climate change phenomena, and due to that a lot of damage is happening in many countries, and a lot of displacement of population. Even fatalities are there. So no more further discussion I think required to go for work on or take care of this climate induced or climate accelerated different type of disaster in many countries. As we know, the mitigation, yes, we have to work on mitigation. That is the real cause. We have to hit on the cause of that this climate change. But the impact of mitigation, it seems it take a longer, but a lot of damages are already there. So these in mitigation, these countries, even I'm talking about the mountainous or in these island countries, the plantation is also there. People are talking about that, clean energy, and some interventions are there for solar, even some interventions for the wind energy, and changing the modality of this transportation from fuel based to clean energy based. These all things are going, but adaptation is the current requirement. Because a lot of countries are already facing this type of disasters, and they have doing the local community, even individual household, they are doing as much as they can. Just I want to show these three pictures, see how people are adapting these days. This climate induced different disasters are making their life horrible. So even this tire of this they are reusing these tires to just protect their house and control the erosions. Even this the one picture is I'm sharing here. Nepal, there was a huge flooding, and people were adapting to just cross the newly there was this area was agriculture land, and now this is a small river like things there. So people are even crossing that. People are supporting each other by handling, supporting each other by taking their hand in care, and also with supporting with their rope. And see these 3-4 bamboo is using, the family is using to just to evacuate themselves from this flood. So adaptation is any means we want to quickly act and adapt to the situation, whatever is climate induced different type of disasters. So I'm just, as I mentioned, I'm working on the NDCs. So how I am sharing here, one of the example of NDCs that it is the NDC of Tonga, one of this island country I'm working here. So whatever they are in their enhanced NDC, we know that in its 5 years as a climate agreement, every country has to go through their NDCs and review that. So this is the process ongoing, though the time was 2020, but due to this pandemic we are facing in all over the world. So this 2021 up to October, every countries are working. Many countries already submitted the NDCs, but I want to highlight here on one thing that many things these countries are adding adaptation rather than the mitigation. Yes, mitigation is also there, but because the accurate this scarcity of water use, they want to add different adaptation activities in their NDCs, and I found in many countries this adaptation techniques, adaptation requirements are they are mentioning in the NDCs. So even whatever the mountainous countries or island countries, some things which is required in every country is that, like this common initiatives, like all are developing policy measures for climate adaptation. They want to mainstream it in policies, plan and program and projects. Yeah, they want to strengthen their capabilities to foster the adaptation of the process. And yes, this is a common intervention everywhere. This establishing early warning system to aware the people, to alert the people on right time, and to save their life and property. Likewise, capacity building of communities to making them more resilient. They're giving the different type of training, awareness training of farm trainings. These are also ongoing. Vulnerability assessment, develop a community-based adaptive management. These things are very common. Incorporation of climate change in school and university courses. In many countries, these courses are now, these things are, now people are thinking that why not to incorporate this from the school level. So these are things are, these interventions are ongoing in many countries. And of course, every country is talking about the climate financing. And they are also in many countries, they are developing their own, amending their laws, and also they have creating their own fund. But yes, countries are for climate finance, they are approaching to GCF, Adaptation Fund, or other bilateral and multilateral fund. Many embassies in many countries are supporting to this type of adaptive activities. Now I want to share some of the example, as I mentioned, from the mountainous countries. And this is one is very this is a successful case from Nepal. So one study there in Nepal shows that 12 glacier lake are about to there is in danger to burst, and that will create a huge glacier lake outburst of flood, and that will erode all these downstream up to the Tarai area of Nepal. A lot of damages will happen. So UNDP Nepal, with the help of JEP support, they implemented one project, and the project was about to, it is the adaptation technique they used to just decrease the level of the glacier lake. So that the place was, the Imja Lake is 5,000 meter in elevation. So that it was not so easy job to do any type of work there. So UNDP first time took support of Nepal government to get help from the Nepal army, and with the special support of Nepal army technicians, channel developed there to lower the glacier lake level, and 3.4 meter level of that glacier lake decreased by this this technique. Likewise, I handled also one Nepal climate change support program there while I was in UNDP. So a lot of places there, a lot of rainfall is also there in Nepal, but yes, after the rainfall, all water goes to this river, and there is a drought season starts. So many areas are facing drought. So irrigation canals, in compared to the earlier days, now one has to construct to take the water from a longer distance, and the water resources are going up far and far due to this type of climate related different climatic phenomena, climate change related. So this is from one of the dialect district in Nepal. And also it is not so easy to get the water in irrigation canal also, or the drinking water. So in many places, water harvesting collection or recharge ponds are now under construction in many parts of this type of mountainous areas, like in Nepal. And not only the project supported by different donor agencies, also government of Nepal also supporting through their online agencies like soil and water conservation offices, and they are also supporting for this type of structure in many parts. And of course, due to this isolated rainfall, sometimes it's heavy rainfall in very minimum time, and a lot of erosions are happening. So normal erosion control mechanisms, soil stabilizations, these techniques are also quietly used in many adaptation projects in mountainous countries. And due to this scarcity of water, now drinking water is also becoming day by day a problem. So you have to construct many intake pond across the upstream side to collect water and bring to the habitat areas, village areas. So these techniques are also under many adaptation projects is ongoing there. Likewise, this is from Dailek and Gulbi districts. There is this technique is used to harvest roof water, rainwater, and then they are stocking this type of in this type of tank for a drought season to utilize the water as a drinking water. So these techniques are also in use. And of course, due to this little bit affordable rate of solar panels these days, many projects are also supporting the community to this uplift this drinking water solar based using the solar based techniques. So these are some techniques there, and also their projects are working on this drought resistance seed supply because of this low rain in many areas and due to drought. And also there's some initiatives is to preserve their local seeds. So there is a seed bank interventions also in many areas. Now I will talk a little bit about this adaptation techniques in a small island developing estates. So currently Tonga, Nauru, Cook Islands, even in Fiji. So many activities are ongoing in different projects. They are getting support from even GCF, ZEF, or some bilateral organizations are supporting. So this frequency of cyclones even recorded quite now frequent. Cyclones are there in Fiji last year only. Generally, there is an on average 1 to 2 bigger type of cyclones, but last year itself they faced 4. So these frequencies are increasing, and there are a lot of soil erosion. And we know that this all these islands country, their whole economy, major economy, more than 60% based on these coastal areas, and the main also threats the coastal areas these days. So a lot of work is going on this constructing retaining walls and preserving their areas. And for this nature-based solution, also they are involved in mangrove plantation and conservation. Earlier, there was also a debate between this livelihood, the fisheries things. So in the person who want a fisheries, they don't like even mangrove, but the mangrove is also quite good for this controlling the cyclone, even the high tides. So in Fiji also, and other island countries, this mangrove plantation now is one of the adaptive technique they are applying. And if there is a in the countries there, if the highland is available, so some countries in their NDC they have this planning for this shifting their village to topside, and it is in Nauru NDC. They mentioned about that. They made a plan for regulation of homes and critical infrastructure to topside, and piloting smart village. So it is not already in implementation, but yes, they are thinking to implement this type of relocating their whole settlement. And there is also because we know that this water transportation is quite important for this islands country, and now due to this many cyclones, and they are now feeling that port shutdowns even more than 3 months a year, which was not earlier the case. So now they want to develop a smart port, and ADB is supporting in many countries. Specifically, they are trying to bring ideas from Australia, Netherlands, and New Zealand to get techniques to how to they operate even in cyclone, or how to protect their properties in the port areas to even serve in this climate change phenomenon. Likewise, there are many good places already, somewhat in the island parts in ocean. So they want to prevent that, but currently they are just doing expansion of their marine protected areas and special management areas. This is from Tonga. They have this mentioned these things in their NDC to expand their marine protected areas and special management areas as an adaptation technique. And in some countries, of course, this is in Kiribati, they are making high-rise houses. Other countries are also adopting these techniques, so at least they can prevent their properties, their life, during this cyclone or flooding times. That's why they are just raising their houses a little bit higher and in elevation. And there are also thoughts about that to make a floating houses, and Kiribati country is now taking a lead on that, but it's still in the plan because this type of technique is emerging. And recently, just I want to share one. I think many people knows about this. This Netherlands is supporting Maldives for this type of technology to make floating houses. So these are some techniques already in implementation. Some are in thought on their plan in Pacific Islands country. So I would like to stop here, and happy to face any questions based on my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It was a very informative presentation and very interesting also, with somebody of practical experience in these matters. So I have a question. There was a very interesting picture in your slides about a water source recharge, which a circular pond-like structure. How does it work, sir? You mentioned it was a water source recharge.
Yeah, it's a water discharge system. So I saw here, the only one pond, but in ecosystem-based adaptation project, it's applied in Kaski district and Parbat district of Nepal. I was also responsible that time for that project. So we constructed many this type of structure along, in different height of a hill, and in the downstream, the water in the pond, there is no any cemented structure in the bottom, so it allows the water to collect and go infiltrate inside also, and for a certain time it's also work as a water pond there. So in many after constructing many this type of pond in hill areas, the downstream it's observed that the stream and the water sources get recharged. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. That was very interesting. So I guess with that, we will thank the speaker once again. Thank you very much, sir, for being part of our symposium. Our next speaker is our next speaker for today's session is Dr. Rekha P. She currently serves as an assistant professor at the Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications. She is pursuing
share my experience. Thank you.
She has completed her PhD in the area of wireless sensor networks. She also holds a master's degree in applied electronics and possesses industrial experience in product development, testing, and documentation activities in the embedded domain. Rekha was involved in the project WindSoak, which was India's first ever wireless sensor network to detect rain-induced landslides. A warm welcome to Rekha to this symposium.
Thank you, Danya ma'am. Hello, everybody. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending upon whichever time zone you are in. I hope I'm audible. Danya ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So can I start sharing my screen?
Yes, please. Your screen is visible to us.
Okay. All right. Okay. So the topic for today is social media data collection and processing framework for disaster management. And so before I start, I would like to acknowledge our collaborators and my team members. So the piece of work that I'm going to present right now was part of a multidisciplinary project, Landscape, and which in this project, Amrita works with various international and national collaborators. So these are few like King's College London, BGS, and international collaborators, and these are all our various other national and international collaborators. And I would like to acknowledge my Amrita team members also who are involved in this work. So these are all Amrita team members. So let's get started. So as the title says, this is we are talking about the data collection and processing framework. Okay. So we are talking about a data collection and processing framework which collect data from the social media. So as you all know, social media is now people are using social media for conveying their information, what is happening on a day-to-day basis, or what you say, like time to time, minute to minute information people keep talking about on Twitter and the various other social media platform. So in our work, we focus to collect data from Twitter and various online news media. So here, and this collected data will use some processing technique using natural language processing and various other NLP formatting. And we use this filtered and processed data for event detection and situational analysis. So this situational analysis is a piece of work which is in progress. So using this social media, it is, as you all know, like from social media, like it is huge collection of data. So for so what we have to do is like we have to collect the relevant data which is useful for us for disaster management. So the challenge involved is like you have to filter it out, the hazard related tweets and identify the various hazard related relevant website which gives you information about the hazard related events. So so for the to start with, we have derived an ontology, and this ontology we focus mainly on these three keywords: rain, flood, and landslide. So we keep collecting data from the social media and the Twitter and online news articles based on these three keywords: rain, flood, and landslides. So the this is the architecture of the framework. So as I have explained, it has got mainly three parts. One is data sources. From the data sources, you collect data. And using this analysis and event detection module, so it will go through a series of processing, data extraction. And from this data extraction, we will obtain a feature set. And from this feature set, we'll perform the appropriate data classification. And the relevant data, whatever the relevant information, we will be using projecting it upon a visualization dashboard. Using that, it is useful for you to classify the relevant information, and you can output the data in a particular format which is your end users or the various stakeholders are interested in. So talking about the main elements of the system, so these are all the various inputs to the module, and what all are the tasks performed, and we will get a set of outputs based on the module. So as I said, you have to apply the data collection keywords and the exclusion keywords based on the ontology and the language. What is your interested language to collect the data, and your current data, because for the disaster management, the current data is very relevant. Like we don't, there is no point in getting when you say landslide, there is no point in fetching a data which is about a landslide which has happened 1 year ago. Like you have to get the current near real-time data. So why we are using this exclusion keyword is like, if you just go with the keyword, for example, like our interested keyword is landslide, but I'm looking forward for the landslide data, the tweets or the online news articles which talks about the landslide disaster. But the word landslide is, we are using word landslide with in different other contexts also. For example, like there can be a tweet like landslide victory for a particular party and in the recent election. So we don't want to fetch that kind of data. So exclusion keyword is very relevant to get the exact data that you are looking for. The same way, this words rain, flood, and all, like we use in different contexts. Rain we will use for with respect to emotions. So flood also, rain, flood. So literature related articles are there with the words rain, flood, and all. So we have to use like proper exclusion keywords for fetching the relevant data. Now so this one, so based on the exclusion keywords itself, like you have to do the first level of pre-processing, like for fetching the data. So the task performed is like, it is based on the querying algorithm, and the output from the module is like you will get the near real-time tweets. And this retrieved tweets, like whatever tweets that you are getting, so it will have a lot of other information also. You will have some URLs attached to it, or you'll have a lot of mentions. When we tweet something, it is the habit that we tag so many other people, like, so you have the mentions and all. So we will, so in the pre-processing stage, we'll remove such URLs and the other mentions and all. So after that, you will get a clean tweet. And then in this particular module, we are fetching data in the various languages and all, like in Hindi, Nepali, Tamil, Malayalam and all. So you have to, so for, in order for processing, we are processing it in the English. So you have to translate the tweets. So you have several modules which helps you to get the translated tweets. And from the from this tweet, sometimes like people tweet with, so okay, landslide has happened, and along with that they'll attach some videos or images. So using tweet ID, so this images and videos are, we are using in a data repository. We are extracting the images and videos associated with the tweets, and we are storing it in a separate repository. So based on the tweet ID, you will extract the images and or the associated image URL, and you can store it in the other respective repository. And when you talk about the news articles, so what our system does is, like, used on the using the relevant keywords, you perform an automated Google News search. So the Google News search will give you the set of identified relevant popular trending news sites, and we can scrape articles from that particular news site. But we have also identified that during our study phase, we have also identified that there were some like regional news sites would be there, or the regional news articles which may not be appearing in this current Google News search all the time, but that will be providing like relevant information related to disaster in a particular area. For example, there is a landslide prone area. For example, there is a landslide, it is a remote area, say Munnar, a remote village in Munnar. So there will be some regional newspaper, some local news portals are there, which gives the information related to that particular thing. So it's high chance that such regional news things will not appear in a Google News search first. So we are keeping a set of relevant, we are identifying a manually defined website details, and we scroll from that particular URLs also. So again, the problem with this news article is, like, you will normally the news articles will have like 60 to 100 sentences. From the 60 to 100 sentences, what we have is like the information that we are looking for. What we are looking for is which is related to disaster. So for example, so landslide has happened or a flood has happened in a particular area. And so in the news article, they will also talk about like so many other related things, what all happened in that particular area, or minister visited that place, and or district collector visited that place, and so on. So district collector offered some help of whatever things, so many other things that. So such things we don't want, like which is not helping us to define the disaster, the other requirements which is for processing this one, that is not contributing for our processing for event detection and the situational analysis. So from news articles, we have to classify the news articles into different sentences, and we will label the news label the sentences based on your priority, high, low, medium, like that. So, or you can even exclude which is the relevant. So this minister visited, such things and all you can exclude. So based on the retrieved news articles, like we have to classify the news article sentences, and we have to label it accordingly. So that is another module in the system. And in the same way here also, we will have images and videos attached with news articles. So that also we are storing it in a separate repository. And so now this is the data collection and the data processing module. So you will have data sources, Twitter and news, and then you have the relevant processing system. So now coming to the third part, which is the main part, which is the event detection module and the situation and analysis module. So in this event detection module, we are performing the classification based on the filtered relevant tweets and the relevant news articles. So in the event detection, we are performing classification in two different ways. One is the binary classification and another one is multi-classification. So binary, though we are using all these pre-processing and all using exclusion keyword and other things, there is chance that we will get the data which is related to hazard, which is not related to hazard. So this binary classification module will classify your tweets into these two categories. That is what it is named as binary classification, whether your tweet is related to a hazard or which is not related to a hazard. And in the multi-classification, we are just again classifying based on whether that particular tweet is related to your interested keywords that you are looking for. Is it related to rain, flood, or a landslide, or we are classifying it into others, which is related to some other class like that. So this particular module, we are, as I said, it collects tweets which is in these many languages: Hindi, Malayalam, Tamil, Bengali, Nepali, and English. So English is, as you all know, the global language, and this is the languages where which is more prominent. This Bengal, Nepal, and all more prominent to landslide areas. And our system automatically execute our module 3 times a day. So this is the sub-level architecture. As I explained, you have the Twitter and various Twitter API. You will use perform the will supply this exclusion keywords, and you perform the filtering your tweets, and then you perform the data pre-processing, and we perform the location identification and relevant translation and transliteration, and we will be uploading the translated tweets in the relevant database. So this is a summary of the results that we have got in this particular period. So we could collect these many number of tweets during this particular period. And coming to the architecture that we are using is MySQL database on the backend and the Python on the front end. So these are all the various tables in the MySQL database for storing the relevant information. So as I said, this is the raw tweet. So the raw tweet that you are fetching from the Twitter, it has these many fields. So from this one, we convert it into our relevant various other relevant form, which is helpful for performing the processing. So this is the clean to tweets. So clean to tweets will have the table ID, tweet ID, and content like that. And then we'll have the translated tweet. So whatever that you have obtained here, if it is in a regional language, we'll have the corresponding translation here in the translated tweet, and then we'll have the refined tweet. And so for performing this, as I said, this exclusion keyword, first of all, it will help you to get the relevant data that you are looking for. And also the exclusion keywords will help you to optimize your storage. So without this particular keywords and all, if you go for just fetching data from the Twitter, you will have your storage requirement is very huge in terms of GB and all. But by using the proper keywords and the combination of proper exclusion keyword, we could reduce the storage requirement to up to 750 KB per day. So from GB, we could achieve the storage optimization to KB. So as I mentioned earlier, this is an example of exclusion keyword. So elections, and landslide election, all these things are, it's just one set of example. So like that, we have several other keyword exclusion keyword combinations, such as like rain, flood, and all, with this related to emotion, literature, and so many other things. So as I explained earlier, we also fetch the images and videos. So these are all the tables corresponding to images and videos. So when you consider like scraping the website articles for fetching the information from online news articles, what you have to do is like here, along with the other filtering and things like that, here we have to also look for the scraping permissions of the website. For example, some website they have configured in such a manner that they don't want to scroll their data. So like that's for storing, we are fetching this data and we are storing it in our database, and we are performing it in we are performing various operations and producing results. And also some website, like you don't have a permission to do that. So before scrolling into a particular website, we check for the scraping permission. If the website really permits, it's only we perform the scrolling from that particular news article. So as I mentioned earlier, we have defined a set of ontology. So we are performing this extraction based on the relevant keywords. So this is the table for mentioning the ontology keywords. So these are all the relevant list of extracted words from the ontology for retrieving the relevant news articles. So here also, like as we said earlier, like we could again reduce our storage requirement further from GB to KB based by using the proper exclusion keywords. So these are all the table structure with respect to the online news data store from online news data storage. So this news data, ontology cable, and you have Frontier. Frontier means the stored list of URLs. As I explained earlier, like relevant local URLs, local news website, which is less likely to appear in a Google search, but will give you the relevant information related to the local hazard that is happening. So this is the sample table format and all. So now the next phase is like, as I explained earlier, the event detection phase. So the event detection phase, it accepts the tweets and online news, which is, and we are classifying it into binary classification. So this is the binary classification, either related to hazards or not related to hazards. So this not related to hazard will go to directly to others when you go to the multi-classification. So this binary classification, this thing will go to the multi-classification, and whatever is related to hazard, that will be classified any one among this: rain, flood, and landslide. And so these are all the relevant tables that we use whether the event detection module is working upon. So for this event detection module, the inputs are the clean tweets, translated tweets, and the refined tweets, and the news sentences, news data, and the news sentences. So these are all the tweets, like so you have like so whatever the one denotes the related to hazard, and 0 related to not related to hazard. So whatever from this one will go like the other: rain, flood, or landslide. So these are all the we have done the model validation based on this manually labeled tweets and all. So, and we have validated our framework during the monsoon season. And so during this particular period, we could collect related to hazard these many number of tweets, and not related to hazard these many number of tweets. And by going to the multi-classification module, these are all the results: the number of rain, flood, and landslide related tweets.
Dr. Eka, sorry to interrupt, but you will be finishing in a couple of minutes, right?
Yeah. So this, I'll just go take you through the results page actually. So this is the results from the visualization module. So in the visualization module, you should be able to like view the appropriate results based on the couple of buttons and all. So it is user friendly. So any end user who are involved in this particular thing can view their corresponding thing using this visualization. So these are all the screenshots of the visualization. So in fact, we could, during the last monsoon period, we validated this framework, and we could capture the Rajmala'i landslide thing using this. And this is the classification that we have, the results that we have obtained in the last monsoon period. So that's about this framework. Thank you all. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. That was a very wonderful presentation.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Namaskar. Very good presentation, Dr. Eka.
Thanks.
Good work. It's phenomenal work. Really, I'd appreciate that. My question is more on performance of your solution. Like, what is the volume that you can do in a given time? Because what happens when you're in a disaster type of scenario, there will be a storm. Suddenly there will be a storm of tweets and messages, right? There will be a huge storm of messages that occur when there is a disaster. So have you done performance analysis to figure out how much you can handle?
So in fact, yeah, we have done the dump test and all, like using our own creative tweets and all. So that is what I have told you in the presentation. So since using the proper exclusion keywords and all. So that is what I explained. Without using the proper exclusion keywords, like you will get a lot of unwanted data, and the data storage is also very high, like 2 GB, 3 GB, up like in terms of GB. But since we have done this proper exclusion keywords, our daily requirement now is coming up to 750 KB and all. So we have done some kind of dump text and all. So it was like still was it in KB and all, but in the real time, actually we have not experienced this storm of this one in the real time. We have done the dump test. We created our own dump tweets and all. We created done the some kind of dump test. So but that we could handle. Our system could handle that.
Okay. The other observation is basically you can improve it performance, and you can improve your screen a whole lot if you put in an NLP interface, natural language processing interface, that will actually derive meaning from the tweet. It will derive intent and meaning.
Yeah, it is a work in progress, sir.
Okay, good.
We are addressing that. Thank you for the feedback.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I suppose that's it for the time being. So let's thank the speaker once again. And with this wonderful presentation, we are coming to the end of this session, and we will have a break. And we'll meet again at 2 p.m. Indian time. That is 15 minutes from now for our next session.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Center for Wireless Networks and Applications, a cutting-edge research center at Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, offers MTech and PhD programs. The center has the following state-of-art laboratories for researchers and students. India's first landslide simulation laboratory, and our contributions have resulted in the design, development, and deployment of the world's first wireless sensor network system for landslide monitoring and early warning. This lab serves as a test bed for developing and varying the conditions of the systems that we intend to deploy in the landslide-prone areas. These are the advanced equipments we use for testing soil and rock samples brought from the field. Their geotechnical properties are tested based on international standards. Keysight Technologies, a global leader in electronic measurement equipment and design tools, have collaborated to establish a state-of-the-art advanced wireless communications lab. This is one among the very few such labs found in Indian universities and has equipment valued at several crores of rupees. Smart Grid Lab targets distributed multi-scale smart networks which facilitate the integration of low-cost real-time monitoring and control devices into the grid. The lab serves as a test bed for students and researchers where they can plug in their modules and validate using the real-time data visualization tool. lab also supports validation of renewable energy systems that are developed for rural electrification projects. This lab provides an experimentation platform for developing low-cost educational technology platforms. This lab hosts a variety of tools, including a host of specialized depth detection, PTZ leap motion devices. A perfect platform for architecting a next-generation classroom system using computer vision algorithms such as gesture detection, participant localization, etc. This lab will provide students practical experience in designing, deploying, and implementing wireless sensor networks in both indoor and outdoor conditions. Remote users will have a permanent test bed for development and testing of concepts. This lab includes 12 experiments demonstrating these concepts by providing study materials, animations, interactive simulations, and a remote panel. Hardware Lab of Amrita WNA serves the students and staff for their research and development. The lab has various types of tools from Weller, Taperia, Fluke, Freeman's, Dremel, Bosch, Mecco, etc. Nearly 50 different tools can be found here. Our MTech programs.
In rural areas of India, the water the villagers consume is often contaminated due to runoff from their fields, which carry a high concentration of chemical pesticides. Recognizing the need to address this challenge, the Amrita University team decided to work with the villagers to bring clean water to the settlement. In the village of Guptapada, located in Odisha, through MA Mart's Amrita Serve and Amrita University Live in Labs initiative, water is now distributed to 60 homes. Villagers are now able to receive water through a pipe system which connects to an overhead Syntex steel water tank that currently stores 5,000 litres of water. Many villagers express their gratitude to Amma because they no longer needed to make the strenuous trek to collect and carry water back to the village.
ଆମକୁ ସବୁ ଦେଲେ ସବୁ ଇଆଡ଼େ କଳ ବସାଇଲେ ଆମ ଗାଣ୍ଡିକି ଏଠି ପାଣି କହନ୍ତି ବଛର ଦେଲେ ଆଉ ସବୁ ତ ଆମକୁ ଦେଲେ ଆଉ କ'ଣ ଆମର ଅସୁବିଧା କଲେ
ସବୁ ହେଲା ଲୋ ମାମା ଏଇଟା ସରକାରୀ କବଲାର ଆମ ଏଇ ଜାଗା କାଗଜପତ୍ର ହେଇନି
ଯେହେତୁ ଆମେ ଗୋଟେ ଘରୁ ବାହାରିଲୁ ବଜାରକୁ ଯିବା ପାଇଁ ତେଲ ଗୋଡ଼ା ଧୁଆ ହେଇନୁ ଟିକେ ଧୁଆ ଦେଇଛୁ ସୁବିଧା ଆସିଲୁ ଶୋଷ ଲାଗିଲା ଏଠି ଟିକେ ପାଣି ପିଇଦୁ ବଜାରରୁ ଆସିଲେ ସାଇକେଲ ଚଲେଇକିରି ଟିକେ ପାଣି ପିଇଦୁ ଖରାରେ ଆଉ ଆମର ଏଠି ଫୁଟବଲ ଖେଳ ହେଉଛି ଏଠି ଆମର ଷ୍ଟଲ୍ରେ ପାଣି ରହିବା ନିହାତି ଦରକାର ଷ୍ଟଲ୍ ପାଖରେ ବି ହେଇଛି ଏଠି ଆମେ ଷ୍ଟଲ୍ କରୁଛୁ ଫୁଟବଲ ଖେଳ ହେଉଛି ଆମର ମ୍ୟାଚ୍
ଆମ ଦେବାରୁ ଆମେ ବହୁତ ସୁବିଧାରେ ଅଛୁ।
Success. It's the buzzword today in all walks of life. In your journey towards success, the university you choose plays a major role. With top-class research infrastructure, PhD faculty, and high-quality education, Amrita plays a major role in its students' success stories. Come, join Amrita University, an institution of eminence by UGC, ranked as the top private university in India by Times Higher Education World University Rankings and the 4th best university in India by NIRF Rankings 2020. Through our specially designed Chancellor's Scholarship, we provide up to 100% fee waiver and help you learn from the best. Our dual degree program in association with top universities from US and Europe can get you ahead of the curve. Come, start your journey towards success. Visit www.amrita.edu. Success starts with Amrita.
Marine fishermen along India's 7,517 kilometer coastline spend several days on the open seas as far away as 120 kilometers from the shore. They are completely isolated from their families and other service agencies on land during these days. They don't have a way to communicate during emergencies such as accidents, illnesses, vessel breakdown, etc. Also, there is no way to alert them about impending storms, potential collision with another vessel, potential fishing zones, etc. They cannot afford to use satellite phones because they're very expensive. So what they're looking for is a very low-cost solution that will enable them to communicate to the land. So the researchers at Amrita Center for Wireless Networks and Applications have developed and deployed a very low-cost communication infrastructure called OceanNet. It can provide connectivity up to 60 to 70 kilometers from the shore using a Wi-Fi network on the boat. Fishermen can connect to this network using the smartphones that they own already. This solution has been field tested 7 times so far using up to 4 trawlers, and it has also been permanently deployed on 9 trawlers already.
Namaskar, everyone. Welcome back. Now we have Dr. Jonathan Chambers. He's a team leader in ESG geophysical tomography keyword kingdom. He is a research in this British Geological Survey. Mr. Chambers, Dr. Chambers had PhD University of Sheffield, Applied and Environmental Physics. He has MSc University of Lancaster, Industrial Rocks and Minerals. He has research interest in development and application of electrical imaging methods, in investigation and monitoring of engineering structures. He also has interest in landslide investigation and monitoring among his various fields of interest. I warmly welcome Dr. Jonathan Chambers. Dr. Chambers, the floor is over to you.
Thank you very much indeed for the introduction. Much appreciated. It's a real privilege to be here with you today, and thank you for inviting me. I will share my screen in a moment, but just to check, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, and I hope you can see my screen that I've just shared. Okay, so today I want to focus on the contribution of geophysics to the development of landslide early warning systems. Now, I'm sure you share my view that the development of landslide early warning systems are a very important part of adapting to climate change and increased hazard, particularly associated with landslides, and are a means of improving community resilience to these sorts of hazards. Before I continue, I want to acknowledge the contribution of my co-workers. What I'm going to present here is the result of many years of research at BGS and other institutes with the people listed on the screen there. Okay, so in terms of context, beginning with the UK. In the UK, we have infrastructure much like anywhere else in the world, transportation, energy, coastal defences. All of these elements of infrastructure contain earthworks, earth structures, slopes. And in the UK, certainly, many of these were constructed a long time ago to no recognisable engineering standards. So relatively poor quality construction, but they're still used today. Now, when you combine these old structures with extreme weather events, such as intense rainfall that we're more frequently encountering, then the result is lots of slope failures, lots of problems with very significant economic and social impacts. So that, if you like, is the UK context. Now, looking globally, clearly the situation is significantly worse, where you have areas with much higher rainfall than you and in more mountainous regions, so steeper slopes. So looking particularly at Southeast Asia and also India, as well as many other places in the world. So a really significant problem globally. And the technologies we're seeking to develop, we would suggest are very broadly applicable anywhere where there is a landslide hazard that needs to be dealt with. Now, just moving on to the concept of landslide early warning systems, which again, I guess many of you are familiar with. It's a very rapidly developing area of research and development, and there are many systems out there, many different ways of doing things. But to illustrate the concept, I want to use the approach put forward by Intrieri et al. 2013, where they suggested that a landslide early warning system should consist of at least 4 fundamental elements, and it very much seems that these elements are common to many landslide early warning systems, which is why I'm using this to illustrate the point. The first element is design, so based on local knowledge of the problem that you're seeking to address. The next element is monitoring, to understand the processes associated with potential landslides. And the monitoring so includes instrumentation, data collection, data transmission. And in order to properly deploy instrumentation, we certainly need to build this on the foundation of design. So, as I said, the local knowledge. The next element is the forecasting. So using the monitoring instrumentation and the monitoring data and information to try and look forwards to predict potential landslides based on changing conditions and thresholds. So this early warning aspect embedded there. And the last element, called here to education, really involves informing and involving stakeholders in response to the warning. So it's making sure that those people who need to know about the risk are properly notified in good time. Okay. So I should say that these systems work over a range of scales, from regional all the way down to slope scale. What I'll be focusing on in this talk is more towards the slope scale end of things with the use of ground-based geophysics. So in terms of conventional practice, and again, this is looking particularly at the UK, the way that slope stability assessment is undertaken is still dominated by walkover surveys, by surface inspections. This is becoming more sophisticated with the use of remote sensing data increasingly. But again, these elements are fundamentally looking at the ground surface. So, and not the subsurface. They're looking for change in sloped geometry as a result of failure. So one could argue that they're looking at the problem after it's already happened. Now, to complement the remote sensing approaches, we can also install instrumentation in the ground to look at the subsurface processes, the precursors driving slow failure. So using, for example, drilling and point sensors, sensor networks, as we've heard about earlier in the conference, to try and understand, if you like, what is happening in the subsurface. Now, where geophysics, I think, contributes particularly and complements these other approaches is that it can give spatial information on the subsurface. So identifying, if you like, spatially and volumetrically those processes as they develop towards a landslide or slope failure event. And just to build on this point a bit, for those of you who aren't familiar with geophysics, I just want to suggest some of the benefits. So I want to use the medical imaging analogy here. I guess many of us are familiar with medical imaging from the simple X-ray all the way up to sort of MRI type scans. But clearly, medical imaging has transformed the way medicine is practiced. And there are a number of reasons for this. First of all, it's non-invasive. So by using medical imaging, it can reduce the need for costly or dangerous operations. Okay. It provides spatial information. So you can, if you like, volumetrically, spatially image the body. You can identify small scale processes, disease processes at an early stage. And using these sorts of imaging approaches, you can help target further investigations and maybe operations. It can be medical imaging can be relatively low cost to many other procedures. If you think of comparison between assembling a surgical team involving many people undertaking many hours of surgery to investigate a problem, compared to a relatively quick scan, it can be a very cost-effective option, and it can be done quickly very often. Medical imaging can be very quick, and sometimes it's the only option. Sometimes the imaging and scanning approaches are the only option available to doctors if the patient is very vulnerable and for example, couldn't cope with surgery. So how does this compare to geophysics? Really, with geophysics, we're trying to do the same thing, but on a larger scale, and rather looking at the human body, looking at the ground. So, but the benefits I would suggest are the same. So it's non-invasive, reducing the need for costly or dangerous drilling or excavations. And notice I say reducing the need. It doesn't eliminate the need, and this complements the other approaches I talked about earlier. It provides spatial and volumetric information, identifying small-scale deterioration or fluid processes, for example, in relation to landslides. And so we can identify problems potentially happening at an earlier stage to target further investigations and remedial activities. Geophysics can be relatively low cost compared to many other approaches, particularly drilling, for example, which can be very expensive. Geophysical surveys are often rapid, and again, sometimes geophysics approaches are the only option. So that's, if you like, the case for using geophysics for near-surface investigation and also incorporating them into landslide studies. So I want to introduce you to some work we've been doing at BGS in recent years in terms of developing geophysical technologies for landslide monitoring. And the system I want to talk about is based on electrical resistivity tomography, so an electrical imaging approach, very well understood and known within geophysics. But here we've configured it for in situ monitoring. So how does it work? Well, this schematic shows you the concept. I hope you can see my red cursor. So we install our sensor arrays permanently or semi-permanently at our field site. So these are typically installed on the ground surface, allowing us to image non-invasively into the ground, but they can also be installed within boreholes, for example. These sensors are attached to our monitoring instrumentation. We call it the PRIME system, the Proactive Infrastructure Monitoring and Evaluation System. So that sits in the field alongside the sensor array. And then we communicate with the system using wireless telemetry, using typically the mobile phone network. So we can send instructions through to the system and it will automatically make measurements and stream those measurements back to our servers at BGS. So the data are stored on our servers. Now the next stage is very important, and it's the automated processing of the data. So making sense, if you like, of the measurements that we're making. And there are a number of components to this. So first of all, we have to filter the data and undertake quality assessment and assurance. We can extract movement information from our electrical measurements. I'll mention that again in a moment. And that will help us to understand whether or not the slope is actually moving. We can generate images, time series images of subsurface resistivity changes. Now, resistivity is an electrical property of the ground, sort of familiar to geophysicists, but we can apply property translations to resistivity images and recast them in terms of, for example, moisture content images, allowing us, if you like, to generate these images of moisture movement within the ground. And then the final element is to deliver this information via a web dashboard in near real time to allow those people who need to make decisions based on the information to do that. Okay. Now, how does this compare to our landslide early warning concept? Well, I'd suggest that the various elements of this system can be understood in terms of the 4 elements of the landslide early warning system. So design, and knowing where we need to place our sensor arrays for the monitoring. The monitoring component in itself, so the hardware and the software, if you like, elements of generating data and information. We have the forecasting, so looking at thresholds associated with slope failure based on the information generated from the geophysical imaging. And then lastly, education or communication. So the web dashboard, if you like, delivering real-time or near real-time information to stakeholders. And I'm going to go through some of the elements of this in slightly more detail now. So starting with the monitoring aspect. So looking at the instrumentation, the resistivity instrument that we've designed and developed at BGS is based on a modular sort of framework. So a 19-inch rack houses the system. It's deployed in a small environmental enclosure in the field. So a very small footprint, about 70 centimeters by 40 centimeters. It's a very low power system, so it can be run remotely off of a small solar array. The modular design, I should also say, makes it very easy to service in the field, even for a non-specialist, so plug and play technology. It doesn't just make geophysical measurements, it also can address other SDI environmental sensors, such as moisture content, oil pressure, or rainfall, and these data can be streamed alongside the geophysical measurements. And then in terms of control, so I said we use a GSM modem typically, or a 4 or 5G modem. So we have a web portal control to schedule measurements, to retrieve the data using this calendar type function. Just a bit more detail in the processing scene. Now, the software side of this was every bit as challenging as the hardware side in terms of development. And for this to be useful for landslide early warning, we needed to automate the processing scheme. Now, the inversion, the forward modeling, the image generation is routinely undertaken by geophysicists, but this tends to be a very manual process. What we've had to do here is to automate it, and it's been extremely challenging. But we do have a version of this now running on BGS servers. So taking the incoming data, looking at the quality, inverting the data to generate our images, and then applying the relevant property translations, temperature corrections, for example, to generate our images of the subsurface. Now, in terms of making the resistivity information intelligible, there are a number of translations, as I've said, that we need to look at. First of all, ground motion. We've developed schemes in the publications shown there to extract movement information from the electrical measurements. Now, this was a very challenging undertaking. They use this approach in medical imaging, where resistivity is used for looking at lung function. They have to treat the position of the electrode as a variable in the inversion. So it is possible to invert for electrode displacement based on the electrical measurements. And this is what we do. And this means that we can track electrode movement using this geophysical technique. Secondly, we want to relate resistivity to properties that are more useful to engineers and people responsible for managing, if you like, landslide hazards. So we relate moisture content to resistivity. There's a very, very close relationship. Most electrical current passes through the ground through the pore fluid. So as you reduce the amount of pore fluid, you dry the material, so it increases the resistivity. And we can see this sort of property shown here relating resistivity to gravimetric moisture content. So we undertake sampling in the laboratory with wet and dry samples for specific soil types that allow us to develop these site-specific relationships to allow us to calibrate our resistivity images. And then we do something very similar for soil suction, where we observe similar relationships. And from that, we can then start moving on to thinking about shear strength and even factor of safety. So looking at the next element, which is the fourth part of forecasting in terms of landslide and early warning. And I want to use one of our UK-based test sites to illustrate this point a little bit. So this is the Holland Hill Landslide Observatory. You can see on the top right-hand side of the page an aerial photo, a LiDAR scan showing, if you like, the surface deformation overlain by a resistivity image, where you can see the warm colours, the sandstone at the bottom of the slope where my cursor is, and then the blue colours representing the clays at the top of the slope. And if you look at the geology of the slope, the cross-section at the bottom left, you can indeed see we've got this gently dipping mudstone at the top overlying the stayed sandstone formation. And it's the Whitby mudstone, the mudstone that is failing at this site and slipping down the slope over the sandstone. And then you can see a 3D rendering of this on the top left, where we can see the volumetric geophysical image showing the distribution of clays at the site. Here we can see a 3D animation showing the hill slope. Again, the blues represent our clays, and then the red represents the underlying stay sandstone. You can see the two lobes of blue material on either side of the image slipping over the sandstone. You see the internal structure of the landslide and the slope here. And now we're going to see an animation showing how we've tracked changing moisture content in terms of gravimetric moisture change over several seasons of monitoring. We can see how the water accumulates at the bottom of the slope here at certain points of the year, if you like, becoming wetter and wetter. Very heterogeneous distribution, so very complex flow within the body of the slope, with very, very significant seasonal changes. Okay, so here we've got tracking, if you like, the moisture dynamics within the slope. Now, what we can do here is then relate this to other, even more useful parameters, such as suction and even the strength of the material. And then relate, if you like, these changes in the subsurface, subsurface precursor processes to slope failure. And at this site, what we've been able to do is develop thresholds where we see properties changing to an extent where we can then anticipate slope failure events. So there's sort of like a training or learning process to go through with the material types we're dealing here, but moving, if you like, towards better forecasting and prediction. Next element is education and communication. So how do we make this information accessible to the people who need to use it? Well, we've been teaming up with industry partners here who developed geotechnical web dashboards to deliver geotechnical information to stakeholders, in this case, rail companies. And they historically use point sensors. They have a GIS front end, so you can see the monitoring sites shown as the green circles here. You can zoom in on these sites. You can see where individual sensors are located. You can click on individual sensors to see how properties are changing. We also have webcams. And what we've done here is to incorporate our geophysical images into this same dashboard. So you can see our volumetric images. We can cut and slice them. We can set thresholds above which alarms occur in terms of, say, elevated moisture contents or loss of suction. And we can therefore view the geophysical information alongside all the other data streaming in, so the geotechnical, webcam, weather information, for example. So if you like, a foundation on which to build this sort of this concept of a landslide early warning system. In terms of a future look, I've talked here about resistivity imaging, but there are other extremely relevant geophysical approaches to integrate alongside conventional point sensors and remote sensing technologies. And in particular, I want to flag up seismic methods. Now, seismic methods are very useful in investigating material strength. So combining geoelectrics, so resistivity, which is very good at illuminating moisture-driven process with seismic methods, giving more insight into the strength of your life material is a very, very obvious avenue of research that we're developing at the moment. And here you can see some time-lapse seismic images of VP-VS ratio. So allowing us to look at changes within a landslide over time, looking particularly at moisture-driven processes here. Now, seismic methods generally require very significant manual input. So active methods are difficult to use for monitoring, but passive methods and the use of fiber optics to help us look at seismic data is extremely promising. And this is what we're doing now alongside various other research groups across the world. So the landslide I referred to earlier, the Holland Hill Observatory, we've installed fiber with our partners Optosense at this site, where we're beginning in the first instance to look at strain. And here you can see a map of strain along the fibers that correspond very well to elevated moisture levels. And the next step here is to look at distributed acoustic sensing, so using effectively the fiber in place of geophones to allow us to do some passive seismic imaging at the site to complement the resistivity work we're already doing. So just to summarize and conclude, we've seen that developments in geophysical measurement instrumentation, telemetry and data processing are enabling us to look inside landslides, monitoring at increasingly high spatial and temporal resolutions, looking at precursor processes to slope failure, even in very heterogeneous subsurface environments. We've seen that geoelectrical approaches can be readily adapted for monitoring. We've illustrated this with the BGS design system, but we've also seen that passive seismic and fiber-based solutions are rapidly developing for this application. And these emerging geophysical techniques strongly complement geodetic techniques and intrusive investigations. And I think taken as a whole, we're on the brink of some major advances in slope scale landslide early warning systems. And just to conclude, I want to flag up the work that we're doing with Amrita at the moment. So it's working in partnership with Amrita to deploy these sorts of integrated wireless sensor networks and geophysical sensor networks to look at landslides, particularly in this case in Kerala, with some very exciting data looking at moisture-driven processes in the slope. So what I'll do, I will stop there and hand back to the chair.
Very much, Dr. Chambers. It was really exciting presentation. It was like I was so astonished to see that these cool ways we can measure the landslide and the early warning system. I was wondering, do we use remote sensing somewhere, like satellite-based remote sensing?
Yes.
Or can we?
Now, our approach is increasingly that we want to combine all available information streams into these sorts of systems. So yes, we are using remote sensing, whether it be UAV-based platforms for repeat sort of, if you like, photogrammetry surveys or even LiDAR surveys, but also satellite-based remote sensing. So using corner reflectors on these landslides to measure movement alongside all of the other measurements that we're making. So yes, increasingly using remote sensing alongside these.
When you say yes to satellite remote sensing, do you have any sensor in mind, like a radiometric, like probably SAR Or lidar based, we have very few spaceborne lidar observations.
Yeah.
So what exactly do you mean by that?
I think the use of INSAR is particularly powerful. So combined with ground-based corner reflectors, and I guess in many places globally, you're having satellites sort of coming over the sites on a very frequent basis, every few days, for example. So this can provide some quite high resolution, like movement information for these sorts of approaches. Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is, if we want to do this, probably it's like we don't know when exactly the event will occur and how's the mission passing by, and these things are like a little uncertain, so that we have to keep.
I'm very sorry.
Using these technologies.
I was struggling. Could you just repeat that? I was struggling to hear that. You're a little bit broken up.
I'm sorry. I just said that the tricky part with satellite-based sensors are that we don't know when the event occurs, if the mission is overhead or not. So that can get like.
Yes. Yeah. I understand. Yes. Yes.
From our panelists, do we have any other question? I'm sure there are a big group of people who are here who are interested in early warning, because I mean I can see that you guys have worked together, and
Yes. Sorry, I'm afraid I didn't catch that. Your voice is breaking up on the line. Sorry.
Internet is not cooperating right now.
Dr. Alka, your network is breaking a lot. The connectivity is not great.
Moving, ma'am, from one place to another. Okay, is it better now?
That's a bit better. Yes.
Yeah. So, yeah. Do we have any other question from the panelists? If someone has a question, you can please put it in Q&A. Right now, I don't see any Q&A question. Yeah, personally, I'm curious to know how we will be. We can use remote sensing, but maybe that's a little longer discussion to go for. But really, it was really interesting presentation, and I'm like, it's so important to have these kind of installation. Like we are trying to do in Amrita as well. So that's great to hear the presentation.
Yeah. But we've certainly very much appreciated working with Dr. Manisha and her team at Munar. It's been an extremely valuable, I think, research site. And just to comment, just one more comment on the remote sensing, and it's just to emphasize, with the remote sensing, it gives you information on the ground surface, whereas the geophysics gives you subsurface information. The two approaches together, I think, really do strongly complement each other. I think that's one of the key messages I'd like to put across.
Yeah. I should. Thank you so much, Dr. Champer. It was a very good presentation. Now I move to our next presenter. Here is Dr.
Alka, who is your co-chair? Can they read out? It's breaking a lot.
Oh, that will be okay. Okay.
Is there a co-chair?
Next we have Dr. Hari Srinivasan, Professor of Global Environment.
Hari, Chandana, it's not audible. Could you come closer to the mic?
Next we have Dr. Hari Srinivasan, Professor of Global Environment Policy, Gakuen University, Japan. Professor Hari Srinivas is currently a Professor of Global Environment Policy. Before taking up his current post, he worked in the UN system for 18 years as a program officer for the United Environment Program in Osaka. He's also served as program associate at the United Nations University in Tokyo, among other UN assignments. I now invite you to present the keynote talk, sir.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Can allow me to share my screen with you? From a very technical presentation of Jonathan, we take a step back and try to understand the bigger picture of technology ecosystems and the whole picture, larger picture of what kind of technologies we need. I realize the theme of the symposium, but I would like to provide a different kind of perspective on a technology continuum and technology ecosystems that are necessary for disaster risk reduction as a whole. When we talk of technologies, we're not just talking of the actual nuts and bolts, but we are looking at techniques, skills that are necessary to use those technologies, information itself, management systems for the technology, policies and strategies, decision support systems, etc. It is this totality of what we understand as technology becomes a part of the ecosystem that is necessary for us to develop technologies. When you talk of disaster technology in a very broad sense, we're talking of technologies to reduce the loss of life to to preserve the environment itself, and to promote sustainability. This is something that the United Nations Environment Program has been promoting, UNEP has been promoting when it comes to technologies. The UNEP office in Japan, located in Osaka, actually looks at environmentally sound technologies. And one of the aspects of that technology dimension is disaster technologies. How can, so again, when we look at it from the entire disaster cycle, we see that there is both environmental causes as well as human causes that require technologies to be developed. We have both causes as well as impacts that necessitates the development of technology. So when we talk of technologies for disaster management as a whole, we're talking of the development of proper infrastructure, urban infrastructure, like environmental infrastructure, as well as buildings and retrofitting of buildings. We talk of information management, early warning and disaster research, etc. We talk of water resource management, forest management, etc. So when we look at technologies for disaster management, we need to look at all these issues. The reason why I bring this at this point is that we are not just researchers who are looking at different technologies, but we also need to look at the stakeholders, the other people who are involved, particularly local governments, and for them to get this total picture is very important. And so when we look at disaster technologies, you can look at it from this continuum perspective, where along this axis you have hard technologies. A lot of what is happening in the being presented at the symposium. But there are also a lot of soft technologies when it comes to information, when it comes to policies and strategies that are necessary, but also urban planning and research and development, etc. Both pre-disaster technologies as well as post-disaster technologies. That brings me to a need to understand the kind of stakeholders that are involved when it comes to technology development, all the way from ordinary households to communities to urban districts and wards, cities and local governments, as well as national governments itself. So we need to understand technologies from this range of stakeholders that you have, because technologies may be used by a single household, but may also be used by national governments and everything in between. So that's a useful, series to look at, because when you look at households, essentially you're talking of preparedness technologies. As you go along the scale, you go with preparedness technologies, preventive technologies, response technologies, and finally restorative technologies, which is predominantly, in many cases, at least in Japan here, the responsibility of national governments. That helps us to understand the whole breadth of technologies that are necessary, besides and including many of the technologies that are being mentioned in the symposium today. Preparedness technologies, quite simply, are technologies and techniques, both products itself, but also the skills to use those products that help us to prepare for a disaster. We're talking of building design, we're talking of lifestyle changes, we're talking of survival kits, etc. Preparing technologies that help us prepare for a disaster. What we did recently was to survey the private sector in Japan to understand what are the different technologies available with these companies. The reason for that is because when it comes to the Japanese disaster system, a lot of work is being disaster technology, sorry, is actually the purview of private companies. Even though institutions and universities are involved in the disaster management systems, but when it comes to actual technologies, you see a lot of participation, direct participation by the private sector. And that's why I have taken the liberty of listing out some of the many technologies that are being developed by Japanese companies with respect to, for example, in this case, preparedness technology. For example, the Japan Railways has developed a strong wind warning system that they have laid out along railway lines that helps in not only measuring out the winds that are happening across the railway lines, but also in terms of providing early warnings and stopping the trains when the wind becomes too high. Similarly, you have many of these such technologies. That was very simply preparedness technologies. The second is preventive technologies, technologies that help us prevent damage before, during, or after a disaster. Here we are primarily focusing on building construction. We're talking of infrastructure, reforesting, etc. And again, if you go through some of the technology databases in terms of the technologies available by the private sector in Japan, you can see, for example, construction methods using the smart DuPont Kelva fabric that has been developed by DuPont Japan, or the integrated flood model simulation for river networks, where entire river systems have been embedded with sensors that allow for both monitoring but also early warning for local communities to make sure that any floods do not have an adverse impact. That way, again, you have a series of different technologies, both in terms that can be used by local governments, but also by neighborhoods, by communities, and in many cases, even by individual households for disaster management as a whole. The third series of technologies, as you heard, was the response technologies. Technologies and techniques that help us to respond to disasters. This is where, of course, the advances in Japan is particularly significant. For example, radiation monitoring systems developed by Fuji Electric, or the integrated disaster information management system. This is a much larger system which collates a whole range of metrics from different sensors located in different parts of the world, of the city, and brings it together into for the disaster management center that is located in each city. That's developed by IBM Japan, or a portable mobile data center, etc. What is interesting here is that these technologies are used by different stakeholders, and that's a key point here. What I want to emphasize is the fact that there are technologies that are developed for different groups, different stakeholders for different purposes. And we need to understand, sorry, let me finish this whole series of restorative technologies that helps us restore neighborhoods and local environments after a disaster. And these again are even more significant, basically, when you understand Japan's the number of and kinds of disasters that Japan faces. For example, reinforcement of slopes and reinvestments for landslides, earthquakes, for example, a construction company called Nippon Kohei, etc. Again, this is a whole range of technologies that are available for restoration of the local environment, of neighborhoods, etc., after a disaster has happened. So this is what I want to leave you with, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very rapid fire presentation on the various different kinds of technologies that we need to keep in mind when we're looking at disaster management as a whole. And I needed to share this big picture perspective with you, basically because I feel that many times when we look at the minutiae of technology development technologies, we tend to almost forget the big picture, missing the forest for the trees, because a grandmother needs not a mobile app, but a total solution to restore her life. And that, I think, is an important point here. When you're looking at not just technologies, but you're also looking at who is using it at what level, right from households all the way to national governments, even up to the United Nations itself. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. That was a very quick presentation. I would like to thank Amrita for their very active participation and allowing me to share these thoughts with you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Srinivas. There's actually one question. In addition to all the families of technologies you have outlined, we may need yet one more that cuts across all of these classes, one that brings active awareness to the citizens of the status of all of the other parameters. Any thoughts?
Oh, yes, of course. Embedded within that whole range of technologies that we saw is information sharing, need for technologies that help us. For example, even within this, if I'm not wrong, for example, portable mobile, these kind of technologies help us in making sure that we address and link up not just to local governments, provide information necessary for local governments to local governments, provide information necessary for households. That kind of information sharing of pertinent information at the pertinent level is indeed a very important point. And thank you for that question.
So it looks like that's it for the questions. Perhaps if there are more that come up, maybe we can answer them offline. Thank you so much, Professor Srinivas.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
We will now move on to the next presenter, Professor Maria J. Santos. She's a professor. She's an associate professor, Department of Geography at the University of Zurich, with a research focus on Earth system sciences to specifically understand social ecological system dynamics, their dependence on the biodiversity as to inform sustainable pathways. She's also the co-director of the University Research Priority Program in Global Changes and Biodiversity. Over to you, Professor.
Good morning, everyone. I will now share my screen. I think you're now seeing my full screen, correct?
Yes, we see the screen.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and good morning from this side of the world to you, and thank you very much for the invitation to talk today about ecosystem service resilience in global delta systems. Thank you for your kind words for introduction. And in this session about risk resilience, I wanted to bring about some of the work that we've been doing in understanding global delta systems, their development, and how can we think about them as systems at risks, but also how can we think about certain types of technologies such as remote sensing to enable us a better understanding of the dynamics of these systems. I chose to talk about deltas today because we've been focusing on understanding delta dynamics for the last 15, 20 years using a multitude of data, but also because deltas are extremely important, and it shouldn't come to a surprise to you because deltas have historically spurred human occupation, and currently they still hold a large fraction of our global population. Large megacities are located in delta systems, and they are at risk from many different reasons. Deltas have exhibited large land use changes and were mostly through water extraction, but also by the conversion of natural ecosystems into ecosystems for agricultural production and for urban and development. Because of these land use changes, deltas have faced also increased land subsidence, so topsoil being released due to land use changes, but also due to the dynamics of the delta systems, which are extremely fragile and rapid, and therefore they change quite substantially the land system in which deltas take place. Due to human modification, deltas also accumulate pollution from upstream sources, and not surprisingly, they are highly vulnerable to sea level rise, floods, and droughts. But deltas are also fundamental, not just locally, but globally, because they supply many of nature contributions to people, and they are some of the major agricultural hubs globally. So when we think about deltas, in the last decades, what we observe is that 85% of global deltas have experienced severe flooding. So deltas are really at risk of submergence, and this submergence can be quite vast, as for example in the deltas exemplified in the picture in here. In the future, we also predict that delta surface area is highly vulnerable to flooding, and this vulnerability could increase by 50%, but it's not just about flooding. Deltas are fundamental in maintaining sediment flux from upstream locations into the oceans, which then get globally redistributed to create coastal zones. Sediment fluxes that have built and maintained deltas have greatly diminished or even halted in the last 30 to 50 years. So therefore, this flux of sediment to global processes has been reduced due to land use and land cover change. Here's an example of several deltas where the pristine sediment load to Anthropocene sediment loads have been examined. And the authors suggest that at least 60% of the delta sediment may be decreasing even further in the next 100 years. It is important to put this into context because within the next 50 to 100 years, a large fraction of global population will be affected by these risks. 85% of people that live in deltas are at risk of drowning and flooding. And we're talking about 14 million people currently, but with projections of a larger fraction of people being extremely at risk in the close future. So what the current status of the knowledge about global deltas is that the deltas are becoming increasingly sensitive to these risks from local human activities and their feedbacks through land subsidence, regional water management, and how they feed back to global processes such as sea level rise and climate extremes. But today I also wanted to bring about the effects of these risks of deltas, the historical, current, and future risks of deltas in the context of nature contribution to people's ecosystem services and how this can be all put together into more elaborate risk assessment. So let me give you some examples of how we have addressed risk from this perspective that is not just about water, is not just about human population at risk, but also thinking about nature contribution to people. And throughout this talk, I'll be using interchangeably nature contributions to people and ecosystem services. Let me take you on a tour now to the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta in California, where for the last 15 years, we've been examining what is this debate that is exemplified here. So whiskey is for drinking, water is for fighting. Within this region, what we have observed in the last 20 years is that the policy goals for the region are co-equal goals of water supply and biodiversity. So this means that in terms of managing the delta itself, water supply for agriculture and for population drinking water and for biodiversity, they need to be both considered simultaneously. Why has this emerged as a co-equal goals, and why is this a good example to think forward when we're thinking about risks on global deltas? Well, the reason why this has emerged in California in particular, it has been because we have observed major changes in the deltas. So in this inland delta, over the last 150 years, the natural dynamics of the delta system were constrained by a construction and reclamation of land through construction of levees and conversion of what former wetland and forest natural environments have been converted into agricultural lands. These waterways that are now constrained, and as you can see here in this picture, they are now constrained by levees, they became very situated spatially, and therefore they lost traditional dynamics, making them extremely suitable environments to change the plant communities and all of the subsequent hydrological and sedimentary processes that are associated with deltaic regions. What we observed since 2004 was a growing emergence of non-native plant species within this region. which has changed substantially the sedimentation and the flow processes of the water and aquatic environments in these systems. So we used advanced technologies such as imaging spectroscopy from 2 different sensors to look at the landscape scale level of the dynamics of the invasion processes and their implications into biophysical properties of this delta system, but also the biological communities of this delta system. So to give you an idea of how modified is this delta, it has several types of environments that are depicted here that have been modified due to human presence. The levied circumstances of this delta has created many types of environments that have changed the tidal input. So it's a system that has characteristically 2 tidal inputs per day. It has changed the freshwater inputs as well, because in some of these systems, because of the water supply needed, they have rerouted water channels to actually flow northward and not the traditional southward to maintain the water pump stations. It creates, it's a system that is created on riprap. That means a construction that also is degraded and maintains water flow in certain regions. It has a deep water channel because this is really at the exit of the port of San Francisco, and in many areas, these imports coming in through naval ways, they move through this delta to distribute throughout the central part of California. It has many inundated islands, which were areas that were former agricultural areas, but then there were breaches in the levees and they were maintained as inundated islands. And as mentioned before, they have counter-circuit flows for water to maintain water provisioning to Southern California, to examples to Los Angeles and other types of cities that depend on the water that comes from this system for their subsistence. Due to these modifications to the delta system, we have observed a declining sediment supply, not quite aligned with the declining of sediment supplies in other deltas globally. We have seen a decrease in salinity because of this changed freshwater to brackish to saltwater dimensions, and their mixing. We have seen a declining set of suspended solids, primary productivity, and an increase in toxic algae. So, as I mentioned before, this is an example of the co-equal goals between water supply and biodiversity. So I've showed you the modifications that have been made into the system to provide for water supply and agricultural land. But in terms of the biodiversity, what we observed in this system are major decreases in fish population. So here's a picture of delta smelt, which is a highly endangered species, because the populations, as you can see in the graph, have been decreasing substantially. And if you're not familiar with US law, there is the Endangered Species Act, which require that habitat for endangered species is maintained and that their populations are restored. So this is the conundrum that occurs in the California Delta, and that what we have been observing is how do the invasion of new species, decreases of current native species, and the concurrent goals for water and for agricultural purposes can be met simultaneously in this system. So we've been tracking submerged species using this technology that I was mentioning to you earlier, using imaging spectroscopy, and we've been tracking it over the last 12 years. And we see quite a substantial change from the beginning in 2004, where the waterways were invaded by about 10% of the total extent. And now we see an about 20 to 22% occupation rate of the waterways by these invasive species. And these are very difficult to manage invasive species. We have been tracking herbicide treatment, and we see that the reduction effect is quite negligible. And these species are very difficult to manage because they disperse both radially and in long distances. So what we see in terms of the changes that these invasive species have created into the system is that they have made a system, a second type of stable system, because these invasive species expansion, it has resulted in a 20 to 70% decline in sediment at the system level. It has reduced turbidity at the system level because it has changed the velocity of water and therefore changing the sedimentation properties of these systems. And for species like the delta smelt, these fish species that I was mentioning, which are adapted to turbid waters, has created a quite different type of habitat, making these species more vulnerable to predation by native and non-native species. So here's just some example of how we have used this technology to track the expansion and the contraction of these invasive submerged species over time for certain areas of this delta. But it's not just about the submerged species, which we can see here, the dynamics and their spread and their persistence over time. We also been tracking all of the plant communities within the waterways of these systems. So in terms of thinking about risk management and preparedness, this serves you as an example of how can we use remote sensing to monitor systems that are at risk. But we also can use the same technology to think about, okay, so if we are to decommission some of these levels, some of these levees, to maintain native biodiversity, we may also, this may also mean that we're going to remove trees, which may have a strong effect in the water temperature due to higher exposure to incident radiation. And this is an example of how we use this technology to figure out what is the current temperature that these waterways experience, and if we are to remove the trees to manage these areas, what are the effects in the water temperature of the system. So like other delta systems, many projected changes in terms of climate and habitat have been put forward for these delta systems. So the top graph gives you an example of projected changes in air temperature, precipitation, and sea level, and with the typical curves going up and trends going up in terms of increasing air temperature, very variable precipitation regimes, and the very strong trend, upward trend in sea level rise. And then in terms of the habitat, in terms of river temperature, overall delta temperature, salinity, and suspended sediment concentration, what are the types of futures that we might expect for this one delta or similarly for other deltas globally. So we now have a set of technology that actually enable us, as I mentioned before and showed before, to track not only biodiversity, not only temperature, but actually the processes and the nature contributions to people that we can see that are fundamental to maintain delta systems and all of their dimensions. So here's just an example of Sentinel-2 data and how it can actually get us the continuum from inland to the aquatic surface monitoring. But we also have upcoming new Earth observation platforms, and here I just took an example of the Carbon Observatory OCO3, because delta systems, because of their wetlands, they are fundamental for carbon cycle processes, and so observation platforms such as these will be very fundamental to understand the dynamics of delta systems globally. Further, to give you just an idea of missions, at least from the NASA Earth Science point of view, missions upcoming until 2023, and there's many more coming up from the European Space Agency, and we just heard previous colleague talking about the Japanese Space Agency is also very active in launching different types of missions that will enable us to understand processes that occur in systems that are at risk, such as deltas. So how can we use this type of information to understand deltas at risk into the future? So what we've been looking into is to then combine these type of observations on short-term solutions to actually think about solutions for deltas in the long term. So we actually have been examining past delta changes and see whether these past delta changes hinder our ability for future delta solutions. So one of the studies that we've been conducting, we've been looking into deltas globally, and we took a set of 48 deltas for which risk categories have been estimated systematically. And we've been thinking about, okay, so we know that deltas have been spurred in terms of human population and human locations over time. Could this have led these delta systems to be locked into a certain system state that is a system that is not resilient or too costly to recover? And therefore, can we actually label deltas in terms of their locked-in status so that we can start to think about what the future risk assessments and what this future risk response or prevention could look like, whether you have a system that is what we call the living system or a system that is locked in by different reasons. And for deltas specifically, we identified that there could be three main reasons by which a system could become locked in, either due to population development, which we would call a social lock-in, or by cropland development, which is an agricultural locked-in, or by irrigation development, as the former example in Sacramento San Joaquin River Delta, by which infrastructure development made this system very difficult to recover or restore. So we've been looking into these in 48 major deltas over the last 310 years using a history database of the global environment, height 3.2, which provides us with gridded estimates of land use change over time and population density over the Holocene. So we've been using these data sets to track population development and land use change development in these deltas. So to just give you an idea of how the data looks like, here's the population development globally over the last 150 years. And you can see that population grew 6 times over the last 150 years. And then we've been examining how has this population density developed globally, but also for the deltas in particular. So the graphs on the left-hand side, the blue bubbles, they represent global deltas, and the red line represents the global average. And what we see is that on average, population has grown 10 times faster in deltas. So the population is 10 times higher in deltas, although the growth rate is not significantly different from the global population rate. And then if we think about these growth rates, what we see is that deltas have shown an acceleration in growth rate in the last 50 years, whereas globally that has been much more steady, and that most of this growth rate has occurred in delta regions that are around the equator between -10 degrees and 0 degrees of latitude. So then we look into delta development, and here's some examples of the 48 deltas that we have examined to look into how has been the shape of this population development in these deltas. We then contrast these in terms of with the development of cropland and irrigation. So here's the picture for cropland. And what we see is that for cropland, we observe a much slower growth rate in deltas than that globally, which could indicate a potential saturation of deltas in terms of development of their cropland areas. But it could also indicate landscapes with legacy where the cropland is no longer suitable or other land use changes might be taking place. Here's the same graph for growth rates in cropland areas globally and in deltas. And what we see is a global slowing down of this land use change. But there are geographical differences with highest rates of conversion for deltas in the global south. Then in terms of irrigation, what we see is that in contrast to global rates of irrigation expansion, deltas exhibit 5 times higher increase in irrigated deltas in comparison to 10% on average. So for this expansion in irrigations, we do not see geographical patterns, but we do see, or we don't see large differences in geographical patterns. Let me rephrase it in this way. But in the global north, there are faster rates of development of irrigation lands as should be expected. So then, just to give you an idea of how this may actually look like for several of the deltas that we looked into. So what we see is that cropland tends to development is faster in deltas in the global south between -20 and 0 degrees of latitude, whereas irrigated areas in deltas are fasterly developing in the northern latitudes around 20 degrees of latitude. So to sum up this idea of the delta development, so how have the historical developments of land use change in deltas differed to the global average? We see current trends of the last 50 years being the most important for deltas, with population development and cropland development occurring mostly in the global south, whereas irrigation development tends to occur more in northern latitudes. So this gets us to define our different types of locked-in, as I mentioned before. So we have what we consider living deltas. So we find still a correlation between population, cropland, and irrigation development. So these are deltas in which these 3 processes go hand in hand. And then we have 2 types of natural locked-ins, either through crop or irrigation development. And as we've seen, they have geographical patterns that are quite different from the northern and the southern hemisphere. And then we have a social lock-in where we have very fast population density development, but it's not accompanied or it's negatively correlated to the development of cropland and irrigation. So here's a picture of how these deltas look like globally. So the blue ones are the ones that we consider living deltas, and the triangles and the squares are deltas that we consider locked in because of these different processes that I have been examining. And to give you an idea of the land use development over time, on the top, we see the contribution of crop. In the middle panel, the contribution of conversions to irrigation, and in the bottom panel, the contributions of urban land use change for these global deltas. So we see the major driver has been conversion of natural ecosystems from deltas into crops, followed by irrigation, and more recently, urban systems. So then, what does this mean for deltas at risk? So if we have these different types of locked in, this may be putting deltas more at risk of overall risk, and this is a combination of hazardous. Yes, sorry.
Professor, please go ahead.
Oh, sorry. So this could put deltas at risk either overall as a combination of hazardous events into the future, anthropogenic conditioning, which is the number of people exposed to hazardous conditions, or by the investment deficit that might occur in deltas, such as total investment needed for delta to be resilient. And deltas can also be at risk through the relative sea level rise. So we looked into how these different lock-in systems might be exposed to these types of risks. And what we find here in red are the categories of risk that these deltas are more exposed to. So for living deltas, what we find is that they are mostly exposed to investment deficit, whereas the most at risk deltas are those that are locked in due to croplands that are at risk from anthropogenic conditioning and many other risk factors. And then what we see is that the social locked-in deltas are those that are most at risk from relative sea level rise. And then what we looked into is, okay, so if we have these deltas that are locked in, meaning non-resilient to changes or very costly to change, how does this how is this dependent in a way of the nature contributions to people or ecosystem services that are found in these deltas? So we looked into a set of ecosystem services, which are listed in here, which we grouped into categories for food, for water, for vegetation carbon, for biodiversity, for pollination and invasive species, and for soil categories. And so what we see is that, not surprisingly, the deltas that we categorize as living deltas supply the most nature contributions to people. And not surprisingly as well, irrigation and social locked-in deltas have the most food provisioning ecosystem services. We also see that the living and the social lock-in deltas still supply the most biodiversity, but also have most of the invasive species, whereas the social lock-in deltas, they hold most of the pollination services. So in summary, what we see in terms of the deltas at risk, looking into these 48 deltas globally, is that about half of these deltas are locked in, a little bit higher than half. That means that they have lost resilience, and so their restoration or their future might be quite compromised. Many deltas are most at risk by relative sea level rise, but they can be at risk from very different aspects, such as hazards, anthropogenic conditioning, or investment deficit. And many of these deltas, I would like to add that they might be also at risk because of their loss of nature contributions to people. And this is not restricted to local situations, but also to global situations. So this is what we've been trying to examine, to think about globally, what is the contribution of these nature contributions to people that exist in deltas to global processes. So we've been examining 51 ecosystem services to 237 deltas worldwide, for which we mapped these different nature contributions to people. And we found that globally, they group into these broad categories of productivity services, crops, intactedness, soil, biodiversity threat reduction, water and fish, marine richness, and then we have a group that includes a variety of ecosystem services. What we see is that globally, these nature contributions to people is similar by geographical regions. That shouldn't come as a surprise, because nature contributions to people are very linked to climate and biogeographical conditions in certain regions. And then what we see is that there are certain trade-offs between the ecosystem services that can co-occur in a given delta. And most of these trade-offs relate between biodiversity or its intactedness with the rest of the ecosystem services, being it productivity, water, or food. And so then we asked, okay, so do these supplies of nature contributions to people or ecosystem services change with human modification, because as we've seen, globally, deltas are extremely prone for human modification. So we looked into 4 indicators of human modification, such as human footprint, population per square kilometer, flow disruption, and human appropriation of NPP. And so what we find is that indeed there are relationships between modification and nature contributions to people, and that we find 6 types of relationships as depicted here in these curves. So for some ecosystem service, we find no relationship with modification, and those are good news. It means that the ecosystem service supply is maintained despite of the level of modification by any of the 4 indicators of human modification. For crops, what we see is a positive relationship with modification, whereas for all the other types of relationships, we see strong either saturating curves, positive or negative, an inverted U-curve, a parabolic shape, or much more problematic and negative relationship, in particular to biodiversity and soil nature contributions to peoples. So in conclusion, I gave you an overview of the research that we've been doing to look into deltas globally. It shouldn't come to a surprise to you that deltas are undergoing major changes, and that we have now excellent technologies that allows us to monitor these changes in almost real time. And with all of the upcoming new technologies, we should be able to understand the very many processes that are fundamental for delta sustainability. It is also important to keep in mind that deltas have been modified for a very long time, and therefore thinking about future sustainability of deltas needs to account for these legacy and historical effects, because deltas might have lost resilience as they are currently, and having been in a locked-in state makes them much more difficult to respond or to be prepared for future risks. We also see that different lock-in states have different ecosystem service or nature contributions to people, and that these nature contributions to people are not just maintaining the systems locally, but they are fundamental for maintaining global processes such as food production and other types of expansions. So what I would like to conclude with is that modification of deltas vary from local to global scales. And then in terms of thinking about hazard and risk protection, we need to consider all these scales of space, but also the scales of time and the different themes that interact to maintain delta sustainability. So with that, thank you very much for your attention, and I'll take questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maria. It was a wonderful presentation with so much detail about the different aspects of delta. Can you please confirm if I'm audible?
Sorry, I lost the last part.
So yes. Am I audible? Okay, great. So it was really great presentation. It was thorough. I had a couple of questions, and then you discussed the same. So it was very interesting and very well explained, every different aspects of it. It was very, very interesting. I still have a small question, which is like, so one of the questions I have, which is, so you talked about that sediments are decreasing. So I was curious, I mean, is it because of dams? Why sediments are decreasing? And you said it will further decrease as per the predictions.
There are several reasons. So dams upstream in the watershed are one of the cases. So the input of sediments into the delta itself are already reduced due to upstream land use change. Second reason is because of the changes in the delta themselves. So sedimentation processes are linked to the dynamics of the waterways moving within the delta floodplain. And so if you're restricting deltas because you're levying them or modifying the land use around the deltas from natural ecosystems to human modified systems, what you see is that you decrease the sediment input into the water because there's not so many opportunities to have sediment coming back into the water. And then the third main driver is because if you convert natural ecosystems into agriculture, you lose a lot of topsoil during the agricultural processes. You probably have seen some examples of land subsidence in deltas which are levied, that actually the agricultural land is lower than the water level in some of these deltas.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I mean, there are so many other geophysical processes which take place, and that decides the sediment deposition as well.
Yes, exactly. And of course, we need to account for the spatial variability and what we're talking about, but also the fact that you have biological processes such as changes in plant communities that may change the velocity of these processes as well.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. Dr. Maria, there's a question for you, which it is by Herdis. So he says, Professor Maria, what is your view on the ghost tree being observed in coastal areas like Gulf of Mexico and US Eastern Shore, for example, due to increased salinity? Could this result in emergence of delta-dwelling species in these areas? Many articles mention this as an indicator of coastal climate change.
That's a great question. I don't.
There's something like coastal.
So I don't know if we have a complete understanding of the processes of why we're seeing these ghost trees. Of course, if you're changing the salinity levels, you may change the plant communities that are adapted to the different salinity conditions and to also able to grow under such stressful environments. So what you see in many of these different types of environments and in many deltas is that this changing in saline concentrations because of human modification and either increases or decreases in saline concentration have resulted in changes in plant communities. And therefore there are, of course, other types of processes that take place once you change, say, from a wetland to a forested plant community that affect the delta itself. Whether it is an indication of coastal climate change, I've seen arguments in favor of that view because the increased salinity could mean either higher evaporative processes, therefore the increased salinity due to warmer temperatures leading to more evaporation. It could also be because of changes in groundwater level, which are a little bit less easy to directly attribute to climate change. I hope this answers your question, but feel free to send me an email if that was not the case.
Thank you, Dr. Maria. There's another question for you. It is from Vadhavan, sir. It says that deltas are inherently dynamic and evolving systems. Is it feasible to distinguish human impacts from the natural or climate change impacts on evolution of delta and their ecosystems?
So thank you for the question. That's a very relevant question. Is the same question that we have when we think about climate models and whether we can attribute changes to human or to natural systems. So what we've seen for the deltas where we have been able to develop very comprehensive hydrological models is that we cannot understand or retrieve the same changes that we observe in the deltas based on just natural processes of the dynamics of the deltas. So only by adding a human component to change the system can we retrieve to the measured changes that we observe in deltas. Whether when we're thinking about climate change impacts, we have to remember that many of these impacts, they came from other regions, because carbon redistribution in the atmosphere is very fast. And so these climate change impacts, they don't necessarily tie to the modifications that occur in a specific delta, because they are much more aggregated at a higher level. So in terms of these attributions, of course, we know that land use change is one of the major drivers of climate change. Of course, we know that changes in evaporative potential from deltas, if they become more exposed or more controlled, contribute substantially to climate change impacts. And then, of course, if we change the dynamics of the delta systems so that they are more constrained or they are more allowed to free flow or being restored, we also know that will have severe impacts. But again, we need better models. We need better hydrological models and better geomorphological models on delta systems that, as you said, and very well, they are extremely dynamic to really understand the impact of climate change in such dynamic systems.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maria. There is one more question for you. So it is Gopal Krishna. So Dr. Krishna says that it appears that the solution is engineered habitation. Engineered habitation structures and processes for harvesting of delta resources have to engineered for sustainability. However, the most densely populated deltas are amongst the poorest of the nations. So it begs the question of how the world can address this as a whole.
Yes, it's an excellent question, and it's a question for deltas and for many other regions. If we want to think about sustainability of these delta processes and these delta communities, we need to think about local and global processes. We have to recognize the function of deltas to global processes, and like with climate change and the attempt to think about how are we going to engineer or how are we going to modify our landscapes or allow for certain types of developments, this needs to be debated at a global level. So it's not just about engineered habitation, but it's really to think about, okay, so where are systems that we need to maintain dynamic, that they provide us with certain types of ecosystem services, and where are certain systems where this might not be the case. And when we're thinking about linking this with population density and wealth of nations, of course, there needs to be some investment at the global level to think about this. And I believe that for deltas, there's already some talks about that, of how do we actually think about these deltas that are highly populated and very much at risk, and how can we actually use the dynamics and the natural processes that occur in the deltas themselves to actually prevent some of these risks. So of course there needs to be investment from local government, but also there needs to be investment from global platforms. And if you see one of the categories of risk that is used is not just hazards or population density, but it's also investment deficit. So people are already thinking about, for deltas, what is the investment needed and where will it come from?
Yeah, that's it's a very difficult question as such to address by, and it is a global question as such. So now, Dr. Maria, it's a very interesting topic, so we can go on and discussing that. Probably we can, for the rest of the question we can address it through Q&A. Thank you so much for presenting here in this conference, in this symposium. Now we move to our next presentation. So this is from Dr. Robert Tiong Lee Kong. Dr. Robert is an associate professor, School of Civil and Environmental Engineering, Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. Dr. Robert is an as well other than being associate professor, he's also a deputy director of Center for Infrastructure Systems and former deputy director of ICRM at Nanyang Technological University, Singapore. He was a program director of the MSc program in International Construction Management since its inception. Due to certain reason, Dr. Robert is not presenting. He has as his assistant. I am sorry, I don't know the name. So can you please introduce yourself and present the work? Over to
hello.
Over to you, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I'm Robert Tiong here.
Oh, you are here? I thought.
I'm here.
Yes,
sorry.
yes, sir. I thought somebody's.
No, I'm presenting.
Okay, wonderful.
Shall I share my screen or you? You have the.
Yeah, please, sir. You share. Yeah, if you can use the share screen button given below in the screen.
Yeah, I have. Okay. Can we change this one?
Yeah.
You see it?
Excellent. Yeah. Just make it in the presentation mode.
Okay. I need to. This one.
Yes, sir.
Can you see it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm Robert Tiong from Singapore. In time here, I'm honored and share this some information on the climate change actions related to measures that Singapore is taking towards on the impact adaptation and adaptability. So you can see here, Singapore, it's a member of IPCC. We adopted the IPCC assessment report for adaptation planning. This report, the three findings on the warming to human activities, the increase in global temperatures, future temperatures, rising sea levels, increased frequency of heat waves. These are the findings that Singapore it's taken very seriously because these are the impact in this island city-states. And you can see here that on the right-hand side, the ministers, the foreign affairs ministers, are very actively involved in the UN, in the Paris Agreement signing and ratification. So we look at the report very seriously and listen to last month this leader summit report on climate. Singapore Prime Minister Mr. Lee. These are the keynotes from his speech. Singapore aims to meet climate targets via innovation. Singapore.
Dr. Robert.
Yeah.
Can you bring your presentation in full screen, like in presentation mode?
Is it full screen now? I'm seeing as on a full screen
Okay,
on
probably there is some internet issue.
my laptop.
No, I think you're not sharing your full screen. You're only sharing your presentation, the PPT app. You want to share the whole screen. That way you can switch.
Down below on the right side, you have that emblem. You can just click on to get into the full screen. Yes, sir. Same thing.
You know, or
Yes, perfect.
okay. So the Prime Minister last month at the Leaders Summit on climate, the key points he mentioned is that Singapore, through innovation technologies, is trying to achieve the climate targets, which are higher than what the findings in the IPCC report. Singapore has a Smart Nation program adopting this advanced climate modeling into its urban design for the urban planning of infrastructures. And also Singapore recently launched this Green Plan 2030, which is a roadmap for the nation to sustainable development. And in the financial area, Singapore set up the Green Investment Program, US $2 billion there, that were going to promote environmentally sustainable projects for investments for mitigating climate change risk in Singapore and across region. And also in the emissions, also the use. This slide shows climate change in Southeast Asia. You are in South Asia, we are in Southeast Asia. Okay. But we are equally vulnerable to the effects of climate change. Some of the numbers are there. Singapore has 2 seasons, hotter, so getting hotter days ahead. We experience hot days, especially last few days here. And sea level rise, also there's this study that and the temperature could increase in the future. So even though comparatively actually less damage than other Southeast Asia countries, but this Singapore is taking this very seriously. In fact, the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister has addressed this several times. And here, this slide, you see some facts about Singapore. 720 square kilometers, equator area, low-lying topography, population 5 point something millions, 5.23 millions, population density, GDP, per capita GDP. Singapore has GDP has grown tremendously. I say in the when it was independent, it was about US $500, per capita GDP. Today it is US 60,000. So there's a financially in terms of economics and so on, that's quite a huge achievement. But comes with it this emissions issues that the nation is trying to tackle, and those are some numbers there. They look at the primary emissions over the different sectors: power, industry, transport, buildings, household, and waste. So these are the pledge by Singapore in 2020, pledge reduction of greenhouse gas emissions by 16%. 2030 pledge is to reduce emission intensity by 30% from 2005 levels. stabilize emissions, aim of peaking around 2030, and then by aiming to halve this amount. So that's the graph there shows the economy grew at an annual rate of 5.7% from 2000 to 2012, but you see that greenhouse gas emissions grew at a lower level. Next few slides to show you the actions in terms of setting up the different departments, units within the government structures. For example, this is the NCCS, which stands for National Climate Change Secretariat, and this was established under the Prime Minister's office, which shows the significant importance that the Prime Minister is attaching on this issue. So this NCCS aims to develop, implement Singapore domestic and international policy and strategies to tackle climate change. And below, you can see the areas of responsibilities for this group, this secretary. So some of the actions, we have the MSS, Meteorological Service Singapore, on the weather and climate, and it's part of a government agency, National Environment Agency, and the different tasks within this particular department. And in terms of research, Singapore carries out in-depth research. This is the Center for Climate Research in Singapore. So it's done a lot of research within the university. We also have like EOS, Earth Observatory of Singapore, that was set up by government with $100 million funds some 10 years ago, about 10 years ago. And also there's the Asian School of Environment and ICRM, the Institute of Catastrophe Risk Management. So there's ongoing research funded by government agencies on these areas, and these are some of the publications by the NCCS, the Climate Actions Plan, and the Climate Resilience Singapore. So you can see here there's a lot of, this is available, there's a soft copy available. You can have a look at what are the actions. Right, you can do a lot of, I think there's a lot of study, a lot of research, but it's good to have actions that and carry on. And the institutional structure here, you can see here this word interministerial committee. This is viewed at the highest level and national level, and Singapore always has the different ministries, different government departments involved to tackle this in a very collaborative effort. So the target specific issues and mitigation strategies, they form different clusters looking at coastal protection, water resources. These are very key, to Singapore. Biodiversity, greenery, infrastructure, building structure, and also public health. And across the sectors, in the different sectors, power, we have all the different mitigating measures that very detailed, the listed, map up, water, wastewater, households, buildings, transport, industry, and adaptation measures. Right, Singapore, it's done a lot of studies.
Sorry to interrupt, Professor. We keep losing your audio in between.
audios. Sorry. Hello. Okay. So this just general words about adaptation measures. There are some details, some specific actions, but this is broadly adaptation in terms of the decisions, studies, the cost and benefit economics, environmental, social, risk management approach, and the planning that needs to be carried out. Okay. So this is a roadmap in the area of energy study, so on. And in terms of research, the government set aside millions of dollars. We have the National Research Foundation that funds some of these studies through different agencies. So there is the coastal adaptation study, the risk map study, climate change studies. So in terms of international partnership, Singapore is very actively involved, internationally collaborating and trying to share information, trying to learn. And I think that's a brief intro that I can provide. I don't know how's the reception there. So yeah. Okay, so that's intro. That's slides I have. Be happy to answer any queries. Hello.
Thank you, Professor, for a very informative presentation. Your experience in the area of catastrophe risk management is very evident from your presentation. If it's okay with you, I'd like to open the floor for a few questions. Would the panelists present like to ask a few questions?
Professor Robert, that was a really wonderful presentation. You were talking about the different adaptation techniques, different measures which the government has introduced at different levels. Is there any key lessons while these things were implemented in Singapore? What were the key challenges you faced, or what were the lessons learned in the process?
The key challenges and the lessons learned. Well, the key challenges, of course, these are in the future, the few studies, how many degrees rise in temperature, sea level rise, for example, by how many meters. So there were simulations that need to be carried out, and in-depth study carry out first. The science part must be there, so that the research, the departments have to turn to research institutions for the carry out all the study, and Then from there, of course, the planning ahead, right? Singapore, I mean, the Prime Minister about 50 years to 100 years kind of the problem, right? So, and then the challenges, of course, is that the engineering solution is there, but what about financially, economics in terms of dollars? So the Prime Minister mentioned $100 billion over 100 years, 100 billions. That was in 2019, and of course that is quite quite a big sum of money. So that means the country, the nation, need to start planning ahead, not just looking at engineering solutions, but also in the area of finance, economics. So that's where economic study plays a very important part. Yeah. But of course, with the pandemics, a lot of things is some of these current pandemics that cause, we see more damages immediately. But climate change is still there. It's still a big issue, problem that nation is still taking very seriously.
That's very true about the pandemic, Professor. Thank you so much for your presentation. It was very informative, and the holistic approach that you described, not just with engineering, but with other sectors as well, economics and finance, is something that is very important that we are also trying to work on. So yeah, thank you so much for the presentation, Professor.
That's good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Now we have a break for 15 minutes, and we will come back at 4:15. The next session will be chaired by Dhanya ma'am. So we will meet back in 15 minutes. Thank you.
The tribal village of Multihazard is nestled amidst the mesmerizing jungles of the Western Ghats, where the lemongrass plant grows in abundance. Located in the Wayanad district of Kerala, Multihazard is home to 70 families, approximately 300 people, where their main source of income comes from cutting and selling wood and lemongrass. The lemongrass is processed through a distillation unit which produces a valuable and multi-purpose oil. Villagers assist in the distillation process, but are unable to own distillation units themselves due to the high cost. Over the past several years, the tribal community in Multihazard has faced economic instability as restrictions were placed on cutting trees. With the inability to collect and sell wood, which is burned in the distillation process that produces the lemongrass oil, villagers were forced to find work elsewhere. Many were unable to do so, which resulted in a sustained state of poverty for several families.
ആദ്യം പുല്ല് പാറ്റിയായിരുന്നു ജീവിച്ചിരുന്നത്. പിന്നെ അതിനുശേഷം വിറക് ഇല്ലായ്മയായതുകൊണ്ട് പിന്നെ എല്ലാവരും പുറത്ത് പണിക്ക് പോകാനൊക്കെ തുടങ്ങി. പിന്നെ വീട്ടിലെ മക്കളെയൊക്കെ നോക്കണമെങ്കിലും പിന്നെ നോക്കാനുള്ള അവസരം ഇല്ലായിരുന്നു.
Recognizing the hardship of the villagers, students, faculty, and staff from the Amrita Department of Chemical Engineering and Material Sciences, the Amrita Center for Advanced Materials and Green Technologies, and the Amrita Center for International Programs collaborated with international students from Delft University of Technology, Netherlands, to design, develop, and deploy a solar thermal-based lemongrass distillation system. By using renewable energy resources, the system provides a low-cost and reliable avenue for income generation without harming the environment. Approximately 7,000 hours was invested in designing, developing, and implementing the lemongrass distillation system in Modakara.
The entire solar energy which is falling on this solar dish will be focused onto this focal point. So since that it is receiving the energy at a focal point, the temperature at this point will be very high. Water behind this plate will be heated and the steam will be produced. The steam produced will be collected in the steam drum at the top and will be used for distilling the lemongrass.
കുട്ടികളെ പിന്നെ പഠിപ്പിക്കാനും അമ്മമാർക്ക് കുട്ടികളെ നോക്കാനോ ഒന്നിനും കഴിയുന്നില്ല. ഫോറസ്റ്റിൽ വിറക് എടുക്കാനോ ഒന്നിനും പറ്റുന്നില്ല. അതുകൊണ്ട് ഞങ്ങൾ പിന്നെ അരിപ്രശ്നം തന്നെ മൂത്തിരിക്കുക. ഇപ്പോൾ അമ്മ വന്നതിന് ശേഷം മക്കൾക്ക് ഡ്രസ്സ് ഭക്ഷണമൊക്കെ ഞങ്ങൾക്ക് മെച്ചമുണ്ട്.
Before the new distillation unit was introduced, villagers had to burn 50 kilograms of wood for approximately 2 hours just to generate 100 to 150 milliliters of oil. The new distillation unit decreases both labor and time and enables villagers to produce and sell their own oil. Furthermore, as part of an effort towards women empowerment, the distillation system is fully operated by the ladies of Modakara village.
Are you still searching for the right master's courses? Then stop. Your search ends here. Center for Wireless Network and Application, Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham has opened its admission. You can be eligible for scholarship also. If interested, you can apply using the link in the description box.
Located in the Idukki district of Kerala, lies along the famous Western Ghats and has experienced multiple landslides in its history. Over the past several decades, many homes have been destroyed and many lives have been lost as a result of the rainfall-induced landslides. European partners of the Windsock project visited Amrita in June 2009. Amrita University's landslide detection system monitors 7 acres of unstable land and currently includes 20 sensor columns, 20 wireless network nodes, and around 150 sensors. The sensor columns are solar powered and include many geotechnical sensors which are buried underneath the ground. The data from these sensor columns are aggregated and combined at the Field Management Center, which then transmits through the satellite network to Amrita University's Amritapuri campus. The data are then analyzed, stored, and streamed to the university's web server. The system has successfully given warnings 3 times. Amrita's wireless landslide detection system has also been featured in several leading Indian newspapers. The team is currently working on implementing a landslide detection system in the Himalayas. Based on the initial survey of population distribution and slope vulnerability, the Chandmari region in Sikkim was assessed to be the most needed area to install the detection system. The pilot phase of the project has been completed. The system will be fully deployed and operational by the end of 2017. Once completed, the system will be able to monitor landslides in an area of approximately 130 acres.
டைம்ல எங்களுக்கு ஒரு இன்ஃபர்மேஷன் கிடைச்சதுனால இங்குள்ள மக்களையும் வந்து ஒரு பாதுகாப்பா இருக்கிறதுக்கு முடிஞ்சிச்சு. அதனால இப்போ வந்து என்ன செய்யும் மக்கள் பயம் இல்லாம இருக்கிறாங்க. இதனால இது வச்சதுனால அமிர்தானந்த அம்மாவுக்கு அவங்களோட இன்ஸ்டிடியூட்ல வேலை செய்த எல்லாருக்கும் ரொம்ப நன்றி.
நன்றி அமிர்தா அம்மைக்கு வளர நன்றி. நாங்களுடைய நன்றி ஆசிரியர்.
There's a place where the best minds come together, work to end inequalities, work towards transforming lives. This is a place recognized as one of the world's best universities. This is Amrita, now ranked among the top 100 universities in the world and ranked number 1 in India. Amrita University.
Historically, India has been dependent on energy imports to meet its national energy requirements. However, the last few years has seen India make rapid strides in bridging the gap between available energy and energy demand. To sustain the progress achieved and to ensure reliability, the stakeholders are placing a lot of emphasis on energy efficiency and demand-side management. There is an immense need to move from traditional, centralized, static energy grid towards a decentralized and dynamic grid, which gives more freedom to producers, distributors, and consumers. Our research targets distributed multi-scale smart networks, which facilitate the integration of low-cost, real-time monitoring and control devices into the grid. This work integrates ICT techniques to empower power grids with the capability of real-time information and two-way energy flow. In this project, a campus-level smart distribution grid has been developed and deployed to demonstrate the capabilities to provide stable energy. The research outcomes from this project include a radial distribution grid testbed offering complete flexibility to sectionalize via remote operated switches, IoT-enabled smart metering and control architecture, wireless interoperable heterogeneous network, M2M ready and AI-based demand forecasting and fault prediction, line breakage detection, fault section isolation and automatic grid reconfiguration, power quality assessment and power theft detection using ICT, learning techniques and decision models, real-time and historical visualization of distributed system data, self-similar ICT systems architecture, ICT gateway for simulation platform offering co-simulation possibilities where systematic interactions can be studied effectively. These outcomes will aid stakeholders to analyze, decide and reconfigure the grid in near real time in the event of any irregularity or fault. This will immensely help in improving fault management, energy wastage and eliminate load shedding in case of glitches and irregularities.
We hope that the results of this research will serve as a benchmark for stakeholders to adopt, demonstrate the benefits of smart grid systems, and pave the way for a reliable power system that meets the growing demands of the people.
Education has the mighty power to move millions of minds, from darkness to light, from limitations to limitlessness, from finite to infinite. Our country is believed to have had a higher education system as early as 1000 BC. But today, only 26.3% of the total eligible population enroll for higher education. Only 8.15% of people are graduates. Amritam Kamea. Now is the time to revolutionize, rethink, redefine education. Fourth best university in India introduces new normal in delivering education to the masses. Amrita Ahead. Online degree programs.
Hello everyone, welcome back to our keynote sessions for ISIM 2021. Our next speaker is Professor David Gianelletti, who is the Associate Professor of Spatial Planning at the University of Trento. Specialized in impact assessment of projects, plans and policies, ecosystem services and nature-based solutions and multi-criteria analysis. He is formerly Research Fellow at Harvard University's Sustainability Science Program and Visiting Scholar at Stanford University. He has consulted for the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP, UN Habitat, and the European Commission. He has published over 150 journal articles. He is Deputy Editor-in-Chief of the open access journal, One Ecosystem. Today, he talk to us about nature-based solutions for urban sustainability. A warm welcome to you, Professor, and over to you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. I hope you hear me all right. So I'm going to get started with my talk about nature-based solutions in urban sustainability. In cities, nature-based solutions, NBS, are represented, for example, by green spaces like you see in this picture that can be used for recreation, of course, but also, for example, to contribute to manage stormwater or to cool temperature, to reduce temperature peaks, for example. By definition, nature-based solutions are sustainable. If we look, for example, at the definition provided by the European Commission, we see that nature-based solutions are supported by natural processes and ensure environmental, social, and also economic benefits. So as such, we expect them to be fully sustainable. And let's say that the benefits provided by nature-based solutions in cities are quite well documented in the scientific literature. Environmental benefits, but also social benefits and health-related benefits, both in terms of mental health and physical health. However, there are a number of issues that need to be considered to make sure that we properly plan for NBS, and especially for the NBS that are mostly needed in a specific urban environment. And in this talk, I would like to cover 3 of these issues, and then I will conclude with some overall remarks about NBS and urban sustainability. The first one deals with the design of NBS to make sure that the design reflects the expected benefits. The second one refers to upscaling. And finally, I will cover beneficiary and the trade-off among different groups of beneficiaries. So let's start with the first issue, design. It is very important to remember that the size, the spatial configuration, the shape, and the different components that made up an NBS deeply affect the capability of that NBS to provide specific ecosystem services, hence specific benefits to city. For example, we may wonder how long does this swale, the swale you see in this picture, need to be in order to provide a tangible benefits in terms of water management or water filtration. The thing is that for some services, for some ecosystem services, the relationship between size and effect is quite straightforward. We see that, for example, when it comes to carbon sequestration. The relationship between the size of the service providing unit, the ecosystem basically, and the capacity of providing that service is quite straightforward. But there are other services very relevant in urban environments for which this relationship is much more complex. For example, it requires a minimum size, a minimum amount of green space to provide the service. This is the case, for example, of noise mitigation. So in order for our vegetated barrier to provide a tangible contribution to noise reduction, we need a minimum depth, a minimum width, sorry, of the vegetation barrier. And that's what I try to represent in this slide. And in some cases, besides requiring this minimum, let's say, size in order to activate the service, the relationship is not linear. And this is the case, for example, of the microclimate regulation service. So this is something that to which urban planners and the designers of urban green space need to pay special attention to. Another element related to design is the actual composition of NBS. Again, according to a specific service that we expect the NBS to provide, there might be different NBS components that need to be considered because they're directly involved ecological, but in terms of ecological functionalities in providing that service. When it comes to air purification, for example, it's mainly a matter of designing the trees and the shrubs because those are the main components contributing to that service. But when it comes to microclimate regulation, that is more complex because even the soil, water bodies, and so on, they all will contribute. They will all determine the extent to which our green space, like the one in my first picture, will be able to effectively provide urban heat island mitigation, so microclimate regulation. So my point here is that planning, urban planning, needs to pay attention to not only to the location of NBS in cities, but also to the way in which they are designed. And this is often not really controlled by plans because plans just identify areas where NBS will have to be implemented. assuming that whatever MBS will do, whatever MBS will work for the purposes for which they've been designed. But on the contrary, the details in the designing elements are very, very important to determine whether the expected benefits would be provided or not. And that was my first element. My second issue relates with upscaling. So upscaling is a hot topic in MBS for cities. We expect MBS to be provided not only at the pilot scale locally, but also to become more and more common across all relevant urban scales. Here I quote, for example, the EU recent biodiversity strategy that calls for a systematic integration of MBS in urban planning. So for a systematic upscaling of this kind of solutions. And there are two critical elements related to upscaling that I would like to cover. The first one is procedural. So it deals with the policy instruments that urban plans contain that can be used to promote, to steer nature-based solution upscaling in cities. And these instruments are they vary a lot from context to context, depending on a number of issues: the planning culture, the planning legislations, but also the characteristic of the urban space. So there are areas where you may find a lot of regulatory type of instruments, so more coercive, and other places where you may find more voluntary or incentive-based type of instruments. So in the following slide, I list some examples of the most common instruments that can be used to promote NBS in cities, divided into different categories. And my point here is, again, that it's very important to be aware of the characteristic of the context to choose the most appropriate instrument or set of instruments that can be used to make sure that our urban plan indeed contain all the required regulations to push towards a systematic integration, systematic implementation of nature-based solutions. One example of regulatory instruments is based on a performance-based planning approach, which again is something that might work in some contexts or might not be really suitable for other contexts. We develop a specific approach based on performance-based, let's say the performance-based urban planning philosophy, to make sure that future urban transformations are associated with suitable nature-based solutions. So I'm going to briefly show you how this approach has been designed for the city of Trento in Italy, and what is the overall idea behind it. So the idea is that a given urban transformation, before being approved, needs to be proposed with suitable MBS, suitable according to the existing supply of ecosystem services in the area. So here you see a map describing the combined supply of different types of services relevant for the city context. And according to the existing supply, we can determine the level of performance that we expect the new transformation to provide. So the higher supply, the higher the performance that will have to be provided by the new urban transformation. And the second element that is considered is the level of ecosystem service demand. So here you see again a combined map showing in different colors different types of demand, or better said, different demand for different services. For example, the purple one represents areas where we mainly need water management services and noise mitigation services, whereas the red areas represent neighborhoods where the needs are mainly in terms of recreation and community gardens, or food supply through community gardens. So knowing the demand, we can decide the type of performance that we expect NBS to provide in that specific location. So the idea is that the system will combine both the analysis of the supply and the analysis of the demand in order to properly identify suitable NBS for the specific location. So that's, again, just one example of possible urban planning instruments that can be used to guide and to steer NBS, but other contexts might require different types of approaches. So again, my point is to make sure that the approach we propose fit the planning context and also the planning culture. The second issue concerning upscaling is more related to information about the consequences of spatially upscaling NBS. Of course, upscaling requires investments, require resources, require efforts. So in order to promote upscaling of a given NBS, for example, in the urban area, we need to be aware of what are the costs, but especially what are the benefits associated with this upscaling. So for example, here you see for this European city, a mapping of all the currently available areas. So the green spots are vacant areas that in principle could be transformed, could be converted into nature-based solutions. For example, parks, for example, rain gardens, for example, community gardens, and so on. The question is, where should we start? How many areas shall we convert in order to achieve our objectives? And in what priority order? So what are the more urgent areas that by virtue of their characteristics and location should be converted right away? So ideally, we would like to understand what are the expected benefits associated with an increasing rate of conversion, increasing rate of implementation of nature-based solutions, in order to better know where to stop, or anyway to have a better understanding of the cost effectiveness of those solutions. We try to model this for this city by simulating the implementation of different types of NBS. You see them here, from urban parks, urban forests, community gardens, infiltration ponds. And then for each implementation step, we figure out the benefits in terms of number of people that will benefit from the presence of these nature-based solutions, but also the cost related to implementing and maintaining the NBS. And the idea is that this simulation allows us to see step by step the evolution, the trends between benefits and costs, as we summarize in this graph. So the more we move with the implementation, the more we fill up, let's say, all available space with different nature-based solutions, and this will generate cost and benefits. And by understanding the two curves, we know what are the, let's say, ideal points, what are the important trade-off points or the important targets that we should aim to achieve as urban planners. Benefits are measured, are assessed by considering the different population groups that will take advantage, for example, in terms of living in a cooler environment, or living in proximity of a green space, or having less problems associated with floods thanks to these ponds, and so on. This will lead me to my last point, which is exactly the discussion, the identification of the beneficiaries of these nature-based solutions. According to the location, according to the type of solution, according to a design, there will be different consequences for different groups of beneficiaries. For example, different groups in terms of ages, different groups in terms of activities that they intend to perform, or different groups in terms of housing types. For example, if you live in a housing type with your own private garden, probably you won't be very interested in community gardens. But if you live in apartment blocks that don't have this kind of common green space, then you might take more benefits from community gardens. So my point is, we cannot expect nature-based solutions, no matter how good they are, no matter how important they are for the environment, to provide the same type of benefits for all social groups. So it is very important that during the planning and design, we target our NBS to specific groups of beneficiaries according to local needs, according to local policies, and so on. And here we enter the topic of environmental justice. So NBS have profound implications for environmental justice because they can enhance justice in a community, but it can also exacerbate injustices, for example, by providing additional green spaces in areas, in neighborhoods that are somehow better off. When it comes to environmental justice, the point I would like to make is that there are many different ways to look at it. There are many different criteria, many different indicators. So here you see, for example, a recent result from a literature review that we conducted to identify all the possible dimensions that have been used in the literature to analyze environmental justice. Justice in terms of health, for example, in terms of household composition, in terms of gender, in terms of age, in terms of education levels, and so on. And more specifically, when it comes to identifying indicators for measuring, for understanding the level of justice, you can see that this broad variety of different types of indicators that, of course, differ a lot from context to context, from country to country, but also according to the data that are available. So my point here is that when planning and designing NBS, you should first identify relevant justice dimensions for your context. And ideally, those justice dimensions could be suggested, for example, by relevant social or environmental policies that you can use to guide your identification of the most suitable indicators. Then you can then use to measure the performance in terms of justice of your MBS. And it is just one example of a possible way to build a spatially explicit index representing current environmental justice in the same city I used in the previous example. And this kind of results is useful to prioritize intervention. So identify areas, urban districts, urban neighborhoods where justice issues are particularly in need of being, let's say, addressed by additional greening interventions. When we look at different social groups, different beneficiary groups, we're basically considering one dimension of sustainability, which is intra-generational equity. So we try to make sure that all different groups living in the city right now have equitable access to the benefits of nature-based solutions. There is, however, another dimension, which of course is very important for sustainability, which is the intergenerational equity, which is that is equity through time. So making sure that next generation as well will be given the same amount, at least the same amount of benefits that we're giving to current generation. And why is this important for MBS? Because MBS may take time to fully evolve into a stage that provide the benefits that we expect them to provide. So if you consider, for example, an urban forest, we may decide to start planting it, but it will take some time before we reach a succession stage where it will be able to fully provide the benefits. And this is very relevant in urban areas because we oftentimes have to deal with situations like this one, where we have vacant lots that are left idle for many years, and they could be converted into nature-based solutions for the enjoyment of local citizens. And that's a particular important issue, especially in Europe right now, because we see many of these situations due to demographic or economic reasons where those lots are left empty. So the building rights are not used because they're not really needed or because the economic situation is not so good. And as a result, they're not converted into something more sustainable, into, for example, a park or an infiltration pond that at least could provide some benefits to local citizens. So my point here is that it's very important to think about the way in which nature-based solutions could be implemented into this kind of spaces, even if only on a temporary basis. So maybe you do that for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, and after that, you realize that you can use the space in a different way. But this is something that is very important for contributing to the sustainability of cities, and particularly cities that are characterized by this kind of vacant lots that are left vacant for many years. Thank you very much for your attention, and my talk ends here. So I can't hear you. I'm not sure whether we have a question session. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead, ma'am. Do you have a question?
Since I didn't hear your sound, that's why I called you.
Okay. So if we have no questions right now, let us thank the speaker once again and go to the next presentation. We have a special presentation coming up next from Amrita's Living Labs team. They will present the pathways to achieve climate change resilience, experiences from pan-India implementation. The team led by Dr. Manisha comprises of Mr. Ranjit Mohan, Mr. Krishnanandan, Mr. Vineet Ajit, Ms. Reshma. Let me welcome the team to give the presentation.
Hello, everyone. Warm good evening to one and all, and good morning to the participants from across the globe. Today's topic is pathways to achieve climate change resilient, experience from pan-India implementation. So let me start the topic. So today we heard about many eminent speakers speaking about climate change impact and whether it's impacting badly air, water, or food. So it is very interrelated. The question still lies there. But how to build resilience for the future? So to build such a resilience, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham has come up with a program called Living Labs, which is designed by and spearheaded by the Chancellor Srimati Amrita Devi in 2013 to make sure that the next generation is understand of the problems and challenges to give the experiential learning of how to solve such challenges in a sustainable way so that the impact is less. So today we will discuss on what is the program of Living Labs. So Living Labs is a multidisciplinary theory into practice program that facilitates the research, development, and deployment of sustainable solutions for the current challenges faced by the rural communities. The program is deeply based on the compassion-driven research and value-based education with 4 arms of experience, embrace, engage, and empower, and which will end up in the wholesome learning and self-reliant communities. So the key idea is to build the resilient communities, how it is related to water. So as we discussed, the impact is one of the major impact is on the water. So let me just bring your attention to the crisis. So you can see the water crisis in 2 different scenarios. One is an urban scenario and a rural scenario. We heard speakers mentioning about the length and breadth of the problems in both the scenarios, but at the end of the day, how the people are affected and what are the resources they have. So how to ensure that the resilience can be brought in. So what are the key statistics of the water crisis? 900 million people of 1.3 billion population is under severe water stress. So the 2 challenges are groundwater availability and access to pipe water. So you can see the red marks of the groundwater availability, and 82% of the rural household are affected by the lack of access to the piped water. So why this water crisis? So we say the clear indication is pointed to the climate change, where the entire India, the rural India, was dependent on monsoon, and the changes of monsoon or the rainfall pattern, changes of summer, the intensity of summer increasing, and added to that, the people efforts to mitigate with their own solution. So it's very important to understand or how to achieve the water sustainability. So that way we can mitigate the impact of the climate changes. So to do that, the framework where we wanted to achieve that is water availability, water access, water quality, and water awareness, where we as a university's effort, we try to work on 6 thematic areas: access and quality, sanitation, waste management, water hazards, business models, governance and policies, community empowerment. So these are the 6 pathways we have created to ensure that water sustainability is achieved in these communities across India, so that the impact of water due to the climate changes are very less. And we would like to bring up on some of the case studies from each of these areas to bring notice what are the ways actually the field work can be there. So I would like to invite Mr. Krishnandan on talking about the first topic.
Am I audible? Okay, thank you, Ranjit. So I will be talking about a situation in one of our villages. The study is water scarcity, participatory design for climate change adaptation. Next slide. So the area of study that we are going to see here is about next. So here we are talking about a village in India, which is known as Karkata. And as you can see, it is located in the northeastern state of Jharkhand, and it is situated in the Ranchi district. Now, this particular village is home to a population of 533 residents who are residing in 111 households. And another important thing that must be noted here is that all the 111 households are engaged in farming, which makes this community a completely agrarian community. And the water sources that they depend on for their agriculture, domestic and drinking purposes is from Tunju River that flows nearby, 3 wells and 6 hand pumps. And you can see the village from the map over there. Next slide. So the challenge that we have identified, the students have identified here, is severe water shortage during the summer months from March to June. Now, what happens here is that all the river that it's depending on for water and the wells dry up, except one during the summer months, which makes agriculture completely infeasible, and water that is barely enough for their meeting their drinking and domestic requirements. And as we all know, since this is an agrarian community, water scarcity does have a great impact on their income generation opportunity. Next slide. So this is what you can see from an overview, but when you dig a bit more deeper, you can understand that this is a complete challenge due to climate change. So now what this community is facing is prolonged summers and delayed monsoon over the period of time. This is what they are facing. And because of prolonged summers and delayed monsoon, they face water scarcity, which affects their agriculture, making it infeasible to practice agriculture, because of which they are dependent on irregular jobs, and they have to go to the towns and cities to search for a job if there is any. And if they don't find job, they find themselves in a state of poverty. Next slide. And the process of study that we incorporated here is that we have this community with us and the research team, which is constituted of students as well as the faculties. Both these teams together, they engage in a session of co-design where both these teams together brainstorm, work on different tools, and come up with a technological solution. It is a completely participatory approach to ensure that the user needs are completely met. Next slide. So looking at this co-design process, it is, as I had mentioned, a participatory process, but it is a very extensive and in-depth process which lasts for almost a week. And we had both the teams engaging themselves in various activities such as icebreakers and group activities such as mind map, group sketching, storytelling, brainstorming session, which is combined with certain other tools such as a mind map and group sketching. And with this extensive participatory process, it helped the research team to exactly understand what they need and also understand the design that they're looking forward to, because that is something that has come from their side. Next slide. Now you can, these are some of the images that you can look at. So yeah, next. So these are the mind map, group sketching, storytelling, and the brainstorming activities that was conducted along with the communities. Next slide. So here now the outcome of this participatory process. So first thing is, it was clear that even the people identified water scarcity as a challenge, and also they were not at all interested to work for someone else, and they wanted to work by themselves by engaging in agriculture. And also the most feasible option that came out from the discussion was rainwater harvesting. And rainwater harvesting, the design that came up from this co-design session was an on-farm reservoir. Next slide. So from the on-farm reservoir, so this is the sequence of design of on-farm reservoir that you can see. You have a catchment area that is identified, study the soil and water characteristics, get the monthly rainfall data, and then understand the runoff potential. So this particular reservoir will be capturing the runoff water, and also we will be identifying the efficient irrigation methods. And also based on this, you will also identify suitable crops based on the market requirement, as well as the soil and water characteristics of the area. And then you understand the irrigation demand, and then you develop the reservoir, and then identify the capacity of the reservoir, and you can build it for each and every field, agricultural field. So next. So these are the certain things that were incorporated in the solution design: calculation of annual runoff water, analyzing the crop water requirements and the irrigation demand, and from which you were able to identify the apt irrigation method that is required for this, and that was identified to be deficit irrigation. And based on that, the storage capacity of the on-farm reservoir was defined. So these are the sketches of the design, and in the next slide you can see the on-farm reservoir that was designed itself. So with this, I hand over the mic to Ranjit.
Thank you, Krishnanathan. Yeah, we would like to present the next case study of building resilience through water distribution systems. Why water distribution systems? So many of the rural communities were earlier having, as Krishnanathan said, having access to either wells or streams which they used to get the water. But since the water access has been denied due to the lowering groundwater levels, or the water quality deteriorated due to the extensive agriculture. So there are enough challenges we have seen, our students have seen when they travel across India to these villages, people doesn't have water for their basic needs, for the domestic purposes, for the sanitation. So it's very important that these two things are addressed. So we would like to just bring about the key factors or key challenges they saw is the over abstraction, the presence of aquifers with no water, then the economy, the distance, because there are not enough water to buy from outside. Then the knowledge, attitude, practices, skills. These are all challenges when it comes to ensuring that there is a solution for their water. So it's very important that we design water distribution systems which are very sustainable, which doesn't have any impact on the ecosystem or the ecology. So the sustainable water distribution systems, which are very small micro water distribution systems, which is pertaining to one village or two villages there, and which ensures that water is not so drawn drastically. So some of the examples we can just quickly bring the case studies is the Hadirampur village, where the key factors was the cultural inhibition of then the skills which they have in building such systems, or building such maintaining such water distribution system. Then procurement of materials. Okay, once the system is built, like yesterday many of the speakers were telling, the technology can be bring to the community, but it's how you use it after we are not there. Then to ensure that people are aware of the water challenges, because even the distribution system is there, it is not enough for them to just sit idle. So they have to be aware, act upon the new challenges which will come. So to create such a change agent which can ensure that the system is sustainable enough. So these are some of the experiences students have faced. So then, so you can see how this thing is built.
Just to add the point, earlier case, if you see in the Harirampura village, see the major challenge which we are also able to see that how do you bring in the buy-in for solution for from the people, and how do you make them understand that this is needed? Because as the students landed in that place, one of the major things is they didn't even have toilets. So these are the students coming from urban area to the village area, and they can't even imagine about open defecation. So the first thing, we had to provide a toilet facility before even we could start the water distribution in it, and to make them understand this is what we need. The second thing is the struggle to find the change agent. Who is the right change agent, and how that change agent is the change agent able to bring in the cohesiveness among the community members. So here there were two different members who are capable to do at different levels, and we were able to work with both of them to achieve that. Then the cultural and behavioral inhibitions while we are designing the solutions, because they have a very strong cultural inhibition of women interacting with the men. So how do you bring in that aspect when you have pipes coming in, when people have to work in front of your place? And access to the city was very hard for us to procure items because they are far. And so because of that, we are not able to get whatever in the design, the required items. Like we are initially planned everything with the steel structure, but when you land there, you don't have the steel availability of steel, and on top of that, you don't have skilled laborers in that area to do the steel work. So we had to own field, we have to change it into making it as a masonry work into the cement structure. So the design of the solution itself had to be changed with respect to the local conditions, and the livelihood, the duration of implementation, and has to be changed based on their needs and how they are able to work.
Thank you, Dr. Manisha. So we have similar cases coming from Guptapada, Orissa, where you can see like 4 kilometers of the pipeline was created entirely with the help of people initially, because the people will understand, okay, there's a way you can solve the challenges. You don't have to walk so many kilometers. Then they had to identify a place where they don't ding later. So it was a 2-week effort for the students, for such a small community itself, to ensure that everything is created with the sustainable way. So you can see the pictures of this thing. Then we would like
in this area, the awareness was more, especially with the Guptapada, the awareness was more, but the main challenge what we were facing was because of their cultural inhibitions and because their cultural practices, they were very clear that they don't want pipe at each house. So our whole design has to be changed, because we were thinking of providing water to each house and a tap coming in front of the house. But they didn't want that, because they were very concerned about where the toilet is placed and where the pipe can come in. So for 2 to 3 houses together, there was one pipe only. So they designed that how it has to be changed according to their needs.
So we have a very exciting case study of providing very green energy to a community in Kerala, where we understand that the water is available for providing electricity, and the team of students and the faculty were able to design a hydroelectric system which can provide both the electricity and also the water distribution system, powering the water distribution system for the entire community, hilly community. So it's a very unique case study where we can see that the utilization of the local resources to ensure that their needs are satisfied.
Before we move on there, especially in the Komalikudi village, if you see that, always the design and implementations are not always success. So we also had challenges with respect to the Komalikudi micro hydro implementation. When the Kerala floods came in, we have never thought of the soil slipping at that area. So the whole micro hydro which was built in there, because of the extreme rainfall, it has actually slipped down with the design, with the slight changes in what we have planned. So while in the design, in the design itself, because it was for the last 100 years, Kerala never expected to have such an extreme rainfall. Suddenly you bring in the rainfall, and then that affecting the technology solution which you give. And then we had to go back and make it better, to make sure that it is adaptable to extreme environments also. So they are able to use this micro hydro for
for powering the houses and also for drying their agriculture products.
Yeah. So we'll have a next case study on the water availability and water quality, which is one of the big area where the impact has been seen extensively across India. So I would like to welcome Vineet and Reshma to present their work, the 3-year work on the water availability and water quality area. Over to you, Vineet and Reshma.
Thank you, Rajat. So, next slide. Thank you. So, as mentioned before, water and water-related issues has been a huge challenge that we are facing today all across the world. Climatic variations has a huge impact on water quality, and it highly affects the people also. Due to climatic variation, water stress is affected in different seasons, which highly deteriorates the water quality. And because of this, each year, the waterborne diseases and death rate due to water quality problems are increasing year by year. This is the stage when our Chancellor, Srimata Amritanamayi Devi, initiated the project called Jeevamritam in our university. To give a short summary of this project, this was one of the Living Labs project initiated by a group of students in Andhra Pradesh. This was a single project, and then we have modified the solution and implemented it now in more than 250 communities in Kerala. So for implementing the solution in Kerala, we are actually following a 7-step model. Initially, we are studying the water quality problems, analyzing the water quality problems in a community. As part of this, we have done water quality analysis in Kerala and found that almost 14 districts in Kerala are highly affected by bacterial contamination. And based on that, we have modified the filter to remove the bacteria, especially E. coli is the major contaminant we found. Comparing to physical and chemical parameter, biological contaminants were the highly present in drinking water. And we designed the filter in such a way to remove the bacterial contaminants. So following the initially, we have a 7-step model to implement a solution in community. We have a 7-step model. So initially, the water quality will be analyzed in a community, followed by feasibility assessment and community level mapping. Then the community selection for deployment of the solution. Then it is followed by co-design of the solution and development and deployment of the solution, capacity building leading to water-wise communities. So the co-design of the solution and how to bring a community into water-wise, the methods that we followed will be explained by Vineet now.
Hello, thank you, Durga. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. As explained by Reshma, as the first step, we are analyzing the water quality data, and initially we use the data from the Central Ministry of Rural Drinking Water and Sanitation Program, which finally got merged into the Ministry of Jal Shakti. And then we, as per that, we ranked the communities. We identified the communities which are heavily contaminated, and we visited those communities. That is stage 2, which is feasibility assessment and community level mapping. So as a part of that, we visited the community, engaged with all the different stakeholders such as local government, community members, main opinion leaders, health workers working in that community. Like that. So we also analyze the socio-cultural and economic features of the community, the climatic impact and water quality, water availability. We also tested water in situ and also took water samples to our labs to get a more accurate picture about the water quality. We also analyze the different features such as including terrain details, so that if we plan to go ahead with the deployment in that solution, we should know if it is possible, considering the geographical aspects of the community. So after that, we as per this, we came up. Next slide, please. So as per this, we came up with a ranking of the communities. Like we divided the communities into different phases so that we could start with at a few of them. So we shortlisted the communities based on a priority basis, and we worked with them. We adopted co-design practices. So we worked with them. We had focus group discussions, interviews with the community members, feasibility to understand deeper knowledge about the drinking water scenario, their knowledge, attitude, practices about how they prepare and how they find drinking water and make it available. So after that, we adopted a co-evolutionary design model, which includes other 5 steps. Basically, problem awareness through partnerships, because many of the community members are not aware that their water quality is not good. They know that they are falling sick, but they are not relating it to water quality many of the times. So we conducted a lot of awareness programs, and including water testing and programs. And then we together, the community members and our researchers, along with the local government authorities, defined the problem of water quality and water availability of drinking water. Then we did idea co-generation, which is developing an idea about how to come up with a solution to tackle the challenge of drinking water contamination. And then we evaluated the concept. If it is workable in considering the various aspects of the community. Then we tried experimenting the prototype in specific community, and for that we used the UT-AUT technology acceptance model, which considers various parameters such as performance expectancy, effort expectancy. Like the community members are evaluating, if we are getting such a solution, will it be useful for each of us? So we also considered social influence and other facilitating conditions. Like, if we go to some very remote areas, we may find a situation that there are some rogue elements which are against the community's interests, and they may try to destroy our solution also. So considering many aspects, we found out the facilitating conditions to know if the community is willing to accept the solution. And after that, we proceeded to the next stage, which is development and deployment. We know that water quality changes seasonally, and as Reshma earlier explained, bacterial contamination is there throughout, but there may be other contamination also happening in various seasons, especially in summer season and all. So we wanted to we designed a modular system, so that if in future so that any contaminant arrives in the future, that can also be addressed later, or as and when it arises. Then as a starting point, we gave priority to biological contamination, because that was causing all the diseases, and that was prevalent throughout. And all the funding for the entire program has been from Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham. Next stage, please. Then the capacity building. So that now that we have given the water filtration as a solution to the community members, but we cannot stop with that. We also have to improve or develop their capacity, so that they take proper care of proper use of it, and also maybe enhance it in the future. So we initiated a lot of capacity building measures, and we adopted the UNDP capacity development model, which includes first engaging with the stakeholders to know the current situation in terms of the capacity and assessing their current capacity. And then we together discussed and formulated capacity development measures. And then we implemented those measures, and we evaluated this method. This is a cyclic process which we are even now continuing. So their capacity is slowly getting improved in all of our communities. And the final stage is a sustainable business model. We should not expect that the community members will use the technological solution that we have given after we leave from the community. there has to be some continuity, and the consumers and the communities should feel a sense of ownership. That's the reason, that was one of the primary reason we adopted all these co-design and co-design technologies, so that the community members are also involved right from the co-generation phase. And as a final stage, we wanted to make sure that even if we are, we researchers are completely out from the community, it is sustained, its usage is sustained. And so that's the reason why we made business models which are sustainable. So in all the areas where we have deployed a water filtration solution, we have formed water committees. The committee is a representation of all the community members, all the houses in the community, and they together decide how to, who is the responsible person to do the daily operations and maintenance, how the financing should take place, how the water should be delivered to each house. If it is community members are coming to that, or how the pricing should be done. Is it like membership based or quantity based? How it should be? And is there any, all the different aspects related to a business model have been set up. And these business models, as was expected, differs from community to community based on the different aspects of the community, which includes social, economic, cultural, different areas, climatic variations, all these. Considering all these, the business models have been set up. Next slide, please. So that project, Jivamridam, now we have currently deployed in more than 250 communities throughout India, and majority of them are currently in India, in Kerala, and in more than 50,000 man hours have been spent by the students and faculty of Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham, and more than 300 students have participated over the last 2 years. So the aim of the project is to deploy the solution in more than 10,000 villages, reaching 20 million people. Next slide, please. So this is the image of the project inauguration by the Honorable President of India, Sri Ramnath Kovind. It happened in 2017 October during Mata Amritanandamayi Devi's birthday. So it's a 100 crore funded project, which is 14 million in USD, and 5,000 villages have been targeted as a first phase with 1 crore beneficiaries. Next slide, please. So summing up our experiences, it is something similar to our phased approach. So basically, it's like the first phase is, water quality and socio-economic scenarios of the village are understood thoroughly. Water quality in terms of physical, chemical, biological contaminations, then the socio-economic, cultural aspects of the community are found out. Then there is outreach phase, where we are meeting with the beneficiaries, local government, getting the needed permissions from the electricity department, water authorities, wherever needed, and then the co-design phase with the community members, then the deployment, then the capacity building measures in terms of training and awareness programs, then the empowering the communities in terms of various awareness programs, water management committee, sustainable business models, all these things. Thank you. So I request Ranjit to take over from me.
Thank you, Vineet and Reshma. So I would like to now invite Dr. Manisha to share on the IoT and smart infrastructure for equitable access of water.
Thank you, Ranjit, and thank you, Vineet. I will just quickly run through the different projects which we are doing under IoT for equitable access, sustainable water distribution and management. As you know that there are a lot of research challenges in this area. The major challenges which we are looking for are taking care of are aging of infrastructure and its effect on water distribution, vulnerable to failures due to natural, technological and man-made events, extreme events and its effects on the distribution systems, pipe leakage, and also if you see that more or less 35 to 40% wastage of treated water is happening and compromise in water quality. Next slide. So in the sustainable water management, we are looking into water equity, water quality, water economy, water community, smart water and water environment through this 6-phased approach, where we are looking very closely into the urban watershed management and the extreme event management, water quality and quantity, sewage and wastewater management, and supply and demand. So all this we are doing with respect to bringing in the required knowledge and the impact, the governance level implementations, the data and the systems, and the stakeholder engagement. Through this wholesome approach, we are trying to make sure that the technologies which we bring in is adaptable and adaptable to the community. Next slide, please. So in the smart water systems, we have a project called Fast Forward to SDG 6, which is a multi-partner consortium is working on this program, which is for acceptable and affordable water in secondary cities, called Forward. We have our collaborators from Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur, Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai, Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore, TIS from Mumbai, and Amrita Vishwavidyapeetham is together working on this area, where we are looking into 4 cities in the country. They are one at Mumbai, in Palghar in Mumbai. We have Haldia in West Bengal, Ludhiana in Punjab, and Kochi in Kerala state. So these 4 cities are considered as the living labs for this project. And with these secondary cities, we are trying to provide equal access of water and also looking into the circular economy aspect for working with the sewage treatment integration also. We at Amrita is majorly concentrating with bringing in the Kochi city, where we are looking at the main transmission from Alway as well as the distribution lines in Kochi city. And here the reservoir, if you see on the right hand side, you can see the network diagram, where the reservoirs are not utilized effectively since the distribution and transmission lines are interlinked. So what happens is the tail end of the network, they are not getting the water. So ineffective or unequitable water distribution is happening, which is actually bringing in water scarcity, even though you have the availability of water. And another major thing what we are happening, because of that a very high cost, they are procuring the water. Another major thing what we are seeing, was I muted earlier?
A few seconds you were muted.
Okay, so what I was in the previous slide, in the end, what I was talking was like, because the reservoirs are not connected and the pipelines are interlinked, what is happening is the tail end consumers are not getting the water, and this is actually making them to procure water in a very high cost, even though you have high availability of water. Not only that, the major problem which they are also happening is because of the extreme climatic conditions in Kerala. Because of that, they are taking the water from the Periyar River to the Alway main reservoir. So last time in 2018, when you had the extreme rainfall, the water quality was so bad that the water treatment system stopped functioning. So even though you had so much water with the extreme rainfall, there was no water to distribute because your treatment system broke down because of the heavy, highly contaminated water came in. So what we are looking into it, what we are implementing is monitoring real-time water storage and consumption, adaptive automatic management of water quantity and its distribution in Kochi with the aim to provide 24/7 water supply, combining hydrological models, socio-economic models, and climate scenarios for effective water management, quantification of socio-temporal effects for interventions, and propose future interventions based on continuous data analysis. So that is, we are looking into providing the equal water access in the Kochi municipality. Same way, we have also worked with one of the community at the Guptipara in the Andhra Pradesh, where as per the network diagram, if you see that they have multiple bore wells in the community. But the problem is during summer seasons, these bore wells dry out. And because of that, what happens is the contamination level in the water becomes very, very high. So to control this, we have put in the IoT systems. We have designed IoT systems for each of those things. And we have put in a network with multiple storage mechanism so that the water will be retrieved in an optimal manner, so that you will have reservoirs still will have water and you are not getting contaminated water. So that's how we are trying to bring in sustainable water even during their summer seasons. Can you go to the next slide? These approaches has been also tested, also are in the implementation in the campus level network also, where in the campus we are looking into how we can manage and sustain the campus water environments by having sensor systems integrated for real-time water usage monitoring, analysis of usage pattern, automation and distribution of the network, critical building assessments, real-time water quality analysis, water audit, and sustainable water. But all these things, what we are seeing as the research naturally needs to go more into bringing in more low-cost systems and faster processing based systems. Can you move to the next slide? So here, not only it is not enough to monitor the distribution systems, actually the sewage also brings in a lot of water. How can we reuse those water after treatment? So we are actually made an IoT system for real-time monitoring of sewage treatment plant, where from the septic tank, it comes to the sewage collector, and from there it actually go through the aeration tank and then to the collection tank, and it comes finally, it goes to the for our gardens, and also for the toilet usage. So these things, so it goes at different levels of quality to each of those things. So this has been automatically monitored and looked into it, so that the water which we are getting from the treatment plant is of the enough quality what we require. Next slide, please. The other work which we have done is on the river water quality monitoring, where we have developed a wireless sensor network for real-time river water quality monitoring. And also we are building a drone for spatio-temporal management, monitoring and detection and management in these rivers. So it will provide determine point sources to take preventive action, and it will continuously monitor and provide real-time alerts to the stakeholders for taking precautionary measures. Next slide, please. So the existing challenges on all these things prevalent with respect to the research is large-scale monitoring is research. It requires most coarse-grained and fine-grained monitoring is required. Scalability is another major challenge. Interoperability, time criticality for whatever you do, the accuracy, the reliability, and timely predictions and false alarms. Next slide, please. The technology, the major challenge is coming is you have to have interdisciplinary integration of technology and bring in sensor development, integrating remote sensing, image processing, wireless sensor network, IoT solution, large scale monitoring, and bringing in learning algorithms and decision models, visualization and information processing. To achieve all these things, we have designed the smart water system, where it will manage the distribution monitoring, resource monitoring, and wastewater monitoring, and it will have the required sensors for quantity monitoring and quality monitoring, and from there it will actually look into it the different services which it needs to provide, and it automate with the algorithms. But the major challenges is naturally when you try to do is there's a decade-old distribution lines, leakages, overflow, and extreme events which is changing. So the system architecture will have the edge node, the fork node, and cloud node, which will actually work together to achieve this. The next slide, please. So what is happening is in the perception layer, we have the sensors and actuators, which will do the edge computing with the pre-processing and communicate through the different types of wireless and wired communication, low power, low cost one. And in the middleware, they actually try to do the storage, the compute process and analysis. And then in the application layer, all the different applications and services will be developed for understanding the usage patterns, provide the alerts and provide the forecast, so that water access is ensured, and also clean water access is ensured in the process. And we are making sure that in the circular economy, even the sewage water treated water is also used effectively. Next slide, please. So all this you can bring in with a lot of technologies, and it's activated different technologies, different techniques and approaches. But what you need the most is to have a community who feels that I need these things, who has the awareness of why is this needed, etc. So in each of the communities which we work, the major emphasis which we put in is building the water wise community, so that we will provide the access, the knowledge and management and empowerment to the community. To provide the access, we need to make sure that they get increased access to clean water, safe drinking water for current and future generations, and also access for water for agriculture, access for water for domestic usage, usage and how the quality is varying, and how can you make sure that with the available water with different levels of quality itself, you are able to manage and still provide a low cost one. In the knowledge level, you have to build solutions which will be able to provide sharing to and from the community about the knowledge. So you have to have a continuous interaction with them. Interventions are needed. You cannot do like sporadic interventions which is not going to sustain in the community. So you have to plan effectively the continuous interventions and encourage the behavioral change in relation to water among all community members. That's why it is most important to identify the right change agents, the right water-wise ambassadors in the whole thing. So allowing the community leaders to actively maintain a strong and flexible system of water resources, and they need to feel that they are actually handling this, not us. So it has to be the responsibility should lie on them. And how do you bring in that feeling and that change and the behavior in them? And to the management and the behavior management of water supply within the limits of natural environment, and saving the water and reducing the amount that is wasted by finding new uses for collecting and treating. And so for this will need monitoring. The measurement will be required. You have to monitor, you have to bring in interventions, and then you have to do again monitor back. So this has to be, your community need to be doing this and participate, really bring them for doing this and co-design with them, and at all ages and all genders needs to be part of it so that it effectively works. So all these things will help us to bring in the empowerment in the community. So the empowerment of citizens to protect from, lower the impact of, and manage the risk against water related natural disasters that are made worse by climate change. So most of the elderly people will have a lot of knowledge from their learnings. How do you acquire that and also disseminate to the younger generation? How do you bring in all this into your program so that they get empowered to build new system solutions, processes, governance structures, which will help them to actually become a water sustainable community? That it also includes for the empowerment and agreed upon a governmental role and responsibilities designed to complement community efforts, and setting aside appropriate amount of resources and funding towards disaster. This requires naturally the cooperation from the governance side, and you have to have the local governance working with you in the whole process hand in hand. Active coordination across all levels of government and relevant sectors to ensure the development, monitoring and evaluation of water policy schemes and infrastructure. At each state, each communities, their policies, their schemes, their infrastructures, their cultural inhibitions, etc. varies. So how do you bring it site specific or the field specific things which will ensure that you are able to empower each and every member or each and every type of stakeholder in the whole system? This is very important for making sure how you can bring in a water sustainable community, and that will help us to actually bring back the ecosystem restoration activities. So the community will become, in this process, community will become water wise communities, and you have to over time change each and every member of the community as a water wise ambassador. And that is the aim in the whole process of Live in Labs, what we are doing. And that's how we are in each of the communities which we are working. We have built in this program, having water wise ambassadors from school children to the women, to the men, to the old people. There are different sets of people with respect to the culture and other aspects. They have been selected and they have been motivated, came forward and took up this and taking forward and moving forward, so that they are identifying the challenges in the community. They are working with us in finding and building the solutions. They also operate and maintain those solutions and have business models around it so that it is sustained also. Next slide, please. And in all these processes, along with our students and faculty, we are fortunate to have several international collaborators to work with us also in building these solutions. So we were able to bring in the joint effort of East and West together to provide these solutions. Next slide, please. So all these are contributing to the sustainable development goals of number 1, SDG 1, 5, 6, 8, 13, and 16. For taking forward the sustainable development in each of the communities. This is just one thematic area I have explained. Like that, several thematic area at Amrita we are explaining. All this have contributed to also bringing in the world-renowned thema THE impact ranking, where Amrita is currently ranked as 81 in the top 100, and in the quality of education we are in the 5th in the world. the gender equality, we are 8 in the world, in the good health and well-being, 37 in the world, in clean water and sanitation, 52 in the world. So you can see that all these things are interrelated. Industry and innovation, 200, and partnership for goals. So if you can see that the why, when I was explaining itself, we are bringing in quality of education through a Live in Labs program, gender equality by working with the women and making them the change agents, good health and well-being, we are working with the public health system in that area, and also our School of Medicine, working together to make them understand what are the health impacts due to the water, and then we are working with the community to provide them clean water and sanitation. Even as of today, we have more than 6,000 toilets has been built in collaboration with the community members these community members have been trained and they build their own toilets. So the skill has been imparted to them through our another UNESCO chair, the chair for women empowerment and gender equality. So all these things, along with the sustainable business model and our partners, we are able to take forward this particular initiative, which was initiated from our Chancellor Amma. Next slide, please. With this, I end our presentation. Thank you, everybody. We look forward to hear your queries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We do have a couple of questions and comment. If Dr. Badhavan is in the panel, sir, could you please ask your question directly? Badhavan, sir?
Unmute.
Sir, please go ahead with your question/comment on the presentation.
Thank you very much, Marisha ma'am. It was a great team effort. It has been, with Amma's grace, we've been having a lot of successful on-ground implementation of the programs. It is just a suggestion. Supposing we have adopted nearly 100 villages. Now, can we categorize? No, this is, I think, one of the takeaways from the current international symposium. Can we categorize these different villages into different ecosystems, which are already, the parameters are already known. And Madam Maya Mahajan can also help us. And then we proceed with their sustainable recording of the data bank. What are the ecosystem parameters available around these villages? This should be an additional chapter in our overall reporting and our overall research effort. So that we develop a good data bank, which can be used as a reference point for long-term monitoring of various ecosystem parameters. This will be adding to the way we handle many of the sustainable development issues. And that is in conformity with our own School of Sustainable Development and Future. Thank you. That was a comment. And thank you once again. It was a great team effort and very nicely presented. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. It's a very good idea. We can discuss further after the symposium and take forward that.
Sure. Thank you.
We have one more question. It's from Rondine. They have commented that there are some really great projects. Quick question. COVID has brought some new light on the challenges associated with the use of wastewater. Will there be any testing done in this regard?
There is, at Amrita, we have a school for biotechnology. So they have a very strong program on sanitation side, and they work on antimicrobial research. As part of those things, they are actually doing research with respect to the wastewater side also. And also we have the Department of Chemical Engineering they are doing. With respect to COVID, I don't know whether they have tested, but previously I know that they were working with the sanitation related, those work.
Thank you, ma'am. A great thanks to the whole team, Live in Labs team. It was a very wonderful presentation. If there are no more questions and comments to the speakers, we will close this part of our program.
Thank you.
We seem to have a small change again in our schedule, so we will go for a break a little earlier than was announced, and we'll be back in 20 minutes. So see you all back in the symposium in 20 minutes. That is 5:55, 17:50 Indian time. Thanks again.
കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം അനേക പ്രകൃതി ദുരന്തങ്ങൾക്കും സംഘർഷങ്ങൾക്കും ലോകം സാക്ഷ്യം വഹിച്ചു. പ്രളയം നമുക്കൊരു താക്കീതായിരുന്നു, സന്ദേശമായിരുന്നു. സ്വാർത്ഥമായ താൽക്കാലിക ലാഭങ്ങൾക്ക് വേണ്ടി പ്രകൃതി ചൂഷണം ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയിട്ട് കാലങ്ങൾ കുറേയായി. അതിൻ്റെ ദിഗ്ധഫലമാണ് നമ്മൾ കണ്ടത്. ഓരോ വൃക്ഷം വെട്ടുമ്പോഴും അത് നമുക്ക് ശവപ്പെട്ടി ഉണ്ടാക്കാൻ വെട്ടുന്ന വൃക്ഷം പോലായി തീർന്നിരിക്കുകയാണ്. പ്രപഞ്ചത്തിനൊരു താളമുണ്ട്. ഈ വിശുദ്ധം അതിൽ അകലജീവിയാളും അഭേദ്യമായ ബന്ധമുണ്ട്. പരസ്പരം ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട് കിടക്കുന്ന നെറ്റ്വർക്കുകളാണ് ഈ പ്രപഞ്ചം. 4 പേര് ചേർന്ന് പിടിച്ച് ഇവരുടെ ഫോണിൽ സ്ഥലമുണ്ടായാൽ അതെല്ലായിടവും പ്രതിഫലിക്കും. അതുപോലെ നാം അറിഞ്ഞോ അറിയാതെയോ ഒറ്റയായോ കൂട്ടമായോ ചെയ്യുന്ന എല്ലാ കർമ്മങ്ങളും പ്രപഞ്ചമാകുന്ന അവരുടെ ഫോണിൽ പ്രതിഫലിക്കുന്നുണ്ട്. അവർ മാറി നമ്മൾ മാറാൻ നടക്കില്ല. അവർ മാറില്ല, നമ്മൾ മാറിയാൽ മാറ്റം കൊണ്ടുവരും. നമുക്ക് എന്ത് ചെയ്യാൻ പറ്റുമെന്ന് നോക്കണം. കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam.
Amrita is now among the top 100 universities in the world and the first in India in the Times Higher Education Impact Rankings 2021. THE Impact Rankings is the only rankings to rate universities around the world on United Nations 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This feat is a testament to our Chancellor Amma's vision and leadership.
100 യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയുടെയും കണക്കുകൾ നോക്കുന്ന
അവരുടെ റിസർച്ചുകൾ, അവർ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന ഫണ്ടുകൾ, അവരുടെ ബുദ്ധിപരമായ കാര്യങ്ങളൊക്കെയാണ്. അപ്പം അങ്ങനെ വെച്ചിട്ടാണ് പ്രൊമോഷൻ വലുപ്പം നീങ്ങുന്നത്. ഒറ്റ ഒരു അപേക്ഷ, ഈ നമ്മൾ കൊണ്ടുവന്ന് നടത്തിയ റിസർച്ചിൽ അല്ലെങ്കിൽ നമ്മൾ ചെയ്തത് സമൂഹത്തിന് എത്ര കണ്ട് ഉപകരിച്ചു, അല്ലെങ്കിൽ എത്ര കണ്ട് നമുക്ക് സഹായിക്കാൻ പറ്റി എന്നുകൂടി ഒരു ഭാവം നമ്മൾ ഉണർത്തിയെടുക്കുകയാണെങ്കിൽ അതൊരു സ്വർണ്ണത്തിന് പരിമണം വന്ന പോലെ ആയിരിക്കും.
Now ranked 5th in the world for quality education. Eighth in the world for gender equality. 37th in the world for good health and well-being. 52nd in the world for clean water and sanitation. Top 200 in the world for industry, innovation and infrastructure. Top 200 in the world for partnerships for the goals. We thank our students, faculty, staff, alumni, and partners who are influencing change both nationally and globally as we build for the future.
ഒരപേക്ഷയുള്ളത്, യൂണിവേഴ്സിറ്റിയിലെ കുഞ്ഞുങ്ങളെ പറ്റുന്ന രീതിയിൽ 2 മാസത്തേക്കെങ്കിലും ഗ്രാമങ്ങളിൽ ഇൻറ്റേൺഷിപ്പിനായിട്ട് അവർ അയക്കണം. അവിടെ പോകുമ്പം തീർച്ചയായിട്ടും പാവപ്പെട്ടവരെ കാണാനും അവരുടെ മനസ്സിലെ കാരുണ്യം ഉണരും. ഇങ്ങനെയുള്ളവർ ലോകത്തിലുണ്ടെന്ന് ചിന്ത കൂടി അവർക്ക് വരും. അതൊരു സൈക്കോളജിക്കലായിട്ട് നല്ലതാണ്. എല്ലാത്തിലും അടങ്ങിയിരിക്കുന്ന ആത്മാവ് എന്നാണ്. വലത് വെച്ച് വെറുതെ തലോടുന്നത് പോലെ മറ്റുള്ളവരുടെ ദുഃഖം തൻ്റെ ദുഃഖമായും മറ്റുള്ള സന്തോഷം തൻ്റെ സന്തോഷമായി കണ്ട് അവരെ സേവിക്കാനുമുള്ള തത്വമാണ് നമ്മൾ ആധ്യാത്മിക കൂടി ഗ്രഹിക്കുന്നത്. കുറച്ച് വെള്ളമെങ്കിലും ഉണ്ട്. നമ്മൾ പൈസ സമ്പാദിക്കുന്നു, കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നു, പക്ഷേ കുടിക്കാൻ വെള്ളമില്ലെങ്കിൽ എന്തായിരിക്കും? ഇതിൻ്റെ കൂട്ടത്തിൽ പണസമ്പാദനം കുട്ടികളെ സൃഷ്ടിക്കുന്നത് പോലെ തന്നെ അതിനേക്കാളും കൂടുതലായി നമ്മൾ ചിന്തിക്കേണ്ട ഒരു കാര്യമാണ് ഭാവിയിലേക്കുള്ള പ്രകൃതി സംരക്ഷിക്കുന്നതിനെ പറ്റി.
Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan labde jnanam.
Success. It's the buzzword today in all walks of life. In your journey towards success, the university you choose plays a major role. With top-class research infrastructure, PhD faculty, and high-quality education, Amrita plays a major role in its students' success stories. Come, join Amrita University, an institution of eminence by UGC, ranked as the top private university in India by Times Higher Education World University Rankings and the 4th best university in India by NIRF Rankings 2020. Through our specially designed Chancellor's Scholarship, we provide up to 100% fee waiver and help you learn from the best. Our dual degree program in association with top universities from US and Europe can get you ahead of the curve. Come, start your journey towards success. Visit www.amrita.edu. Success starts with Amrita.
Human settlements in rural areas have always enjoyed a direct link with the surrounding natural environment. However, with rapidly depleting resources, many villages in India have entered into sustained poverty. In 2013, Amrita Vishwa Vidyapeetham, guided by its Chancellor, Sri Mata Amritanandamayi Devi, launched the Live in Labs program.
We have made this program in such a manner that it has closely knitted the interdisciplinary domains together to bring in the solution. We give the students an opportunity to see the rural community, be in that environment, in the rural community, along with them, live with them. So automatically, compassion will be generated in their heart, which provides them an opportunity to find out what are the challenges they are facing and how their technical knowledge can be used to provide it as a solution.
The Live in Labs program continuously strives to achieve the UN Sustainable Development Goals by fostering self-reliant communities. Bachelor's, master's, and PhD students from all over the world can spend 2 weeks to 6 months working with Amrita faculty and students at one of the program sites. After a comprehensive orientation session and team formation, program participants will live in and explore the village to identify challenges and co-design a proposed solution. Implementation, evaluation, and making improvements will happen after testing the solution in the university's labs.
For any technological solution to be viable, to be sustained, you need to be with the community in designing the solution. That is one of the major things we train them in the whole process, where they'll work with them in coming up with the design. They look into it, what is their needs, so that they can come up with affordable, adaptable, sustainable solution, which will make sure that the technological solutions will become a success.
The program draws on principles of human-centered design for the development and deployment of sustainable solutions in the areas of energy and environment. By developing pathways to access renewable electrical energy, utilizing smart energy technology, and encouraging sustainable practices to protect the environment and conserve natural resources. Water and sanitation. By designing micro-water distribution and management systems, implementing water filtration systems, and fostering water-wise communities. These are joined by initiatives in rural sanitation, which develop sustainable models for toilet construction, fostered through democratic participation. Health and hygiene. By implementing hygiene awareness programs to increase community health and well-being, developing low-cost technologies, diagnosis units, micro-healthcare management devices, a rural health management system, and epidemic management and detection programs. Livelihood and skill development. By designing immersive training programs to acquire new skills, further developing existing skills, and identifying alternative and sustainable income generation avenues, ensuring long-term viability. Education and gender equality. By encouraging gender equality in education through immersive technologies for language training, vocational training, after-school assistance, and life skill training. Waste management and infrastructure. By exploring environmentally sustainable solutions for rural waste management, such as waste-to-wealth initiatives and alternative affordable construction techniques from natural resources. Agriculture and risk management. By designing innovative and smart technologies to promote efficient farming practices, developing techniques to enhance soil and crop quality, and implementing models and systems to map and identify environmental risks. Over the years, students from multiple universities around the world have come to Amrita to participate in various Live-in Labs projects. India's villages are her life force, and they need immediate care and attention. Societies are at their most resilient when knitted closely with threads of love and compassion. So join us and let us work together to develop self-reliant villages in India. Experience is the final evidence for knowing. Shraddhavan Labte Jnanam.
Welcome back to our session in ISIM 2021. Now we have Dr. Debapriya Datta, who is the head of the Societal Science for Equity Empowerment and Development, or SEED, in the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Datta completed his PhD from the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, and joined the National Agricultural Research Service of the Indian Council of Agricultural Research. He served as scientist in the Central Soil and Water Conservation Research and Training Institute in Dehradun. He joined the Natural Resources Data Management System, it's a division of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, in 1994 as Senior Scientific Officer 1, and was serving in the same department as Scientist F/Director till May 2008. Thereafter, he was appointed as a counselor in science and technology in the Embassy of India, Washington, D.C. during 2008-2012. At this responsibility, he handled the India and USA science and technology cooperation at policy, projects, and program levels in the sectors of health, energy, climate, and environment, and education. During September 2012 to 2015, he assumed the responsibility of Director, Indo-French Center for the Promotion of Advanced Research, a bilateral organization to promote collaborative research between India and France in cutting-edge science and technology. Currently, he is serving as the head and advisor / scientist G in the Science for Equity Empowerment Development Division of the Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. Dr. Datta was deputed to the Blackland Soil and Water Research Institute, University of Texas, as UNDP visiting scientist during 1998. He completed his postdoctoral fellowship in Geoinformation Management from the International Institute for Geoinformation Science and Earth Observation, ITC, the Netherlands. In 2003-2004, he was awarded Senior Professional Research Fellowship in Groundwater Governance from International Water Management Institute, Sri Lanka in 2006-2007. His areas of expertise and research interest are application of geoinformatics for natural resource management, watershed management technologies, geoinformation management, and capacity building for local level planning and international science and technology cooperation in the context of sustainable development goals. He has a number of publications in national and international journals and has authored 3 books. Let me cordially welcome Dr. Devapriya Datta to deliver his talk on climate change and community resilience. Over to you, sir.
Hello, Madam Madhu, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Can hear you.
Okay, I think the video, yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir, it's fine.
Okay, so I think just why you want to share my presentations, and I just want to start, like, just give me a minute. Can you see the presentation, please?
Yes, sir, we can see it clearly.
Okay, thank you very much. And, good evening to all the participants. As you see, I've been introduced. I'm Dr. Devapriya Datta. So I think it's the keynote, what I'm going to share with you. And obviously, it's an exchange of the views and knowledge in terms of the climate change and, the community resilience. So as you know, like the climate change, the definitions, I'm not going to be there. Rather, what I want to, discuss with you on this right hand wheel, what you can see, the climate change results are having these, impacts in the different aspects of this ecosystem, as you see, and they're starting from the droughts and floods, sea level rise, temperature rise, emissions, reduced carbon dioxide concentrations, and all of this needs in solutions through science. And if you see from the point of view of the Sustainable Development Goal, this refers to basically the Sustainable Development Goal 13. So the Sustainable Development Goals 13, which talks about the urgent actions to combat climate change and its impacts. And if you see the targets and the different the goals, the sub-goals, 13.2, which talks about the promote mechanisms to raise capacity for the climate planning and management. 13.1 regarding the strengthening resilience and adaptive capacity, and 13.3 of the building knowledge and capacity. Here are the importance of the science and technology, especially the seminar is talking about the IoT and AI, or the artificial intelligence, have a strong role, and we will discuss about that and how this global level changes can have an impact at the local level and can create the impact on the life and livelihood, and how the resilience can be generated, and the role of the what the AI and IoT can play. So if we look into the effect of the climate change, all of us know that it impacts basically the different main components of the ecosystem, the water resource, the water resource system, the forest system, the species, and the the natural, the nature and the species, the coastal areas, and if you see, it impacts basically the impacts on the human life and the society comes mainly through these impact on its agriculture and the health impacts. And all of you, like who are the workers in the climate change, know that all this, the subsystems of the ecosystems and the human, the productions and the food systems can well be, for assessing them, it depends upon a heavy volume of the data. And that's a big challenge for the sustainable development goal indicators, the estimating, because they are depending on heavily on the data. And there, the Internet of Things, IoT, it can play a big role, and it's playing already a big role. And how to convert that into an information is the role of the the modeling component of the AI. So as you know that what we are discussing about, that this data and the informations for the improvement or the development of the human development, the IPCC, or the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, in 1988 was established because of that, for assessing the human-induced climate change risk, the potential impacts, and the options for the preventions. Currently, all of you know that the IPCC AR5, which is in 2015, was published. It mainly, the key message it gives amount of the human influence on the climate, warming of the atmosphere and the ocean system, and it emphasized that as long we wait, it will become more expensive. And ultimately, it again reminds us that for a building prosperous and sustainable future, we must address the climate change related issues. Now, if we look into the future and what are these, like 2015 to the future, like what are the focus on? The sixth assessment report, which is going to begin in 2015 and will come in 2020, talks about the global warming, which was earlier thought about in 2 degrees centigrade. It's to be limited to 1.5 degrees centigrade. Then on the climate change in the land, the reduced impact of the climate change in the terrestrial ecosystem has been emphasized for food security and greenhouse gas reductions. And the ocean and the cryosphere, the changing climate, so support the sustainable livelihood and the multiple additional societal benefits emphasized on. So these are the main current focus on of the IPCC here. Now, as we know, the climate change and it creates the different types of an ecological impacts, and it's important to measure them. And there, the role again, I'm emphasizing the role of the modeling component of the the AI comes. All of this, that what you see in the the IPCC predictions are based on a robust modeling systems, like where AI obviously is integrated to that. As you said, the temperature rise, which is by 2100, it seems to be from 4.3 to 11.5 degree warmers of the globes. Sea level rise, which is going to be 2 feet or more by 2100 compared to the 1990, and acidifying of the oceans, water cycle changes, extreme weather. Each of them needs a robust data collections and the the scenario generation, scenario building capability, and which the IPCC emphasize on. But this capacity needs to be built at a different level, especially the knowledge organizations, and needs to be gone to the the decision makers as well as to the community in a different way, so that there is a constant interactions between the real data collections and the validations of the informations generated by these models with the the real life situations. So we know that the global climate change we talk about when we say climate change, always the global word comes, but its impact at the local level is already started visible. The as you know, the recent studies shows that the mean sea level for the Mumbai is slightly less than the 1 millimeter per year, and possibly in the Chennai there is a decrease. There's a cyclone frequency and strength increase in the Bay of Bengal, and as you see, like last year there was Amphan. This year it was Yash. Also on the Arabian, the Arabian seaside, like there was Taote. So the frequency of the cyclone is increasing. And if we look around our, the houses, you will see that early blooming of the flowers, disappearance of the bird species like sparrow. There is an early or reduced migration of birds, like recently we heard about the flamingos coming in Gujarat, in a quite late, and the growth rates of the plants and animals are showing in their, diversions from the usual, seasonal pattern. These are some of the examples if you see here, like, starting from the decline in the coral reef of the Great Barrier Reef, and also Arctic oceans, especially, the Alaska is seeing its huge, melting, and many of the people in the Alaska region they are losing their habitat and their livelihoods. Melting of glaciers in Uttarakhand is, it's happening over time, which has resulted in flash flood in Uttarakhand recently, in 4 to 5 months ago. Due to these cyclones, the mangroves it is degrading in Sundarban area. There is no degradations of the Western Ghat and forest fire. We see in Uttarakhand that it has taken place, recently, like in California, it is happening. So what you see that what will be the impact of this 1.5 degrees centigrade? There's again a strong, the modeling study which suggests that carbon dioxide emissions should be reduced 45% before 2030, as well as the renewable energies utilization should be increased by 70 to 80% by the 2050. If we look into these different ecosystems and people in India, like now, how this, this ecological degradation is going to impact the people's life, if we look into, there is a huge, variations in the different forms, starting from the, the variability in monsoon affecting the crop productivity, to the desertifications, to the erosions of the coastal areas and the submargins of the islands, and as a result, there are many. The new refugees of the climate change are getting, as a result, they are becoming, uprooted from their habitat. So these are the new types of the, impacts we are seeing. So for these mitigations and the adaptations, the, of this type of climate change impact on the society, the concept of the ecosystem-based mitigation is becoming the core, like where the mitigation is as part of the changing ecosystem and in alignment with that. So these degradations and the, so in order to understand the mitigations, we have to understand the natures of the degradations and its impact on the livelihood. If we see that the climate change on the rural community, especially who are natural resource livelihood based, are affecting their crop livestock productions, aquaculture, fishing, non-timber forest products. And in the urban area, the demand for the space is increasing, as well as the demand for the basic amenities. And also, like, this is getting complicated with the type of an emergency or exigency, like a pandemic exigency we are going through. So it is creating a cascading effect, and not only it's affecting, the effect of the climate on only the, the ecosystems, but also the health, which is and this cascading effect is affecting the, the Indian the livelihood in a huge way. As you see, as an example from the Indian impact on the livelihood, 6 million people, they are, due to the sea level rise and the flash floods in the, the coastal areas, are going to be affected by this, the tourism hospitality centers in Kerala and Goa. Due to this, 500 million people are going to depend on the glacial meltwater from the Himalayas for agriculture. Flash floods and landslides are threatening them. 50 centimeter sea level rise, like in by 2100, what we'll see is an increase in the intensity of the cyclone, rainfall intensity, marine-based livelihood will be lost due to sea level rise. 50 million people, if they're supported by the Western Ghats ecosystems, they will be affected hugely because of that. 1 million people depend on the tea industry in the Northeast India for the livelihood. They will be affected by the negative consequence of the soil erosion, rising temperature, and the unpredictable rainfall. So there is, all the aspects of the, Indian livelihood system, especially the agriculture, is going to be affected, as you can see here. for each of the crops, whether it is rice, wheat, potato, or they will have an impact on its productions level because of this the climate change. Also, because of this climate change, as the crop productions patterns will change, and the animal husbandry will have, and vice versa, having impact on the of changing agriculture pattern will have an impact on the the agriculture, as you see, on the total GHG emissions, also in the impact of live predictions on the increased carbon dioxide emissions will result in another complexity in the climate change. It will have a huge impact on the global food systems. As so there will be dietary changes, new variety of the crops, soil degradations, risk sharing, reducing inequalities. These are all of the social issues which has to be addressed because of this changing the climate change and the ecosystem degradations, as a result impact on the global food system. So if we look into the climate change and the resilience, we know that the two main pillars are the mitigations and the adaptations, and it's basically we observe, learn, plan, act, and adjust. So this is, again, it's not only an experience-based system, but it is a very intensive database and the information-based system. So where AI and the IoT can play are playing and will play a big role. This is another related results of this climate change, which is the disaster risk reductions. Disaster reductions have different the component actions to reduce the hazards, like ecosystem-based measures to reduce the coastal flooding. Limited, they have an adaptation limit, like in terms of the physical, ecological, technological, economic, political institutions, which need to be addressed. Reducing the vulnerability, like social productions, livelihood diversification, assets-proof housing, so on, and action to reduce exposure, like coastal retreat, settlement, risk-sensitive land use planning, early warning system, and evacuations, which again in IoT and the AI has a strong role to play. If we look into the India's climate resilience framework, which is a national disaster management plan, is there. So it spreads from the national, state, and local government initiatives, and it shows it also depends upon strong data and the information based. As a result, you see the impact of the recent cyclones have been much reduced of the evacuations. But the framework has mainly three broad needs. We need to build this knowledge and understanding at a different level, especially going from the government level to the non-governmental levels to the community levels, and to build capacity in that way. So what are the pathway for this resilience? What we believe that we should reinforce the sustainable livelihoods, making quality information to the local, knowledgeable, accessible, equitable economic growth, and the resilient infrastructures, efficient enabling environment, effective decisions making using advanced technologies like AI and IoT, and the governments must act along with the civil society and the private sectors together, and we must strengthen the assessment and the informations, mainstreaming of the climate change impact, and funding adaptations, as our Honorable Prime Minister has 10 points. The disaster risk reductions, the strategy has been given. So overall, thank you very much for this opportunity to share this, the thinking, and the requirement is now, this, in order to mitigate this climate change, is to bring this, not only to bring this understanding from the, the global level to the regional to the local level, but to create many examples of this type of adaptations and mitigations strategies based on the strong science and technology at the field level, so that we can upscale it in tune to these very variable situations of this climate change, and can create a strong resiliency to the society. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. It was a very enlightening presentation on climate change and the various aspects associated with resilience. So the floor is open now for questions.
Hello, sir. This is Manisha, sir.
Yeah. Should I stop sharing my this thing so that I can see the people also?
Sure, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, please.
Sir, it's a very informative presentation with a lot of details. and a lot of inputs. One of the questions which I would like to ask was like, you have talked about different challenges which we are facing in India. Sir, being from the Department of Science and Technology, my question to you is, what are the areas where our Department of Science and Technology is focusing more to bring in some actions on the climate change aspect?
As you know that we have a national climate, the mission itself at the central government level, and we have two, the mission. That's one from the national Himalayan mission, NHMSC, and also like another is the adaptations and this, the mitigations missions for that. So these are the two missions where Department of Science and Technology is focusing on this. Supporting these knowledge generations at a regional scale, but at the same time, we are also, we have other programs like what I head is a science and society, like science for equity, empowerment, and development. There, we are trying to develop and the societal resilience by integrating this disaster, the risk as one of the aberrations to the society, to the community. As you see, like currently we have this pandemic, but at the same time we are getting affected also by the other, the different type of disasters, which is the result of the climate change, and also the changing crop productions patterns, changing requirement of the patterns. So we want to integrate that, and we are thinking of starting that the community resilience resource centers opening in different parts of the country.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. We will soon start our panel discussion. Before that, we can have one more question for Dr. Datta.
Yes. I think the only thing is, Ms. Madhu, I can't hear your voice because I could hear Madam Manisha's voice, but I couldn't hear your voice. Yeah, please.
Sorry, sir. My network is sometimes fluctuating. There is a question for you from Debashish Brahma. What are the community resilience resource centers?
About the community resilience resource center, Debashish, this is the idea which has come, or I will say this is a requirement which has come after the second the wave of this pandemic within the info. We work closely with the non-governmental organizations for taking, improving the technology disseminations for the society, for ultimately improving the science and technological absorption capacity of the community. Because whatever we are doing at the knowledge organizations level, unless and until a part of it can be made relevant for the society's problem solutions, I think that is not the real Atmanirbharata which our Honorable Prime Minister is talking about. So understanding that, what we are thinking that the COVID has given a challenge and opportunity, so that if you see any resilience for any type of an aberrations event can come at an pre-stage of the event, during the event, and post-stage or the recovery stage of the event. So if you take the examples of the COVID, the pre-stage of the COVID's resilience is it's improving the immunity of the people, creating, the infrastructures which we have seen in the second phase, because of non-preparedness, there is a lot of impact has taken place. And during, especially during this COVID, what has happened, it has gone this time into the rural areas, which didn't take place during the first phase. As a result, it has created in a lot of, it has created a lot of challenges, before the government and the community and everyone to address that. So, for that, this type of a community resilience resource center should create, create the knowledge disseminations and awareness, because of this, the changing nature of this COVID, you will see that there are different type of informations coming. So, and there is the vaccine hesitancy in many places. So this type of centers, other than supplementing with the immediate support of the, like giving oximeter, thermometer, and that oxygen concentrator. Also to work with the local, in a rural areas, working with the local medical system. The reality is, like in the interior of our rural areas, other than maybe not in Kerala, but in the other places, there the quasi-medical doctors give the first line of the support. So through telemedicines, if their capacity can be improved, so that type of provisions and post recovery, nutrition through the locally available nutraceuticals at a lower cost, improving the the skill set of those families where the main earning members have have been affected, or in many cases have gone. So that type of we want to create this type of centers at a pilot scales at the different states, so that they look into that immediate aberrations of the livelihood system and take care of. So that's basically the idea of the community community resiliency resource center. Currently, we are calling them community COVID resiliency resource center, but in long term, when COVID probably will go, we will convert that into community resiliency the resource center. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the very elaborate answer and for the very wonderful presentation. Once again, we thank you. There is one more question for you, sir, because this is connected to your previous answer. Just let me read it out from Dr. L.K. Tripathi. Sir, are these centers going to be located at district level or in the capital of the states?
No, they like this type of centers will be below district level. They will be taluka level, because this is for the focus is on livelihood, the resiliency. It will not be at the district level. It will be at a taluka level.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much. So now let's move on to our panel discussion. For that, let me welcome Professor Binod Chandra Menon to chair the panel discussion. Professor Menon has 34 years of working experience in training senior administrators, conducting research studies, and has specialized in disaster management, climate change adaptation, and public policy analysis. Professor Menon has worked in Yashwantrao Chanwan Academy of Development Administration, Pune, as Associate Professor, as the Head of Center for Disaster Management thereafter. From 2002 to 2005, he worked in UNICEF India Country Office, New Delhi, in charge of emergency preparedness and response, and coordinated the UNICEF response to the Indian Ocean tsunami in 2004. In 2005, Professor Menon was nominated by Dr. Manmohan Singh as a founder member in the National Disaster Management Authority, NDMA, Government of India, with the status of a Union Minister of State in the Government of India from September 2005 to September 2010. He has been a consultant to UNDP, UNESCAP, UNICEF, ADB, World Bank, GFDRR, Economic Intelligence Unit, international NGOs, national NGOs, state governments, and has also advised many national governments and state governments. He is on the advisory boards and governing boards of several organizations. He has been invited by UNDP, World Bank, and GFDRR to address several international conferences on disaster risk reduction, and has been invited to advise several disaster-affected countries.
Thank you.
A warm welcome to you, sir, and let me hand over the mic to you.
Thank you very much. We listened to a very thought-provoking keynote address from Dr. Devapriya Datta, and I have also the opportunity to be a member of a peer committee in which he is also one of the distinguished members from the Department of Science and Technology. We have a very distinguished panel participating in the panel discussion, and Dr. Devapriya Datta is also one of the panel members. He will also be making a very focused presentation like what he was doing just now. We have Dr. Nava Subramaniam from RMIT, Australia. I hope he's joined already. And we have also Dr. Dharan Upreti, from Practical Action, Nepal. And Dr. Manisha is there, from Amrita University, the Dean of the School of Sustainable Development. And Dr. Veronica Tofani is there from the Department of Earth Sciences from the University of Firenze in Italy. And we also have Dr. Faith Taylor from King's College London, and Dr. Gretchen Hoffman from the Department of Geography, is also joining us. So we have a very distinguished panel, and we also have Dr. Vijay Kesri, from UNDP Nepal, but he is right now in Fiji, and it's midnight in Fiji, so he is unable to attend the session. But he has shared a presentation, which we hope that we will be able to also screen. So this particular panel discussion is extremely important because of the topics which are closely related to the theme of this international symposium. And I'm very grateful that Dr. Manisha and the organizing committee have given me an opportunity to chair this panel discussion. May I request Dr. Nava Subramaniam to kindly initiate his intervention. Dr. Nava, are you already here?
Yes, I am. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Om Amiteshwariye Namaha. Is somebody going to share the slides, or am I supposed to be sharing the screen?
Yeah, you can share the screen.
Okay. Hopefully it works. Okay, great. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, they already started sharing. Okay. Can you make it full screen? Yeah.
Thank you very much. So my 5 minutes starts now.
Could you make to full screen, Dr. Nava? I think in the down bottom you have that emblem to click on to make the PPT to full screen.
Okay, I see. Yes. What do you mean?
The fourth one. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, that's good. Okay. All right. So thank you very much, Dr. Manisha and to Amrita University, Dr. Menon, for your warm welcome and giving an opportunity to participate in this very important conference. My talk for today is about accounting for ecosystem restoration. And as you know, my background is in accounting, so I couldn't help it but to bring an accounting perspective to this talk. Very quickly, the UNEP report talks about the title, Making Peace with Nature. It talks about how the global economy has grown nearly fivefold over the last 50 years, and that it has tripled in extraction of natural resources and energy for production and consumption. And also world population doubled to 7.8 billion people, and about something like 1.3 billion people still live in poverty, and also 700 million are, still go hungry. Research evidence around the benefits of ecosystem restoration. So in other words, with restoration, that means something is not working, something is at fault or broken down. So research evidence then says that there are benefits to restore. Not everything that's broken needs to be restored, but the ecosystem, it's you've got no choice, we have to restore. And the research shows when you restore ecosystems, it contributes to job opportunities, livelihoods, and also mitigating some of the worst effects of, our anthropogenic climate change, carbon emissions, etc. So the measures aimed at restoration of ecosystems are often seen as net cost projects by both governments and businesses, because governments and businesses are the two very large stakeholder groups that tend to benefit from ecosystem damage. They do the damage as well as restore and gain the benefits out of it. So the challenge then becomes, I also wanted to highlight to you that the group's work is very important here. They have, through analyzing 200 studies on the costs and benefits of ecosystem restoration, they have found that often decisions are not made with complete data. They're incomplete. The data is often faulty. So the challenge then, my message today, I suppose, to share is how can we better account for restoration of ecosystem? And it's really important we do account for the natural capital. And I wanted to highlight today that the 52nd United Nations Statistical Commission in March this year, just a month or two ago, adopted the system of environmental economic accounting ecosystem, which is an ecosystem accounting system. So the European Commissioner for Environment, Oceans and Fisheries, for example, he said that the nature contributes substantially into our economy. It is largely invisible in our economic statistics. We need to transform how we view and value nature and make its contribution to our life part of the economic equation. So for that, we need robust methods to track investments, impacts, and dependencies on nature. So the new framework that the system of environmental economic accounting offers is a major step in this direction, as it could fundamentally reorient economic and policy planning toward sustainable development. And I know I've got very limited time. I will finish very quickly now, but I just would like to highlight that this system of accounting for the ecosystem is based on 5 core accounts. So there's the ecosystem where you need to understand the total area of an ecosystem. You need to find systems that are dependent on usually using spatially explicit data. So an accounting system needs to, is not like a normal dollars and cents and assets and liabilities and income and expenses, but you really need to look at what is an asset, how big is it, what condition is it in, and then account for the impacts that are being made on that asset, the physical and flows of physical and monetary records. And they all have to be brought in and then balanced in relation to the stocks and changes in stocks, meaning whether the asset has improved, depleted, or is it normal? Is it still sustainable based on the economic operations? I also would like to share one more slide. I know the time is up. I can come back later if people want to know more about the framework. But the way forward with accounting is that we do need to, for good accounting, so we don't go back and fall into the pit of bad data, bad information, and bad decision making, is to really have good, high quality data, social capital, where you get data not from your normal sources of government sources or public sector departments, but where people, community can bring in to say, no, even though the formal records say this, but actually the damage is still happening. That sort of data is really important. So you need community empowerment. You need to, sort of the principles of SDG 17, partnerships for the goals. We need big partnerships to get the costing and valuing it of the ecosystem assets so that we can preserve those assets very, very well. So with that thought, I will say thank you, and also to be guided by Amar's words, which is the conservation of nature will be possible only when people fully recognize that they are part of nature. Namaskar. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nava. Actually, you have taken, the core of this subject in your 5 minutes. You have really, crystallized that in these slides, which you've really highlighted. I want to ask you one thing to, take this discussion forward a bit. That the national action plans on climate change and the state action plans on climate change and the NDCs are there, and in that, how do we bring in, the ecosystem accounting from indigenous communities and traditional knowledge of, indigenous communities?
Well, you see, this is a very recent development, what I've given you in terms of policy development. And these are the things that is still to be debated. In accounting, in the world of accounting, you question, how do you measure? It's a measurement problem here. And some things are not easy to measure. Many things, unfortunately, in the eco, when it comes to natural capital, is difficult. But there are ways and means. I mean, I don't have time, but I can show you an example where the system of environmental economic, accounting system allows you, as you can see here, how the asset can be identified. Even to identify what the asset and how big it is really important, and the condition it is in. And then the service that the asset gives us. This is an excellent example of how a forest, through its the quality of its soil depth and the bigger, a very rich, good depth, can actually make water filtration, the biomass that, goes through, where it cleans the water, clean water comes out. That is a natural filtration system. The question is, what's the dollar value we're going to put on it? And as you know, many things don't happen in this world unless we have a dollar value, right? So the investments people make to save and keep your ecosystem, intact, it often goes down to that dollar value. So the benefit that the forest gives us, the benefit of clean water, eventually has to be somehow captured in the economic model so that good decisions can be made.
Thank you very much. In fact, we saw that during the time of the COVID, because the air transportation was also reduced, road transportation was also reduced because of lockdowns. We saw that the biodiversity started getting enriched because we were not interfering with nature. You saw there were lots of photographs of animals coming out into open areas.
Yes, we are still in lockdown in Melbourne today, and there was a deer running around in one of the suburbs.
Right.
People thought that was very funny.
Yeah, thank you. We will come back to you, request you to stay on, and, we will have the next presentation by Dr. Dharam Upreti from Nepal. He's the thematic lead for climate and resilience in practical action. Dr. Dharam, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So let me share my screen.
Yes.
Well,
yeah, you can put it on the slideshow mode.
Yeah, is there in the slideshow mode now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So thank you very much. Thank you for providing this opportunity to talk about the interface between community and resilience. How actually community play a key role in building resilience at local level, not only the ecological resilience, but also the social resilience. So I'm talking about, with some example, how the community forestry of Nepal, actually, as an example, play a key role in building resilience through the restoration of the ecosystem in a disturbed ecological, area, let's say. So just directly entering into the system, if you see the picture in 1978 and then 2005. you can see the difference between these two pictures. That is, the 1978 was the peak year of deforestation as a result of nationalization of forest in 1957 in Nepal. And then, while the government realized this is really a devastation, and then gradually handing over the forest to the local communities, and then because of that, handing over to the local community means ownership or tenureship actually handed over to local community. Though there are some issues, but at least the local communities feel kind of ownership. Okay, this is my forest, and that is my community, and that I need to restore it. So that is the result of this. And I'm just giving another example of area. You can see this one of the hilly urban area in 1989, and if you see over time in 2010, you see the complete restoration of ecosystem in a how powerful is the role of community, how powerful the role of the tenureship, and how powerful the role of ownership in restoration of ecosystem. So these are the examples. These are two examples, but there are nearly 34,000 examples, and of them 22,450 patches of forest are handed over as a community forest. Modified, definitions in 2000. In 1990s, government handed over the forest to the local communities, and that was go gradually. And based on the learning, in 2000, government modified the approach of community forestry and developed or bring some other type of community-based forestry. But whatever the role of 22,450 as a community forestry and other type of forest, they play a crucial role in managing the forest and develop a kind of the utilization system at local levels. And as a result, it has a kind of impact on restoration of the livelihood assets, and it contributes the overall sustainability, bringing social agenda into its attention. By social means, there are 22,315 community forest user groups. Means these are the number of the local communities manage their resources. Means there is the kind of the executive committee managing the forest, and that means at least 11-member executive committee of community forestry, means 11 leadership managing their community. This is a kind of a social interaction among them. By that means, by that social capitals, they develop a kind of share or their strong voice to raise with the service provider. And that not only limited to building social capital, building human capitals, because community forestry is a kind of laboratory to learn from the international to the national researchers. Then political exercise means the leadership, though Nepal already undergone in the federal system, so many research has revealed that there are a number of local leadership, those who used to work as a community leaders in community forestry are now become the leader at local government level, provincial and federal level. So that is the political exercise. Then ecological restoration, that of course Nepal is recognized as the country of community forestry because of the system, because of the social approach that the policy adopted, that actually contributed. The crux of this is, while you feel or community feel, okay, this is my forest, means community ownership, we feeling actually contribute to manage their forest and develop a kind of utilization system in a very sustainable way. That means the community has two basic tools. One is approved operational plan, and the another is users constitution. So these two a legal document approved by the local authority that that are the basis to manage the forest, and these are the basis to utilize the forest. So by means of that committee, they just repair the forest, conduct kind of silvicultural operations every year, and then where they feel this is a completely disturbed area or degraded area or deforested area or wasteland, they plant trees over there, and as a result, the total forest of Nepal is now become 34.7% because of this community, involvement. That means the restoration of forest has been developed in a way that community wanted to have it. I guess that while it was there in 1978. So, but that is not, there are not only the success story. There are several challenges. Climate change, disaster risk, that actually putting, pressure or kind of, eroding this resilient system by this. You can see the beautiful village that overnight, turning into this, disastrous area by the landslide. This is just happened last year in one of the, earthquake affected districts in middle of Nepal. So there are challenges. So as a crux, the key message are community-based forestry can be an option for building both social as well as ecosystem resilience. Adaptation and mitigation options need to be integrated into development planning at all levels. That actually provides the opportunity to manage the ecosystem in a changing context, because the different factors that affecting, including climate change. So we both adapt these two tools. Then allocation of development finance in climate technologies, adaptation technologies, so that community can adapt to build their resilience. Then the final point, balance between the production, supply, and demand need to be maintained. Stop over exploitation of resources that could ultimately.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Dharam. Actually, I think that your presentation on community forestry and restoration is extremely important for not only for forest dwellers, but also for all the people who are actually, respecting and loving nature. Okay, because conservation, preservation, and regeneration is very closely linked to the benefits of also improving social capital, the social capital of the forest dwellers. So in your view, the experiences which you shown of both, the case where the barren deforested hillside was actually completely transformed into a green reforested, area, shows that community participation can actually bring in a lot of co-benefits. So how do we really bring in that the cost benefit of natural capital improving also social capital?
Should I respond now?
Yes, please.
Yeah, okay. Of course, thank you very much. Yeah, well, it's a very interesting story. While, if I look back in 1957, the history of the forest management in Nepal, in 1957, government nationalized the forest. And then community feel it's the government forest. Then they lose the, the ownership on the forest. Then what happened? It gradually started deforestation, illegal trade, and so, and 1978 that I saw was the peak year of deforestation. And then government realized, oh, this is really, we need to find a kind of solutions of this. Then government, start, handing over the forest in a very pilot scale to the communities as a panchayat forest and panchayat protected forest. And then in 1980s, that became a kind of policy year. And 1988, government brought 20 years long master plan of forestry sector. That was a turning point of Nepal's forestry turning into that greenery, and then completely restoration of the forest in 1990s. So in 1990s, while the government started handing over the forest, in a way that government reward the forester, the forest officials who hand over the more patches of forest to the local communities. He or she, the officials, used to, at that time rewarded as in terms of promotion, in terms of, the other grading and so. That was a kind of, driving factors to increase the forest. The means is, then the community, while they form a kind of alliance of community forest user groups named Federation of Community Forest User Groups, it's become a powerful civil society that emerges and then start dialogue with the government. And sometimes, government officials start saying, oh, this is the parallel department of the government, but that is not the case. They just start bringing the issues from the ground and, put that in a table of the government. Okay, this is what, the community want, and this is what the community, can do. So based on the demonstration from the ground, then huge social capitals developed across the country. That means 22,500 community forest user group means that is the network of the Federation of Community Forest User Groups.
Right.
That is the social capital. And then economic perspective, number of community forests, they have their own bank account, own they manage the forest, because while selling the forest product from community forestry, the 80% of the revenue directly goes to the community account. Only 20% goes to the government. So these are the kind of the driving factors or motivational factor of the community to manage the forest. So now they are the the local pillars for local development.
Right. No, that is excellent. In fact, you showed also that the community forest management teams later became also political representatives, elected representatives of the people.
Yes.
So they start working in local self-government. That is very
Yes.
good. That is extremely interesting. And similar things we are seeing also in many other countries, including in India. We have seen that, the joint forest management committees and all that, people who participated from the initial days handling minor forest produce, but then later also, looking at ownership, also feeling that this is a property which they need to protect. So social protection also begins. Community involvement in protection of the forest also begins. So thank you very much. We look forward to continuing our interaction. So thank you very much. Now we have Dr. Manisha from Amrita University. May I request Dr. Manisha Ramesh to initiate her presentation, please?
Good evening, everybody. Very nice to meet each one of you. Let me just quickly pull my presentation. I hope everybody is able to see my screen.
Yes.
So I will try to bring in how the ecosystem awareness, the restoration and resilience is important, and how do we build it. So what I was thinking as the two major factors to be considered is how we communities can be empowered, how the future generation can be empowered. We have the communities and we have the students who are the future generation for us. So for the communities to be empowered, the first and the foremost is we have to build knowledge societies in the community itself, which will bring in the sustainable development and innovation. But how do you make that happen? For that, you need the future generation. You need to have the future generation given an education that will transform the lives, which will require them to going through experiential learning to understand what is needed for the society, and then collaboratively bring in the problem solving skills, which will help them to empower the community to work with them and build the knowledge societies. So in the process, what we need is we need the whole academic system to have a change in mindset. We need to have a curriculum revision to bring in the different interdisciplinary domains to work together. And also this approach of practical, taking the theory into practice will bring in the owners of change as communities, not as an outsider. You have to have the change owners inside the community itself. So that way you will be building responsible citizens for each of the community. At Amrita, we have worked it through the Live in Labs program, which helped the students to be part of the community and then use their experiential learning to build sustainable solution in different thematic areas. And how they have done is because they are able to live in the community, understand the challenge, and then bring in the solution by integrating different solutions, the interdisciplinary domains which looked into socio-cultural, environmental, political, etc. And then that brought in the movement towards the change. So if you see this is just one village in Guptapada in Orissa. They have worked on different challenges, these challenges identified by the students on health, sanitation, water, livelihood, skill development, and built solution in each one of them as smokeless cook stove, toilet building, water distribution, etc. But it's not only that they alone work. They pulled in the capabilities from different parts of the world also. They from the different departments, different worlds, and then they have achieved. So collaborating and bringing in the problem solving skills into their work and taking their theory down to the society is necessary, so that we can bring in the ecosystem restoration changes, and also we can bring in the resilience building both on the student side and the community and on the community side. So they will co-develop things, whatever is needed in each of those areas based on what the society needs. It's not of what I think or my student think that this is the technology hi-fi I give to the community. No, you understand what they need, where the change is needed, and then bring in each of the areas and take forward to that. And that will help us to have empowered communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Manisha. Actually, you mentioned that living with the communities, actually communities should not be seen as victims of disasters, but also as, they should be seen as, people who can actually be the change agent, who can take their own, challenges and also help in problem solving. If that can be done along with academia, helping the communities. So your live-in labs is actually a very truly integrative concept where, you are able to bring in technology solutions from engineering and also from humanities and social sciences, working with the communities to really understand the problems and help them to help themselves. You have done that in many ways. So what has been your most important success story, working with fishermen communities, or working with rural communities?
So I think we had success in several areas, in water distribution systems, in disaster management, in the landslide community disaster resilience bringing in. But what we have learned over the time is if you have to bring in any change, you need to have a long-term relationship with them, long-term interventions. You cannot have sporadic interventions and then expect a change. And you can never go thinking that you know it and they don't know. You have to go there that I am a learner rather than you are a teacher. So that has to come in, and then that will help you to empower them. The most important is why are we there? We are trying to empower ourselves and them. So it's not, it's a collaborative effort. It's not that you are just putting it on them, whatever you know.
Right. Absolutely. In fact, that is where sustainable development really brings, the real impact, because it has to be sustainable. It cannot be just an occasional visit to a village and then, you try to solve problems. You have to basically understand, live with the community, and also help them to understand and solve their problems better. The youth are doing it now. We are seeing them doing it. The students are doing it. The young people are doing it in many parts of the country and in many countries around the world. So people driven solutions. Yes.
The training this future generation to work with the different actors is very important, because they need to understand there are several stakeholders involved in any challenge you see. So if you have to bring in a change, you have to bring in resilience or restorations. You need to understand who are the stakeholders and what they need. And based on that, you have to work with them and learn from them and build. So otherwise, they will read all theories from the book, but which may not be useful in the real practical life to the level which we could contribute.
That's right. Thank you very much. We look forward to continuing our interaction. So may I now request Dr. Veronica, from Italy, from the University of Firenze, Dr. Veronica.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Over to you.
Thanks for the invitation. I'm pleased and glad to be here. And can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, my background is more on, let's say, natural hazard, ground instability with special reference to the landslides. The title of my presentation will be on prevention and management of hydrological hazards. Actually, I am from the Department of Earth Sciences of the University of Florence and program coordinator of the UNESCO Chair on Prevention and Sustainable Management of Hydrological Hazards. And during my presentation, I will show you the main activities that we are carrying out as UNESCO chair in the field of the hydrological hazard. This is the website, and actually our the main mission of our chair is to promote research and development for the prevention and management of hydrological hazards in support to policies and action of risk reduction. Actually, we have 4 more specific objectives, which are the first one is to promote the development of innovative technologies for the prevention and mitigation of hydrological hazard. The second one is to develop tools and procedures for risk reduction policies and emergency management, obviously for the safety of the human life. The third one is to promote the protection of cultural heritage threatened by hydrological hazards, and eventually to promote the results at the international level by offering scientific facilities to postgraduate students and visiting researchers. Actually, we, as UNESCO chair, we are contributed to Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations Agenda 2030, and especially these are the Sustainable Development Goals to which we are contributory, and especially I would like to highlight that our main contribution is to Objective 11, 13, 17, 3, 4, so many. We are dealing with many of these sustainable development goals. We are contributed to international policies for disaster risk reduction. And in particular, in 2015, we are a signatory of the ISDR, ICL, Sendai Partnership, which is a voluntary commitment to the World Conference on Disaster Risk Reduction for the global promotion of understanding and reducing landslide disaster risk. So it promotes a series of actions and in order to reduce disaster risk, especially focused on landslides. We are also involved in another important international commitment, which is the Kyoto Commitment, which is the Kyoto 2020 Commitment for Global Promotion of Understanding, for global promotion of understanding and reducing landslide disaster risk. This commitment has been signed by 80 signatories, including UNESCO, UNU, IRDR, Davos, many UNESCO chair, many national and international organizations. So it's a duty to the Sendai Landslide Partnership, to the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the new urban agenda, the Paris Climate Agreement. So it's an important commitment which is structured within 9 main actions. And this is a sort of synthesis of the main actions, and especially I would like to highlight that all this action deals with different aspects related to the disaster risk reduction, in particular to the promotion of people-centered early warning technology for landslides, in the producing of hazard and vulnerability maps, which actually constitute the first step for disaster risk mitigation. The development of different type of technologies, including machine learning and IoT for the monitoring, analyzing and simulating monitoring landslides. Another important aspect is related to the open communication with the local governments and society. This aspect has been already highlighted. It is quite important. And other aspects are related to the climate change, rainfall-induced landslides, the forecasting model, rainfall forecasting models. So many different aspects, many different actions which have the final aim to reduce disaster risk at the global level through the involvement of different type of organization, okay, international, national, universities, stakeholders, and users. This commitment has been signed, as I told you before, by 80 signatories at different levels. So it's an important commitment. And briefly, I will show some of the major activities, just few slides, which we are currently carried out in the framework of the, let's say, activities or the actions of the Kyoto Commitment and the framework of the UNESCO Chair. For example, this is an example of assessment of landslide risk at regional scale. Landslide risk computed as the expected damages in economical, from the economical point of view due to the landslide activity, which is actually the expected damages is a product of the hazard, landslide hazard, landslide the vulnerability of, in this case, of buildings, but also infrastructures, and the exposures of the buildings. So the final output is how much, in this case, landslides, but could be repeated for floods, for different type of ground movements, how much this type of hazard cost to the population, okay, into the economic cost of landslides. This is an example for a region, central part of Italy. Another important activities that we are carried out is the use of satellite to monitor ground deformation, especially the using satellite, radar satellite, which are able to give information of ground deformation every 6 days. So through the use of this systematic monitoring of the ground, it's possible to, this is, for example, these are the ground palm measurements, okay? Green means that it's stable, instead, for example, red or yellow, or orange means that there is something, a portion of the ground that is moving. And the information about the movement are updated every 6 days, thanks to the satellite Sentinel, to the Sentinel satellite. So it's quite important. This helps to produce monitoring bulletins. So bulletins in which, for different type, for selected areas in which at least you can provide information about the presence of ongoing movements, which can be related to different causes, but at least you have the information almost in real time that something is moving. So it's quite important information for stakeholders, and in order to, let's say, for different type of mitigation measures. And at least in the framework of the activities of the UNESCO Chair, I would like to highlight also all the action we are carried out in the framework of education. since just from 2017, we have started a new master program in English, multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, in order to create, let's say, a figure with a background on engineering, geology, math, so different, an integrated knowledge and formation, education on the topic of disaster risk prevention and reduction. This master program has started in Florence, at the University in Florence 4 years ago, and actually is hosting many students also from India in the last years. So many students coming from India. So thanks for your attention, and sorry if I've been too long, but just to give you some information about very brief information about our activities as UNESCO chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Veronica. Actually, your presentation has been extremely useful and informative. I wanted to ask you one thing about, you mentioned about the geohydrological hazard monitoring using Sentinel, and also from the European Space Agency, monitoring geomorphology and hydromorphology. So are there any specific use of this satellite-based monitoring before, during, and after landslides? Have you had any recent instances where this kind of monitoring is possible? Because of 6 days, the satellite is actually able to give information. So is the kind of, the deformations before a landslide, during a landslide, and after the landslide, can that be tracked?
Yes, sure. We are actually using this type of technology to monitor landslides. I would like to highlight anyway that since their visiting time is every 6 days, we are monitoring slow landslides, not very fast landslides, not like debris flow or very fast faults on topples. For some specific types of landslides, such as slides or rotational slides, or anyway, any type of landslides that have slow velocity, is possible to monitoring landslides and to retrieve information about time series of displacements and average velocity. And we are currently using this type of technology for since many years for landslides. Okay, and you mentioned also multi-stakeholder engagement, and you have the Italian civil defense and civil protection, which is very, very strong, working with local communities. So are the local communities involved in these kind of landslide, response and preparedness measures? Yes, actually in Italy we have an organization for which at the national level for which the community is very much involved within the risk, let's say, assessment and emergency during the assessment, also the emergency phase. So we have a strong relationship, let's say, with the National Civil Protection, and we are providing to the National Civil Protection many, let's say, products, and also with locals, for example, municipalities or regional organization. So we are anyway, the structure in Italy is also local communities are very much involved. Okay, Dr. Dharam wants to ask a question, I think. He's raised his hand. Yes.
Thank you very much. It's really fantastic. So could you tell us, because landslide early warning system is really, is become pertaining issue elsewhere in the world, and particularly the mountain regions. So could you tell us how much lead time can you provide by means of this technology to the communities, those who are at risk of landslide?
You mean with the satellite monitoring?
Yes, lead time means how much time can communities get the information in advance about the happening of landslide?
Well, actually,
like 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours.
Yeah, we through these satellites we can retrieve an ongoing movement. Okay, but we need some other models to forecast the time of failures. I mean, using the time series of displacement acquired by the satellite, is possible to use other models in order to forecast the actual time of failure. Okay, but actually with the satellite we measure a deformation. We can see if there is an increase, an acceleration, a deceleration, but through the satellite it's possible not to actually to predict the time of failure. We need other model which need to be fitted with the time series of displacement. And this is for regional scale, regional scale applications.
Yeah, actually, I think Dr. Manisha's team from Amrita University is working very closely with, the research team from Italy and also from King's College London, and also with the British Geological Survey and the UK Met Office. So Dr. Dharam, we can take it offline, a discussion with Amrita University. They will be able to suggest to you that they have the technology which is helping in 72 hours, 48 hours and 24 hours monitoring in advance, and then providing information to communities by giving alert and early warning messages, working with the local district administration officials. This is also happening in Kerala, in Idukki district. Amrita University had actually given the kind of early warning. And also in the Nilgiris in Tamil Nadu and Darjeeling and Sikkim, there's also effort happening with a multi-country initiative where Italian colleagues also are supporting that research study.
Yeah, I would like to highlight just the last thing that for the due to the limited time, I didn't show you our regional system, early warning system for landslides, which are not based on satellite data, but are based on rainfall thresholds, for example, and I know that Manisha also know, and physically based modeling, for which you can give an alert few hours before the event, 1 or 2 days before the event. So it's something different. Satellite is more for monitoring and early warning with other type of models.
That's right.
Just to highlight.
Yes, the studies which are actually happening through landslip is looking at rainfall-induced landslides, monitoring that, and also looking at drainage patterns, looking at the various ways by which the geomorphology and the hydromorphology issues can be monitored effectively. The satellite tracking is actually what Dr. Veronica mentioned, is actually looking at deformations using satellite movements before an event and also during an event and after an event. So thank you very much for your presentation, and we look forward to continued interaction. If there are any questions, please keep mentioning on the chat box or on the question and answer box. And so we will come back to that if there is time after all the presentations are over. Now, may I request, thank you very much, Dr. Veronica, and then please stay on. May I now request Dr. Faith Taylor from the King's College London to kindly initiate her presentation. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Can I just check, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes.
Okay, brilliant. Good afternoon from the UK, everyone. I'm Dr. Faith Taylor. I am a physical geographer by background, but this is a slightly different project that I'm leading, working with Konkui Design Initiative in Kenya on using qualitative GIS to visualize resilience, particularly focus on floods and fires. And thanks to the previous speakers, because I think a lot of the themes you've mentioned about data, working with communities, thinking spatially, they really connect to what I'm going to be talking about. So just a bit of background, why am I talking about GIS? Myself and colleagues from King's have done a number of interviews in a range of countries with decision makers about the use of GIS, and a real growing desire for GIS dashboards, particularly online systems, as a way of uniting data, being able to quickly pull streams of data together and make decisions based on that. But historically, GIS has tended to focus on the formal built environment, so things like roads and buildings, because they can be seen and they can be mapped. But actually, there's a lot going on in resilience that is invisible on the map, and connections to people, experience, context, memory, and also somewhat of a disconnect to participatory approaches. So there's a lot of community mapping done, but does that make it into these decision-making dashboards? And so ultimately, we argue that maps are being used as conversation closers rather than opening up a conversation about the future of resilience in communities. And as we all know, resilience is a kind of messy concept. The words on the screen here are the result of asking communities in Kenya, South Africa and the Philippines about what resilience to flooding meant to them. And actually there was no translation of the word resilience into any of the languages we were working in. But you'll see the words in black, a lot of them are reasonably easy to record within a GIS. We can map bridges, drains, electricity, etc. But a lot of the words the community were mentioning were about people and connections and time. And there's a great paper by Heeson that basically argues we just can't map resilience. We can do things like flood hazard maps. We might overlay them with buildings and roads to think about exposure. We might think about vulnerability in terms of census data. But then resilience is this sort of fog above the map. It's not fixed in space. It's not static in time. It doesn't sit neatly within the boundaries of a map. And it's not one thing for everyone. So the aim of this work was to try and pin this fog of resilience down onto the map and bring a more kind of contextual, participatory understanding of resilience into these GIS dashboards. And I'm just going to show a couple of the GIS layers that we developed in this project. So the first is spatial social network maps, which basically show the location of the community and individuals and organisations that they connect to. And I'm showing maps from Kibera slum in Nairobi in Kenya here. On the top and the right, we can see what the social network looks like in peace times. So these are the connections that the community mentioned are sort of ongoing. So there are a lot of NGOs doing vaccination programs and education, etc. And then in the bottom right, we can see what the social network looks like during a flood. And the community told us that actually a lot of these NGOs say that flood response is outside of their remit. So they sort of disappear from the map for a while. And the social network becomes a lot more inward looking. And then some of these connections further afield are less tangible. So they're connections to family abroad, for example. And we can quantify this. We say that the social network is a bit smaller during a flood. But we also add narratives to these connections. So a lot of these lines you can click on and you can read the story, or you can see sometimes pictures or videos from local people explaining the nature of those connections. The second layer that we've been developing are called story spheres. And this is an example of a story sphere here for Kibera in Nairobi. This is a 360-degree photograph just captured with a low-cost smartphone in the field, but it's stitched together with directional audio. And these are the little kind of bubbles you can see here. So if you were looking at this in the web browser, you'd be able to click on these bubbles and hear audio. That audio is the voices of local people explaining their experiences. This can be viewed in a web browser or on a smartphone using a low-cost Google Cardboard headset for a more immersive experience. And the idea for this work came from one of the KDI team saying that the decision makers very rarely visit these informal settlements. They're quite difficult to access. So can we bring them to them? But from a sort of GIS perspective, these are really valuable about as a way of communicating differing perspectives about a single point in space. Normally GIS maps are designed to communicate one coherent kind of perspective, but this is particularly useful for thinking about gender differences in resilience or disagreements about resilience. And from showing these two decision makers in Nairobi, we've had feedback that these actually, hearing the human stories, aid memory and retention of information over a longer time. So I'm sure I'm out of time there, but just to kind of summarize, we argue that standard GIS tends to focus on the formal built environment, and actually resilience isn't just about the formal built environment. And so we're proposing the use of qualitative GIS methods to make some of these invisible or less tangible aspects of resilience visible on the map and then usable in decision making. And from kind of early prototypes, we've shown that this aids memory and understanding. And if you'd like to learn more, happy for you to email me, or this is a paper about some of the work. So thank you for your time. I look forward to speaking in the panel.
Thank you very much. Faith, actually, this Messy Maps, the title, and also the way in which you presented is a very good way of storytelling, because I'm sure Messy Maps would stay in the memory of everybody, you know, because we have been seeing how maps have been used even for tracking migrant workers who were moving. You know, there were several hundreds of thousands of them moving across the country when the lockdown was announced in India during COVID. Okay, in March last year. And we have actually seen that this is a very powerful tool of using maps and demystifying the maps. You know, we have seen OpenStreetMaps, and, you know, we've seen a lot of ways by which people can actually interpret it using mobile phones, you know, because you have the GPS, GPRS kind of solutions. And even if internet is not accessible, you can actually capture the geo coordinates and then photographs, and then you can upload it when you come into a Wi-Fi zone. You know, you can actually do that. So there is this kind of edge computing which is actually possible even in areas where internet is not available. So this Messy Maps idea presentation by you is extremely useful. And you mentioned about, you know, your experiences in Africa, and we'll definitely look up, I'm sure, the titles which you have listed, both Bone as well as yours. You know, we will definitely look up these references, and you know, I'm sure that everybody would like to listen to many more questions on how you can actually make it more people friendly, and how communities and local people can actually use mapping to represent, you know, whatever are their ground realities to their elected representatives, to the government. So do you have any suggestions for the people how they can actually use this?
Yeah, and I mean, not to kind of downplay that, you know, there are amazing efforts from communities to do mapping, like OpenStreetMap and Slum and Shack Dwellers International, Know Your City. So that's not to kind of downplay these efforts. I just think, based on experience, there is this disconnect between these sort of more novel forms of data and then actually getting that into decision making. So how do we get these into the platforms that decision makers use? One of the techniques that we've used, these story spheres, I strongly recommend that people have a play with these, and we have some training resources that people might find helpful, because they're really quick to make. You can use a smartphone, like you said, and very intuitive and quite powerful. So, and then I guess another simple example is the Esri story maps function. So, you know, a lot of people make their data in the ArcGIS online platform, but just stitching those together with a narrative and telling a decision maker what you want them to focus on and adding more of the stories can be really valuable.
So can that be done as a crowdsourced kind of initiative like Ushahidi?
Yeah, so last summer we did a sort of side project whilst we couldn't do our data collection, where we used the Esri Survey 123 app, and like you say, that will work offline, and then you can upload the data at a later date to create an inventory of COVID interventions in Kibera Slum. And what's great is seeing all that data just kind of appear on an online platform very, very quickly. And I think the technology is really there these days to make that quite easy without having to have a tech expert.
I'm sure there will be more
build an
questions. There will be more questions from others also. Please stay on, and then may I now request Dr. Devapriya Datta to kindly initiate his intervention, please. Dr. Datta.
Yes, sir. Good evening, and good evening to Professor Menon. It's a great to again virtually meet you after long time, and also to the other panelists and the presenters. So I think my earlier two colleagues, like Dr. Taylor and Dr. Veronica, has set the the background. And I thought, I was thinking of putting this because all of us, what we're discussing today in this context of the sustainable development, like these are the three axes: environment, society, and the economy. And, like as Dr. Taylor has talked about the geocoding and the geospatial component, there are many non-geospatial component or attribute data. So the data integrations is at the core of having the futuristic, development strategy. But while discussing, I will because I was looking into Professor Menon's the comments in the chat box, and he was asking about how this data enablement can be brought into the through the citizen science can be brought into the community, so that in this enablement this ecosystem, they can use it for their the ecosystem restorations and rather the mitigations as the part of a strong mitigation tool. So as all of you know, the artificial intelligence and the IoT as becoming an important tool in this data crunching, because if you see the sustainable development goals, all these 17 sustainable development goals, their estimations of that is built on huge the data, and the data which goes from a field level up to the the regional level to the global level. As we see this, the total utility of the AI and IoT for the ecosystem restorations and the multi-hazard resilience, we can look at it into two parts. It's to basically the climate change and the resilience part. Each of this, the climate change in terms of in power and then the weather and the disaster resilience, all of these has data and the information aspects. And all the, in my earlier talk, I discussed about that the IPCC and their predictions are all based on strong data and the information. So there comes the role of the, the IoT. Suppose in the case of the clean water and the sanitation, the IoT and the sensors, they feed into the, artificial intelligence and everything for predicting any type of the, the water related or the sanitation related scenario. So similarly, in terms of the restorations, the mitigation, disaster risk reductions, wherever there is an uncertainty and the probability is there, which we cannot see as a human being, the data crunching, AIs and the data gathering, IoTs can help us in bringing and in creating a resilience by giving us the early warning, as already Dr. Veronica has shown in the context of the landslide. In any disaster situations, not only the the climatic disasters, but any type of disasters, including as you are seeing during this pandemic, how much this the models are trying to help us in identifying that when can be the peak and when the peak will go. So this is an example in the context of the biodiversity restorations. If we our objective is that how this so-called higher-end scientific technological tool can be linked up with what is happening on the ground. It may be in the habitat conservations, which can help in monitoring of the ecosystems, habitat mapping, simulations of the possible, the habitation identifications and interactions due to the different, climatic conditions, the impact of the invasive species and the disease control, what we are seeing now in case of the pollution control, that how it will impact in a short, medium, and the long term. Realizing the natural capital our friend from the Nepal was talking about, the time has come that what we try to link it up with the natural processes along with the socio-economic processes. So we can ultimately create a sustainability framework where the term sustainability doesn't remain as fluid and get internalized in our thinking, our life process, and a base of having the livelihood. For that reasons, now we are talking about sustainable business, sustainable trade. Some of the suggestions, which is how to convert this type of an advanced technology innovations for the community resilience. Obviously, there is a huge requirement for this creation of awareness, not among the communities as well as the entrepreneurs, because unless and until we can develop the disaster, develop the technological capacity at the local level, the local level disaster risk resilience, which with the climate change is going to increase, cannot cope up only with the current model of government support. The linkage between the entrepreneurs and the agency working on the disaster management, and there are very good examples recently in our, whether it is a Taute, what has happened in the West Coast or in the East Coast, where it has Yash. Partnerships, like SDG, the spirit of the SDG 7 should be supplemented by these new technological solutions, consultative platforms to enable dialogue between the entrepreneurs, key stakeholders, the community, and the disaster management authority, technical capacity and implementations of the disaster risk reduction technologies among disaster management practitioners, and so on. So ultimately, how this AI and the IoT is, it's not only a research tool, it has to be integrated into the social ecological system for a sustainable livelihood, where the natural structures and the processes get the modeled continuously and fed by the IoT collected data and the census collected data. Societal the structure and the processes and the the changing dynamics also gets fed, and it works within the boundary of the practices, institutions, and the technologies. For this, like I just want to share with you, the UN group of the Geoinformations Management has a framework. At the bottom of it, which you see the local to national, social, economic, environmental, conditions and the circumstances, the data and the informations for that. On top of that, the imagery, water, like this is the the earth systems capturing the geospatial data, the population demographics, and the societal and the citizens collected data, or what you say, the open data. And this ultimately goes on in addressing all the indicators, targets, and the goals. The challenges and the opportunities are that how this this structures we from the global and the regional level, we can take it on the ground and work on. I am aware about that many of the non-governmental organizations in India, one of them is FES, they are really working with the community for not only collecting the data, using the data as a source of enterprise, and also the information generated by them to create a community level resilience. So as asked by Professor Menon, the strong base of our IT or ICT infrastructures need to be converted into the science, like the technological capability of the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Devipriya Datta. This is actually extremely promising. And when the scientific and technological solutions can actually be used to address the problems of poverty alleviation, employment diversification, livelihood restoration, I think the outcomes would be extremely rewarding. And we have seen that during the current COVID crisis, how even the monitoring of geospatial tools to look at where are the migrant workers moving, and how do we really look at reskilling them, and also providing the vocational opportunities for ensuring that wherever they are, they will be able to get their livelihood. without getting into any challenges of, not having enough daily wages to survive. I think what you have promised, and what you have shown in using geospatial information by working with communities and civil society organizations and partner networks would actually be extremely rewarding. And we have seen that how DST has been working with organizations, and like you mentioned about FES, there are many organizations, Stranded Workers Action Network, SWAN, which has come out with the 3 reports, and also the COVID Action Support Team, and many other partners. And right now, there are many representatives actually participating in this. So there is one question from Orissa, from Navrangpur, which I have put in the chat box. One of the founders of a civil society organization has raised this question, saying they do not get talent, researchers, scientific technocrats and others to look at the problems of the village communities. So how can we look at these problems, and how can academia and the scientific and technical institutions support community initiatives?
Professor Menon, I think this is a systemic problem, as you know, like the development of our knowledge system was not in tune to our economic and the social system. So as a result, if you see, our knowledge system is always in an ivory tower and not in alignment with the requirement of that. In order to beat this, this is the situations, and we need to obviate that. And as a result, like recently, during these COVID situations, like in during the first wave, during October to December, we did a web clinic series. The objective here is to bring the knowledge organizations, the civil society, and the community representatives together by using this, the digital platform to discuss about how to bring a science society setu, the setu between science and society to, address the Atmanirbhar Bharat, like, what is the self-sufficiency in that way, which again should be looked as a strategy for our sustainable development. Right. And what Patro has, raised, that is a problem what we understand. And that's the reason, what we are trying to, develop in mechanisms where any project we are giving to the societal development, it should be a cross-bridge collaboration. There should be, the civil society along with the community organizations like self-help groups or the FPOs or the different groups, and they should be linked with the nearby knowledge organizations who appreciates the requirement of that knowledge output for that reason. And in the back end, they should be linked with the Institute of the Higher Educations, like agricultural universities and the IITs, NITs in that way. So this is the model what we are trying to develop. And in the context, sir, as you know, geospatial is my area of specializations for the last 3 decades. I'm working in that. Now, when I'm working with the community, I see that from the geospatial technology perspective, what the problem we basically I thought this was my postdoc issue in ITC Netherlands, that always we tried should be technology driven, and unless and until there is a pull factor, is there no technology gets into a sustainable usage, and sustainable development is a far dream. So when I now look after the societal program, we are going to start a program on the geo empowerment of the society, because till now what has happened, the technology has been developed and we then try to find to whom we can take for a solution, rather than we are not looking into the problems and the livelihood system of these societies, and there is a spatial the knowledge, the spatial pattern, then to bring the technology. We take the technology ahead and then say this is your solutions, and most of the cases there is no adoptions and there is an so we are trying to just turn the clock and see it from the requirement of the society and to bring technology for the requirement.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Datta. Actually, Amrita University has now recently established a new center looking at geoinformatics solutions for social problems. with Esri India.
Please, partner with us because we understand that in the Amrita Vishwavidyalayam's strength and the strength actually what Dr. Manisha was talking about. I exactly resonate with that. Till now the knowledge has always flow from the top to the bottom. The time has come to go from the bottom, and actually during this web clinic series, one idea came, sir. From 1965, we are working with the lab to land. The time has come now to land to lab.
Correct. Excellent. Thank you very much. We look forward to continued collaborations. And we have the last speaker for the day, Dr. Gretchen Kaufman. Sorry to keep you waiting. Actually, we also have the one more presentation, and I'm sure Dr. Manisha will take this collaboration offer from DST and also all the other partners, all other universities and technical institutions. We look forward to working very closely with DST and the Ministry of Earth Sciences, and Dr. Devapri Datta, you'll be, we look forward to continued collaboration on that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir, we will do the needful, sir, and I'm very happy to hear that there are a lot of opportunities, and we will be very happy to work for the society in all respects.
Thank you. Dr. Gretchen, thank you, please.
Thank you very much for having me today. All of your presentations were extremely interesting and diverse. I'm going to end on something a little bit more fun and practical. I'm a restoration ecologist and have done practical ecological restoration for over 30 years in my career. So I'm going to take you to Southeast Asia, where I'm in right now. I'm in Singapore, and it's well past my dinner time. 10:15. I'll go as fast as I can, but I'm just going to show some photos because I knew I'd be at the end. All right, so let me share my screen. All right, can you all see this?
Not yet.
Sorry, I froze.
I think, for the bandwidth management sake, probably we can close our videos. Probably that will help us in better management.
I have really high-speed internet here. I don't know what's happening.
It's not at your place, but here also it gets distributed, that's the reason.
Yeah. Oh, Dr. Gretchen, have you sent the presentation to the organizing committee earlier?
What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn off my video. That'll help.
So we are not able to see your screen.
Oh.
So do you want to sign out and sign in again? Dr. Gretchen, are you there? Yeah, sorry for this. I hope she's able to sign in again.
Sorry, you all, if I if I leave my video off, I can present. So
yeah, you can start. I think. Are you able to?
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, that's fine.
Waiting this whole time, and the internet's been totally fine until now.
Are you able to unmute your video?
You can't hear me?
We can hear you, but we can. You can share the screen.
Yes, I'm sharing the screen right now.
Yeah, these kind of technical glitches sometimes happen.
Can you see me now?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah, ultimately, yeah.
Yeah, we can see
You
the
can't see
screen.
me, but you can see my slides at least.
Yes.
Yeah, great.
Right.
So what I want to just talk to you briefly about today is a new project of mine that I've been dreaming up for quite a long time as a restoration ecologist. It's called Roots to Reefs, a community-based restoration project, and I'm linking it in this presentation to resilience, and since that's the theme. And let's see if I can go to the next slide. There we go. So happy UN Decade of Ecosystem Restoration officially started on Saturday. So we have 10 years to get it right. So I've been thinking about this. I am from the National University of Singapore. I moved here 9 months ago in the middle of the pandemic, and resilience is even an issue for me as my husband and family are back home in the United States. What I want to tell you about is why I moved here. Well, I've been working in Southeast Asia for 15 years since my postdoc, and this is the hotspot of biodiversity, both in the coral reefs to land. And Singapore is right here in the middle of it. So in green, you can see all the mangroves in the coral triangle, and in blue, the coral reefs. And I'm going to talk to you today about both of these and their connection. However, I'm going to focus on mangroves since I only have a few minutes. These are some of the species that use coastal wetlands like mangrove ecosystems: dugongs, dolphins, sea turtles, the otters of Singapore, and even sharks and crocodiles. Well, why am I focused on mangrove restoration? Because there's been so much deforestation for human uses. This is zoomed into Southeast Asia. You can see the different colors indicate different land use types that are still threats: aquaculture, rice, oil palm, mangroves, urban here in Singapore, and others. And the larger the circle, the more the mangrove loss. Also, we have a lot of overfishing as well as fish bombing, especially happening during the pandemic. Someone talked earlier about how the wildlife was so successful during the pandemic. Well, it was at first, and maybe in certain places like Singapore where we have laws to protect the wildlife, but throughout most of coastal Southeast Asia, that's not true. We have many endangered species that live in at least our nurseries and are born in mangrove ecosystems and spend their lives in coral reefs and oceans and everywhere in between. So there have been many impacts recently in an area I'm going to focus in on in Indonesia, in the area of the island of Lombok. There have been multiple threats, or what you're calling in this session hazards, and then the pandemic was the last of these, and probably the most devastating for the local communities. So we had earthquakes in 2018, droughts in 2019, and then the pandemic that led to decreased tourism and ecotourism. So the locals have gone back to fishing, farming, and overuse of natural resources because they need to feed their family. But what's happening in Lombok versus Bali is that the people of Lombok think that they've gone back to fishing and farming, and they feel very lucky because they haven't developed their island as much as Bali and aren't as reliant on ecotourism. So in Lombok, they feel more resilient. They've also been lucky because they had a wet year, an El Nino year, where the rice grew. They got twice the yield of rice, and the rice prices have dropped right before the pandemic happened. So in the very poorest communities, they can still at least eat rice and fish for local fish. Unfortunately, some of those are endangered species or threatened species. And why do we need mangroves? Well, a future without mangroves means a future without fish for the local people, as well as coral reef degradation shown in this cartoon right here. At the top, that's a healthy mangrove system with a nursery for fish, all the way from the mangroves to the seagrass to the coral reefs. And then without mangroves, it's a much different situation. So I've been thinking a lot about resilience in my teaching, and I'm in a teaching community right now, what do we call it? It's like a teaching seminar for professors. And in the book we're reading by Southwick and Charney, they define resilience as having the capacity to bend without breaking and to return to an original shape or condition. And so I really connect with this definition. There's so many definitions out there, and it's used in so many different contexts. But in terms of mangroves and ecosystems, this is what we want to try to achieve as a goal. And I'm just going to present quickly four main challenges and innovative approaches to addressing these in novel restoration approaches to resilience in ecosystems. And I'm going to use the example of mangroves. So usually these projects are performed by governments, private companies, or maybe WWF with a 2-year grant, short term. We must engage the community in meaningful ways, not just through planting and taking pictures of us planting with them, but by planning and monitoring. And that's what I'm doing right now in my research. However, we can't get there through the pandemic. So we are using innovative technologies like remote sensing and GIS to monitor the success of those restoration projects. But we also need to scale up to a landscape approach. And in order to do that, we also need GIS and remote sensing technologies. And then I'm going to argue that funding is always 2 years, 1 to 5 years if we're lucky. So we need to find sustainable and diversified sources of funding. So this is just a couple of slides on my Roots to Reefs restoration project, people, landscape restoration, and monitoring. So in mangrove ecosystem restoration, we used to integrate ecotourism to get funding. And then we addressed the community and got them engaged in meaningful ways of planting. But I'm arguing here that we need to do more than that. We need to get them included as stakeholders in the planning process, the permitting process, as well as the monitoring process. And so we really need to be focusing more on community-based restoration, and hopefully someday I'll help start something in India on community-based restoration. But here's my example in Lombok. So in the Coral Triangle, we're in the lesser seascape of Sunda in the Seketong Peninsula. And we're working with Source, which is a UK nonprofit that established themselves to do exactly restoration of coral reefs, seagrass, and mangroves the year before the pandemic. So the problem is, how do we work with these guys when we can't get there and they can't even work with the community until it's safer? Well, my graduate students and I worked on a restoration plan for them remotely last fall. And we came up with lots of great GIS maps and plans. And I had been there luckily in 2019. I identified the species they had. And they're now gathering propagills and creating a mangrove nursery and starting to plant with the community as soon as the pandemic and COVID cases decrease. But they're ready to go. All the planning is ready. Number two, we need to have more monitoring. And so we're training the locals. Here, this is a picture in Borneo where I take my students every year before the pandemic for a field course. So we not only work with train the locals, but we work with them, and we want to be able to leave in a couple of years so that they can carry out the monitoring of these projects by themselves. And it's really neat. I got a video of these guys, and in this very picture right here, I don't have time to show it, but there are huge trees growing 3 years later. And so they've been successful in monitoring and continuing the restoration project without us. So this is true sustainability. We have to scale up to a landscape approach, and that will be working with colleagues on remote sensing of the growth and health of these plants, as well as hydrology in the mangrove ecosystem. So what I wanted to just indicate here is that my grad students did some work on modeling the places in that region where we could plant trees. That was really important because we were approached by an organization called the Tree App. And this is a fantastic new way to get these projects funded. In the Borneo example, WWF came in with $200,000 and then left in 2 years. So how is a project like that supposed to be sustainable? Okay, and so this diversified and novel funding started with this tree app that's going to pay for 1,500 trees to be planted a month by locals. They're going to collect the propagules, create a nursery, plant, and then monitor the tree survival and growth. So that's the success story, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gretchen. And this was actually another beautiful storytelling, session where, you mentioned about roots to reefs, and coral reefs are actually, becoming endangered in many parts of the world. And in Andaman and Nicobar Islands in India, we have also the coral reefs, which are also getting, destroyed because of commercial value. People actually try and take it away to basically try and exploit it commercially. So I just wanted to ask you one thing. In all the coastal areas, there is a clamor for seawalls, while, mangrove plantations are a natural biosafety belt, a shelter belt plantation, which can actually save the communities. This has been seen in many countries affected by the Indian Ocean tsunami. So what are your thoughts on that? How does the economic benefit, the cost benefit in terms of seawalls versus mangroves plantations?
Interesting question. Well, the cost benefit is your question of mangrove planting and restoration versus seawalls.
Right.
Well, in Singapore here, we have a lot of seawalls, as you can probably imagine. And we're actually adding mangroves and restoring mangroves outside of the seawalls and then building another seawall. So you can do both. However, eventually climate change and large storms are going to overtop these seawalls, and you're going to have to build them larger and larger, and they're expensive. They're also not habitat for all the species I just presented. So I argue that the employing and finding funding, diversified and novel funding for community members to help in the planting of mangroves will help provide sustainable incomes for these coastal communities. And I know I'm in Singapore, but I'm talking mostly about coastal communities around Southeast Asia that don't have other sources of funding, like finance in Singapore. So I think it's really, the answer to this question depends on where you are, but in where I'm working, they don't have the money for to build seawalls. But there's so many ecosystem services that are provided by mangroves. And we found that as soon as we got the initial funding from the Tree app, to provide mangrove jobs for the locals, they got so excited. Now they're talking to all the other communities in the region and finding other areas to expand into, and the tree app wants us to expand. So this is not going to be the only source of funding. It's just a novel source of funding. We are also applying for grants and working with governments and all of that.
Yeah, thank you very much. We would like to welcome you to India, because Amrita University in also working with coastal communities, and so we'll be very happy to have you over. And I'm sure Dr. Manisha, would you like to also see the possibility of collaboration, and especially in looking at ecosystem restoration and nature-based solutions?
Yes, we will take forward that collaboration. We'll discuss with her and then take forward the different areas where we could work for the ecosystem restoration.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have overshot our time. Thank you very much. And I would like to thank all the distinguished resource persons and distinguished panel members. Thank you very much for a wonderful session. We look forward to continued interactions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we take a picture of everybody on this panel? Can everybody, unmute your videos? Yeah, I think it would be good if we can take a picture, from the organizing committee. Let's take a gallery view. You can actually see everybody, even the people who are in the audience, please unmute your videos so we can take a group picture. Okay, thank you. Please feel free, unmute your videos so that we can see everybody. And, this will go into the ISIM records. Okay, thank you. I hope you've taken the picture. Thank you very much. Yeah, over to you, Dr. Manisha.
Thank you, everybody. The next chair can.
Yes. Thank you very much for the wonderful panel discussion. It was very great listening to you all. Now we will move ahead with the speakers, other keynote speakers. So we have Dr. Ramesh Shivapallai. He is a research scientist from Wyoming GIS Center, University of Wyoming, US. Dr. Ramesh Shivapallai is a remote sensing scientist with the Wyoming Geographical Information Systems Science Center, where he teaches remote sensing courses and directs Wyoming View program. He earned his BSc in physics, MSc in environmental science from Cochin University, MPhil in environmental science and MS in environmental science and policy from University of Wisconsin, and PhD in forestry from Texas University. In 2021, he was elected as a fellow of the American Society of Photogrammetry and Remote Sensing. Dr. Shivapallai has 30 years of experience in the processing of aerial photos and digital imageries for different applications. Dr. Shivapallai, a warm welcome to you. I hand over the panel to the mic to you.
Thank you for the kind introduction. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And can you all see my screen or the PowerPoint?
Yes. Yes, sir, we can see you.
Okay, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. We just woke up, I had my breakfast, and I heard someone was telling they're ready to go to bed. It's amazing what technology can do and how we can stay connected and share all these ideas, So in this conference, I don't have to preach, I guess, the importance of disasters, but I just want to point out some factors. One, this 20-year study that came out recent, or I should say a few years back, that said that looked at 1998 to 2017, and they calculated that the total economic loss was close to $3 billion. Whereas the 20 years prior to that, that was about $1.3 billion. So within the same window of time, these are all adjusted for cost, by the way, we could see there is a 68% increase in the economic losses. This is at the global scale. Now, when we look at it from a US perspective, there are certain disasters related to weather and climate that are labeled as the billion-dollar disasters. So since 1980s, there are 291 of them, close to $2 trillion in damages, about 15,000 deaths. But if we look at the last 3 years of this study, there were 50 events, and you can calculate the percent from 1980s to 2000, and within these 3 years, we could see $237 billion in damages, and the deaths are about 550 deaths. Last year, there were 22 events that cost billion-dollar, or that were labeled as billion-dollar disasters, with 262 deaths and about 96 billion in damages. So the point that I'm trying to make here is that not really the number of disasters are increasing, but their magnitude and the impact they leave behind is also increasing. And it's happening everywhere. Disasters, they don't know any national boundary, continental boundary, they just happen around the world. So whenever we look at it, immediately what comes to mind, thanks to things like Google Earth and Bing Maps, people can see we do have these eyes in the sky or in space through which we can look at the Earth, and we immediately see the potential for monitoring the disasters once it happens. In an earlier session, one of the speakers talked about using remote sensing for planning or pre-disaster assessment, but for post-disaster, that's what my talk will be mostly focusing on. People see, why don't we have all these satellites that are orbiting the Earth? Why can't we use them to look at these disasters and help those who are in need? So prior to the year 2000, I was part of a team when I was a student at Texas A&M, that when I went to Nicaragua as part of a disaster response team. At that time, this was pretty much the scenario where we could see that there are multiple agencies that were trying to coordinate relief efforts, and they all were looking for post-disaster images. And at the same time, there are all these space agencies. Some of them went to these countries and they were looking at to whom should we give these data. So the problem was nobody knew how to make this connection. So on one end, we had the space agencies, some of them looking for agencies to give, or the first responders to whom they can give the data. On the other side of the spectrum, we had people in these agencies looking for where can we get hold of these data. And some of them could never find. A few years later, we found out that folks from one country, they had close to several gigabytes worth of data that we could have used when we were in Managua, but they didn't know that we were there trying to help, so that was the problem we faced. So in 1999, as part of the Unispace 3 that was held in Austria, they recognized the need for a unified system to tackle both natural and man-made disasters. But I should put a note here that we don't cover all man-made disasters. So wars and few other things are exempted. But beyond, other than that, I think many man-made disasters are included. So space organizations, or what I mean are those that build, launch, and operate satellites, they all dedicated to commit. They said, okay, if there is a disaster, we will provide certain resources. So that led to the creation of the International Charter on Space and Major Disasters, with the simple goal of providing satellite data to those affected by natural or man-made disasters. The two primary goals are for monitoring and also for response activities. Okay. So I want to put one important theme of this is that the entire activity is done on a voluntary basis. So nobody is paying anyone. Everybody volunteers their time to complete these tasks that I'm going to be outlining. So there are 17 members. Most of them are space agencies from around the world. There are 61 different satellites that are contributing to this effort, and that's the URL for the charter. So how is this organized? I know this is a complex chart. I will just walk you through. So let's say there is a disaster and they realize satellite data can be useful for monitoring or for response activity. There is a person who is designated as an authorized user who will initiate a call, and that's called as activation. And then they will report it to the on-duty operator. So it's a complex chain, through which it goes through, but a user doesn't know anything. All they have to do is make one request here. And so the information is sent to all those 17 space agencies saying that such and such disaster has happened. So we want to collect satellite data, again, based on whoever's satellites are close to that spot. So while this is going on, the charter appoints a project manager who is a trained individual who is going to work with these agencies to collect the data, and they might do some value adding, which I will talk about in a few slides later, and then they will deliver the data to the end user. So the end user does not know all these parts. They just interact with the project manager, and the project manager will update all these folks if things change on the ground. So over these years, there has been 715 activations, as they are called. That means each one is a request for an imagery. And the charter has responded to disasters in 129 countries. And as you can see, it's a very long list of disasters that they have responded to. And it continues even today. So here are some of the latest activations. So there are 2 events from Sri Lanka in this month. And in 25th May, we had a request for imagery for the cyclone that passed through India, so on and so forth. Okay. So I'm trained as a project manager by the charter. So I will give 2 specific examples in which I was associated with, so that you can understand how the charter works or how we use imagery from multiple satellites for responding to disasters. So in 2011, the northern part of US, or the Midwest, I should say, they had an unusually warm spring, or early spring, which meant that the snow melted much earlier, and they made the National Weather Service made certain predictions saying that these are the areas that are going to be at risk. Sure enough, it exactly happened how they predicted. These are some aerial images that I'm showing you where the water breached and it flooded small towns, even some cities, lot of agricultural land. There was flooding everywhere, rural, urban, etc., etc. So to go back to the organization, so the US Geological Survey was the authorized user who said that, yes, we need some images, and that went to the European Space Agency in Italy, who happened to be on-duty operator for that period. And they went and finalized what type of satellites would be ideal for this particular disaster. And then information was sent to all the members of the charter. And meanwhile, they appointed me as the project manager. And my job was to find these value-added specialists, which means they are going to take the raw imagery and they are going to process it. And then we delivered it to the US Army Corps of Engineers and to many state emergency management agencies. So to give you an example, this is a pre-flood image that shows the width of the river, Mississippi River, and you could see during the peak of flooding what happened. But it didn't stop there. It continued to grow, and this is radar images taken or contributed by the German remote sensing agency that shows the extent of flooding. They were collecting multiple images throughout the event, so they were able to show the extent of inundated areas. So when all was said and done, we could see the number of images we got for this particular event. So many countries, people were contributing to a flood that happened in a part of the US. So the second example I want to talk about is the 2018 California wildfires. And once again, you could see that this was a major disaster. Hundreds of lives were lost. And the smoke from that wildfire traveled to almost 2/3 of the US. They were telling that they were able to track to that exact fire, this particular fire that happened. Once again, you could see the emergency on-call officer was different, but the same routine. But what is amazing is that for the fires that burned in US, volunteers were spending their time in France and Germany to contribute maps or products, which I will share now. So here is one of those cluster of fires that were burning in 2018. So this one shows the value of optical data in true color, which means we could see the smoke plume, but we can't see much of what is happening underneath that smoke. Whereas if I switch to the shortwave infrared, now we could see through the smoke and we are able to see where the active fires are moving through. Meanwhile, the German agency, they had their own special satellite. This is an experimental satellite. They called it as Firebird. And with that, they were able to track the advances. So each date that in color that shows up, it shows how the fire moved from November 8th through 14th by different colors. They have shown those changes in different colors. And we could see every time they were able to get an image, they were updating it and sending it to responders here in the US, and they were able to plan which way is the fire most likely going to move next. So it's an amazing example of international partnership. It is another surprise, a great image that came from a team in France. I don't know French, but my understanding is this acronym stands for Rapid Mapping Force. So they quickly found out using a high resolution images, how many buildings were there to begin with, how many of them were damaged and destroyed. And this was very helpful for the fire response community because they were still evacuating people. They didn't know where people were living, etc., because many of them came from different states to fight or help during this event. So these maps became very, very useful. So here is again another example of great international cooperation, because I was working day and night, talking to all these agencies. As you can see, they are all the way from Korea to the US. So everybody is on different time zones and we had to communicate everything. But it was amazing to see that people were willing to sacrifice their sleep, etc., to help somebody in the US, So this is again a great achievement of this charter. So in the last few minutes, I'll talk about what lessons did we learn and what are the needs for the future. So time after time, they've shown that remotely sensed images are valuable for tracking all the changes that are happening during disaster. That is the key part, because these images are not used for post-disaster assessment, but we focus during the disaster. And we need to have data from multiple sensors. As the couple of examples I showed you, it's not just imagery with drones, with true color imagery. We need to look beyond the visible region. And for certain types of disasters, we have to match it with a particular sensor type. And with this network of 17 space agencies and the 61 satellites they carry, this is a great resource. No one country can own and operate all these sensors that easily. So it's a great example to show how when things are in need, they can tap into the resources of another country to get the required data. So Charter has streamlined the role so that, as you saw, the agency that needed the data had to contact only one person, and then they didn't have to worry about where the data is going to come from. Everything was transparent to them. All they had to look for was, oh, today I got data from India. Tomorrow I'm going to get data from Japan, so on and so forth. So the charter has put together well-coordinated protocols in place. And we quickly find out that even though some countries have few satellites, the story is always that when you need them, they are not looking at the spot. They are somewhere else, because most of them are polar orbiting satellites. That means they come back at a certain revisit time. So you want that satellite over your area of interest. Unfortunately, it is halfway around the world or somewhere else. So you have to tap into another country's satellite, And we also found out the archived satellite images that some of these satellites are collecting continuously are equally important. Because in order to understand and quantify where damages have occurred, post-disaster images are not that useful until you have the context from the pre-damage conditions. Now, radar data is extremely useful for many applications, but especially for mapping inundated areas, because often we have clouds when we have rain, or in certain cases when the flood water moves away from the source. Yes, we can use optical imagery, but there are very few satellites that collect radar data. And hopefully that number is going to change once the joint satellite between US and India will be launched soon. It's delayed by a few months, but we are hoping it will go up and it will be a great resource for these type of applications. Value-added products are key. Like again, in this example, this is a pre-disaster image. But rather than giving a post-disaster image, this team in France actually marked each and every building and categorized them into damaged, destroyed, etc., etc. So that was well received. So this is from National Guard Bureau, the person with whom I was coordinating or delivering all the data. And he said this was his comment the moment he saw these maps, saying that this will definitely help us with the rescue efforts because they were trying to do door-to-door searches, etc., etc. And this was very valuable. And another point I want to stress is the rapid turnaround is the important message here. So what are the future needs we have? As you can see, these satellites are collecting data in different spatial, spectral, and radiometric resolutions or characteristics, if you will. So we need to come up with methods that will integrate data from multiple satellites rather than using a pair from the same satellite or same sensor. And also methods to combine active and passive data. So active are all the optical sensors that I showed. Sorry, did I say that wrong? Sorry. Passive are all the data that were collected by true color sensors, near infrared sensors, and so on. Active are those that are collected by radar, LiDAR, etc. So we need to have methods that will combine data from these two sensor types. We definitely need rapid processing techniques for enhancing the images because sometimes the contrast will be poor, and new ways for extracting information. But we also take into account this digital divide. For example, methods that are developed in US or UK, we cannot transfer it directly to countries that don't have the same bandwidth for transferring data. I think that's going to be the key because there are many parts, even within the US, where we don't have great internet connectivity. So we can't push gigabytes worth of data, or we can't tell them, yep, we uploaded it onto this site, please go and download it. That's not going to work for them. So all these techniques that are being developed, they have to consider or address this digital divide. So at this time, I want to put a plug for a most important thing is we need the next generation image analysts. So these are the folks in a charter context, they can serve as the value adding specialists who can take all the information that we are giving them, raw images, and convert it to some of the examples I showed in my slides. And our goal is to have these image analysts spread throughout the world so that they can help each other during emergencies. So I'll put a plug for the joint work that University of Wyoming and Amrita University is doing right now. These are folks at CEN in their Coimbatore campus. So last academic year, we had a student who evaluated 4 different image enhancement techniques that we could apply for post-disaster images that can, with very minimal time, how quickly we could take an image that has poor contrast or things are not clearly visible, how can we convert it and deliver it to the end user? Okay. And this time, this academic year, we will have another student who is going to be working with clouds and shadows because they pose a problem when we are looking at these images. So she is going to work with us to look for new ways of screening for clouds and most importantly, their shadows. So with that, I will stop and take any questions. Let me stop sharing the screen. So
thank you very much, Dr. Ramesh. It was very enriching presentation. There's nothing better than this international cooperation and the charter you were talking about. I think this is really very much needed to address any problem. And I'm very curious to know that how, there are many questions, but maybe a quick short answer would be great. So like, if there is, so who are the authorized users, first of all? So can we from Amrita ask for this, for any data like high resolution images if any problem occurs or hazard happens?
So in India, the authorized user is ISRO.
Okay, so only ISRO can ask.
Yeah,
this
exactly. So they have limited the number of authorized users. So anybody can request, but the request has to go through, I think for India, it's ISRO. I don't know if anyone is there from ISRO, they can confirm it, but I've attended a couple of meetings, with all the charter folks, and both times I recall ISRO is the authorized user for India.
Okay, so if anything occurs, we have to contact ISRO and ISRO will contact the charter.
Exactly.
And how long it takes to get the images, or how is the processing time? Because you said
it can be in the matter of hours. So for the California wildfire, we got the first image within like 3 hours because one of the satellites were very close to the area of interest we specified. So they were able to collect images within a few hours,
Yeah, that's the need, but also sharing and like contacting people and connecting the loops this may take some time. But you said it took like a couple of hours only.
No, I think, for example, for me, or whoever serves as the project manager, by the time they are appointed, all these background work has been done. So the authorized user has already contacted the on-call officer, who would have alerted the on-duty person. So they would have already sent the note to various space agencies. So every space agency has one person who is tracking all the information that are requests that are coming through. So it will be within an hour, you can see things changing on the system saying that, yes, we received this request, So it's very well streamlined.
So only during, very nice. So it's only during the event, or even after the some hazard occurred, like after a couple of months also you can ask the
No, it depends on the
charter or not?
disaster. No, I think it depends on the disaster. So for example, because I'm working very closely with flood events and wildfires, but I know certain types of disasters like earthquakes, so on and so forth, depending on their magnitude, there they do collect imagery for a longer time.
And we can get it for like when they test this ISRO asks, they get high resolution data without any cost.
That's correct. And then this time I have to also let folks know, one of the agreement in which, because many of these satellite agencies, they work with private satellite owners as well. So they will be contributing. Most of the high resolution data are going to come from those private companies, but all of them come with a requirement that the data they provide can be used only for the emergency response. So that is the only use. And after that, we are supposed to delete any of the files that we have downloaded and stored in our local hard drives, etc., etc.
Commercial satellite has some limitations.
Yes, but for emergency response, they do provide for free. And that's an amazing thing, to see. They will put their paid customers' request on hold, and they will task their satellite to collect data if they are able to do so.
Yeah, wonderful. It's a great place to reach out. But yeah, then you said they only authorize users, then we directly can't reach there.
That's correct. Yep. Mm-hmm.
All right. It's a wonderful presentation, sir. From our panelists, is there some question or shall we proceed? Sir, I don't see right now any question in the Q&A. If you don't mind, can you answer if it comes?
Sure. Yep. I'm going to stop this one. Let me stop.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to find the key to stop the share.
No worries, sir. No, don't worry. The screen is here, like our team has taken away.
Okay, take you. That's why this button disappeared. Thank you.
Yes,
thanks once
yeah.
again for
Thank you.
inviting me.
Thank you very much, sir. So now we have Mr. Sudhir Dimbi. Sorry. So Sudhir Dimbi is a general manager in Schneider Automation India. He has extensive experience in marketing and sales of software solution, DSC, safety controls, etc. He is a keen planner and strategist. He has experience in developing business from scratch and knowledge of market and transportation sector. We welcome Mr. Dimbi for this presentation, which is on Unified Operations Center for Real-Time Operational Performance Management. Over to you, Mr. Dimbi. A very warm welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Alka, for giving this opportunity for presenting the what we do on the Unified Operations Centers. Since the talk is more about sustainability, Unified Operations Centers helps in sustainability for the industry. It just sees that how much optimization can be done. They have visibility. It give the visibility across the board on the platform, have a transparency of the business, and it's removing the silos what we have normally between production, maintenance, and the planners. Everything is integrated in this platform and leads it also to digital twin. That's a basic idea, and what you can see here is basically a view where we are putting GIS maps and everything in there. We will discuss that further and give you what things we are doing on this Unified Operations Centers. Now the basic things when we are talking about Unified Operation Systems, we basically talk about first IoT. For the industry, IoT has been there for ages. Only differential what has been created of late is GPRS connectivity, which has been brought in. That is wireless technologies. We're talking about G4 and G5s of the world, which will do a lot of changes. In addition, the major changes which have happened is on the what we so far talk about the connected devices. So connected devices, we're talking about sensors which have become more intelligent. Although they had small processing powers, now we are building that bigger way. So that is what the revolution is all about. What we as a Schneider talk about this whole system is a EcoStruxure architecture which drives helps the customers, not drives, I would say help the customers to meet its sustainability targets and put the right sensors at the right place to give the right profitability or right effects to his process, whether it's process or he wants to do early analysis of his breakdowns and all. That's what it drives at. And it can be connected across the board right up from the cloud, or it can be at the in-premise spaces, the whole system. So what you see here is the systems what we have in factories out there in the process industries, whether it's oil and gas, power, this kind of typical architectures, while we have safety systems or we have a standard control system, process automation systems for oil and gas terminal or a power plant or for a metal mining industry. That's what we have here. Now comes that early adoption. Now what has been happening on the telemetry or what we talk about today, IoT, early adapters of the remote transmission systems. We had those things happening in oil and gas, especially pipeline jobs where you have a huge lines. that they still had command control centers, but today the evolutions are much bigger, and adaptation is up to the industry level also coming up. Similarly, we had water distribution centers which are still using, and we are going those water distribution centers, building it up to the smart cities as well. So we'll show you 2 videos on the typical industry as well as on the smart cities, what we have done and how it is adapting to the latest philosophy of IoT and using the AI engines, how we utilize them. There are different things what we are doing across the portfolio on this platform of EcoStruxure. Now, what has made us major challenges, what has come up and why we went with the unification was first the silo approach. And there was always internal tussle between departments to share the data, share the right data, I would say. So what we went out was to make one version of truth. And this is what is important for the industry today, to have one single version across the board. Even for that matter, what we do today for the having administration done in a right way. So you don't have any silos. For this matter, even the McKinsey, when it went through the researchers, when they did the researches, what they found is you can be you could outperform the single function counterpart by 30 to 40% if this guy had a full inputs. That we're talking about the operator having more insights today. So we want to bring that thing to the core, so that this operator who is operating the plant can take a decision in a right way and do it at a faster pace. That's what we want to do here. So what you see here is industries across, whether it's life science industry or for that matter chemical or oil, or for the transportation as such. Even for transportation, we use those unified operation command control centers where the trains move frequently across the board and on the different tracks of the systems. So what did they require? To be more sustainable or to reduce that unplanned downtimes and to do the early corrections. What are the major business operations and key business decisions which have to take? The major, we're talking managerial level or at the executive level, what they need to do. And the basic challenges what we are addressing here is monitoring and control of operations in a better way. You could see different operators working at a different pace, different efficiencies, and availability of and reliability of assets. That we're talking about how long the motor will work, how long the generator can work, how long the compressors can work. Those are all the things which are needed to make the industry operations sustainable or do more with less. That's what we want to do here. And other part is you are having more regulations coming in from government, and you have to provide those, you have to adhere to those. How do we adapt to those? What are the things to be done? Are we going as per those safety and regulatory norms? And with this all thing, we are coming to the improvement of the operational efficiency. We are talking about better decision making by the management out there with this, and provide better experience to my customers, so that tomorrow, if anything is happening on certificate batch or certain things are not right, I'm able to track down early and do the corrections and tell the customer in advance, this is a problem, so please hold it back. We'll come back to you with the right product or right advices how to handle the situation. And this is true both for end users, what we talk about, or the machinery manufacturers for that matter. So this is a typical panoramic view of one of the jobs what we have done with the Abu Dhabi National Oil Company. And we are giving total across the board view to the customer, and even he can define the production, what he needs to produce and how much he needs to produce, and give the total KPIs to the management.
So there, we are not able to see your presentation.
Oh, sorry.
You have not shared the screen.
I think I shared the screen.
No, sorry about that.
I thought the presentation is like this only, so I didn't interrupt.
Oh, sorry, extremely sorry. It's now visible?
Yes, sir. Would you mind to put it in the full screen?
Sorry. Anyway, we will be repeating the things. Okay. Sorry for this. I thought I'm sharing it up. So what we have is, this is a typical operational command control center where you see convergence of and questionnaire end-to-end enterprise visibility. We are talking about the place where it is. You can have a camera integration out here, and you can see different landscapes, how the things are happening. And here is the more intelligence of the systems out there, what we take with the AIML. And this is a 3D drawings, what we pulled up, and a 3D animations. What we have done, it is as good as scanning the whole plant, what we are doing here. I will, this typically the whole thing, how it works. So I thought, let me have a view of this, how we integrate it up. And this typically the architecture, what we have, you have a sensors out there which connect with the communication APIs out there, what we have, or drivers, what we have here. And the softwares, which are the industrial financial software, which are there in the factory, what we're integrating here, or in any of the water systems, what we talk about, or water distribution systems. And then this whole thing gets connected with our engineering tools, what we have. We have engineering 1D, 2D, 3D information system. These are the ones which we use when you construct the plant. And we have the asset management tools out here. That is, now here we're talking about predictive analytics, where we use AIML kind of technologies out here, which brings us to the analysis of these assets. So suppose it's a pump not working well, we can predict the failure of that pump early on, so that the user can do a planned shutdown and do the things right way, so that he does not have unplanned shutdown, what we talk about. We can monitor out there, and we can also give a advanced, we can also give a maintenance scheduling plan also for him. That's what we have. So overall, you have a, so you have a historization, visualization, real-time data. You have KPIs and industry content libraries, and you can go up to the extent of how many, what are things happening on individual machines, how efficient are these machines. That's all you can get at one view and a one single pan. So I will run up one video, and then I will show you what we are doing for smart cities and how we are using the COVID, how we're using in the COVID situation, the smart city UOC part, which we are implemented in Malaysia today. I hope this audio will be available. I don't have to do any settings out of the video.
Sir, you may have to reshare, and when you share, you may have to click include the video, I think. Include the audio.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. It is a new share I have to press. Sorry for this.
I think so, sir. You just have to remove the current sharing and then once more share. And I think when you're trying to share it, it will have an option where you click on include audio.
I will say stop share here. Optimize for video clip, I should put. Okay. Share sound at a share. Share, yeah. Is the voice coming?
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Unified Operations Centre demonstration. The image shown on screen is of the demo displayed on the London Customer Experience Centre video wall, a 6.6 metre long screen with over 15 million pixels. That gives us an incredible platform to demonstrate solutions such as this. You may also have heard of our flagship implementation of this solution that resides in the ADNOC headquarters, from which they can monitor the associated assets of 16 integrated business units. Now, this demonstration shown on screen is specific to an oil and gas asset, but the solution is completely agnostic in terms of data integration and industry verticals. We are using InTouch OMI to aggregate data from a range of sources, integrating with Aviva and third-party products. And the operations team are then simply interacting with all of this data through a single holistic viewpoint. So let's quickly talk about what functionality is displayed in the demo, moving from left to right on the screen. So we can monitor the operating conditions of individual equipment, comparing live conditions against expected to identify anomalies, using machine learning to notify the operations team of potential failures before they happen. And the system can also provide guidance on asset optimization. For example, if this pump was to be run at a slightly lower pressure, then the bearings would last another 2 weeks. There are some great success stories around how our customers have used this predictive maintenance to reduce downtime and to save huge amounts of money. Next, we have a map that in this case is monitoring CCTV, but this could equally be locations of assets, and clicking on each icon will change the entire content on screen. Hence, we are able to monitor multiple assets from a single dashboard. We can also view the overall status of the asset, a breakdown of operational expenditure, the progress of current projects compared to the original estimates, details on monthly expenditures, and much more. Then we come to the real-time data, live feeds coming directly from the IoT sensors on site, displaying the live behaviour of the plant. Now this real-time data comes in a range of formats. At its most granular, we have the efficiencies of individual equipment. For the case of this demonstration, we have live charts focusing on the capacity and efficiency of particular pumps. But we also have the full process screens where the IoT data is integrated with the process schematics. This is where we can visualize alarms and interact with the plant. As part of the real-time data, we have the overall production KPIs of the plant's outputs. The plant is living and breathing. Values are bound to fluctuate, but providing we stay above the target line, then we're making good money. But that target line isn't set by solely looking at the operations of the plant. It also looks at the demand and the cost of the product in the market at that time. We also have the 3D model available that's been created using Aviva E3D, the usefulness of which will be shown when I run through the demo scenario. Finally, we have the overview of work permits and asset failures. What work permits are currently active or scheduled? Which equipment have the highest running costs and which are the most unreliable? Not only can we view the active and scheduled work orders, but we can also build them. There is enough data at our fingertips to write a detailed work permit as and when issues arise and action is required. For the purpose of this demonstration, I will trigger a pump alarm. Now the issue is that this pump has tripped. How do I know? Well, it's quite hard to miss. Not only can I see that the pump efficiency and capacity have flatlined on my charts, but I can also see that the production of LNG has completely stopped. Not good. So before any investigation is done as to why this pump has failed, I need to turn the standby pump on. Now this doesn't necessarily need someone out on site. In fact, if we went through that process, there would be a large downtime where no LNG was being produced. Instead, I can turn the standby pump on from the operations room. Our software has the infrastructure and integration skills to do simple commands like this from our desks, eliminating the need for someone on site, but also reducing production downtime. So now the plant is back up and running, we can try to work out why this pump has failed. Someone will need to go out on site to investigate this, so let's start to build a work permit. Firstly, let's look at the details of the pump. Because the data sources displayed are all integrated, when I click on the pump in the process screen, the tag name will be registered in my engineering and design data. So I know where this pump is on site from the 3D model. I also have access to a range of associated documents, its P&ID, installation manuals, equipment lists, even maintenance procedures. And I also have the 1D data associated to the pump, the manufacturer, installation details, and previous or planned information.
I don't know how long the video is. We are
just
running.
Closing it up.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I will just stop it. It's not, this one is not important for me. Okay.
So can you conclude?
It is another
soon,
4
please?
minutes. It was another 4 minutes. Yeah, fine. Okay, fine. I will just curtail this up and talk about. So I have, what has happened? So this is, I don't have to show you this. So we are talking about, okay, this is the typical smart city structures, what we are putting up across, and what we integrate about this in the systems. Even we are integrating the sensors on the environmental part, street light control systems. We go to the revenue index, how much revenues have been placed, livability index, smart parking, what is there, and that are all integrated into the system. And if you see, each and everything is being integrated out there in the smart city operations. And this is what we have given at a lot many places. One of the things is what we have done in Raipur. This is the whole typical architecture of the Raipur smart city, and we are doing few more smart cities like this in India, as well as for outside. So we are giving one view to the top management or the political people out there, or the ministry in the state out there, or in the city out there, whosoever is there in the municipal corporations or anywhere else, they can have one single view of the whole system, what we propagate out here. So this is what we have. So, so what it gives you a digitally connect other systems across the system. So now we talk about the COVID situation out there, and we have adapted the system to the COVID. And this is done by one of our partners called Atricos. Is a Bangalore-based company. So I put in this person's name who has done it, who had helped us to make the things and use AI ML technology on top of this. And what we are doing out here is even putting the zones which are COVID infected at the higher level and using the right technology out there. Major part, what you're seeing here is an integration between Ministry of Home, Ministry of Home Affairs, and state governments all combined together so that everybody can get the things at a faster pace. And also we are able to administer the things properly. We will see where the heat charts are and where the people are moving. This typical architecture, what you see of the whole system, what we are doing with this UOC, and we are tracking the information and tracking of information of the people where the things are, like we are using GIS coordinates, we are using cell phone trackers, CCU surveillance data, and hospital entry and exit points for the information for the management to take the right decision or the administrators to take decisions. We are also monitoring the assessments through the dashboards, personalized dashboard, clinical decisions, integration of the hospital management systems out there, and that's what we do. We also put in the standard operation and workflow engines out there where we can escalate the things to the right people at the right time.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Would you mind to conclude soon, please?
Yeah, it is done. This is the last slide. So this is what we have on the whole system, and this is where we are using the AI engines out there to give the right information to the people, to the management, or to the systems. This is what we have on this. So this is a total GIS-based collaborative platform what we have on this, and integrating all across law and order, district authorities, health departments, giving the information to them how to control the COVID and where the hotspots are there. And this has been deployed in Malaysia. So we are adapting it to some districts which we are under. We won't be able to tell you that which one which are doing. Once we are done, we can inform you where we are utilizing this further to enhance the administrative capabilities of the governments. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dimbi. There are a couple of questions for you, but because of the time limitations, would you mind to answer this offline?
Yeah, sure, no problems.
Yeah, thank you so much. So now we proceed further with Dr. Ivan Merchisini. Dr. Ivan is researcher in Instituto di Ricerca per la, oh my God. So IRPI. So
IRPI, that's fine.
IRPI in so it is CNR Italy.
Yeah.
Dr. Ivan has done his PhD in applied geology at the University of Perugia, Italy in 2003. Since 2012, he has been a permanent researcher at the Italian Siena. He is a GIS geospecialist, and he worked on fluvial geomorphology, slope stability, etc. He has experience in management and publication of geospatial data according to OGC standards. He is the author and co-author of more than 30 publications in international journals. So a very warm welcome to Dr. Ivan. The floor is over to you.
Yeah, thank you. I hope you can see my screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So first of all, good evening and thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to be here to present the results of a case study that show how data-driven modeling can be used for to improve natural hazard mitigation, let's say. I apologize in advance because my presentation will last a little longer than 20 minutes, but will stay inside 25, so we will have floor for possible discussion. So the title of my presentation is, my presentation is more on an application, so it is a case study, and the title is a data-driven approach to flood hazard zonation and application to Italy. I will go through the context, previous work, research question and hypothesis, experiment, design, method and data, results, and then conclusion. And the manuscript related to this presentation is available online. It was just published. So river floods are frequent in all continents and are dangerous and costly, and flood mitigation can be measures that can be structural and non-structural. And among the non-structural measures, we include also the flood hazard and risk zoning. And the flood hazard and risk zoning are commonly implemented based on the results of hydrodynamic flood routing and inundation modeling. But these kind of models remain poorly suited to model very large areas at high resolution. And the reason are not only or no more computational accuracy and efficiency, but also amount and quality of the information they need, since they frequently need very high resolution information in terms of digital elevation model or digital elevation model that are hydrological condition, their river cross section and so on. So there is an alternative, or I prefer to say there is a completion, and these are data-driven models. These models establish functional relationship between environmental variables and the presence or absence of inundations. At the moment, based on the literature, no standard data-driven approach exists to delineate flood-prone areas or to estimate water depth. Authors have tested different approaches and also have worked at different scales, in particular a national or continental scale, going from resolution from 20 meters to 10 kilometers. Investigators to train the classification model have used different types of information about flood-prone areas. And this comes from point data that are frequently scarce in the literature from what we have seen, and comes from historical archives. And less frequently, they have used polygon data that comes from the mapping of single inundation events, or also from zones that are identified as flood-prone by hydrodynamic flood routing and inundation modeling. Also, we discovered that that is rare that investigators use ambiguous and easy to reproduce approaches to delineate non-flood prone areas that we call marginal areas. These are areas where flood prone are not expected to happen. And authors have used two types of conditioning factor that we also call here covariates, that are coming from a digital elevation model or that are coming from general environmental information as land cover or lithology. We also discovered that often the spatial probability of flooding susceptibility is the output of this kind of research application, but flood hazard is different. With flood hazard, usually we intend in information that require also temporal probability related to the occurrence of the events, and also an estimation of the depth of water. So we see that there are some issues that are still open about data-driven flood hazard zoning. As an example, is the performance homogeneous over large study areas on national scale, as an example? What most influences the quality of the models? And does adding variable to model increase their performance? Can a rigorous approach be defined to identify non-floodable areas, so what we call marginal areas? Do the models work adequately in predicting the location of sites with historical flood consequences? Can the flood-prone area model that can be used for estimate water depth and so deriving proper flood hazard estimation? So in order to try to provide an answer to all this type of question, we implemented a procedure that we called FLAT-SHE, Flood Statistical Hazard Evaluation, throughout Italy. So the FLAT-SHE procedure is a 5-step, let's say, conceptual procedure. The first steps consist in the acquisition of the relevant data, that is, in our case, a digital elevation model and the inundation information. I mean, what we know about flood-prone areas, what is already known in the area. And we call these flood-prone areas as FPA. Then the second step includes the preparation of the covariates, or the map, and the delineation of the training and validation domain, since when you calibrate a model, you need this kind of information. The third steps consist in training the models. And for this, in this work, we use logistic regression, and we use different combinations of the covariate we talked before. And then the fourth step, validate the training model. And validation allows to select the optimal combination of covariates that generate the best models. The final step, obviously, is the preparation of the final maps that we call potentially inundated areas, PIA maps, which are used to prepare water depth map also. So coming to the data, we are working in Italy. We have all the territory can be split in 23 river basin authorities that we call RBA, river basin authorities. And in Italy, we have a digital elevation model that is 10 meters resolution for all the territory. The flood-prone areas are polygons that were delineated through the usage of hydrodynamic flood routing and inundation modeling for different return periods. So we have mapped for 30, 50 years, for 100 years return period, and for larger than 200 years return period. But the different river basin authorities that are in charge to produce this kind of map use a different approach. So what we see is that the data are very, very heterogeneous, and even in areas that are close to each other. So the density of information is very different. In order to do our work, we prepare our conditioning factors, so the covariates, and we prepare 7 covariates. The first 2 are the planimetric distance and the elevation difference between each grid cells of the digital elevation model and the nearest stream. And this distance is not a planimetric distance, but is a hydrologic distance measured along the hydrologic flow direction. Then we have the planimetric distance and the elevation difference, again, between each grid cells and the basin outlet. Then we have the local terrain slope, very trivial, and we have the order of the stream channel in each grid cell is draining. And then we also have the terrain roughness. And all these maps were used to train the models. So, but before that, we have to carefully define what is a flood area and what is not in our training data. For the flood-prone areas, FPA, it is trivial. It is enough to say that all the cells that are inside the FPA can be labeled as 1. For the other part of the territory, what we decided to do is to consider as not flood-prone, as marginal, and to label them as 0, all the other cells that are hydrological draining into the flood-prone areas. All the other cells that are in white in the figure are not used for training the models. So the training area is very, very confined. But we also focused on the definition of the training and validation domains. And since in order to randomly sample different portions of the river network and to have areas for training and validation, we defined an hexagonal tessellation for each river basin authority in Italy. So, and we finished with a sort of tessellation like the one you see in the figure. So, let's come to the training of the model. What we did, in order to train the models, we randomly sampled 70% of the hexagon in each river basin authority. And we did this in each one of the 23 river basin authorities for different covariates combination. We have 7 covariates, so we can combine them in different way in the model, and also for the 3 different return periods, 50, 100, and 200 years. And we finished to have something like more than 2,000 probabilistic flood susceptibility maps, since these are the output of a logistic model. Then these maps were transformed into binary maps, I mean 0, 1, marginal area or flood-prone areas, maximizing the corresponding model's sensitivity and specificity against the training data. And this binary map, when then were there put together, combined, considering that where they describe the 3 different return periods in the same river basin authorities and for the same combination of covariates. And so we obtained something like more than 700 potential inundated areas. What is a potential inundated areas? Is something like this, is a map. This is an example for a given river basin authorities and for a given covariates combination. As you can see, we have the boundary of the area that can be flooded for different return periods. This is a model. And based on this, and once we have the better model, I will go about how we select the best model after, we were able also to estimate the water depth. And this was calculated in a very simple, using a very simple approach, a very geometrical approach. We interpolated the terrain elevation measured at the boundaries of the potential inundated area in a very simple way, interpolating the water level. We were able to, the terrain level, we were able to calculate the difference in elevation between the digital elevation model and the water depth. So after the calibration of the model, the training of the model, we performed the validation. In order to perform the validation, we randomly selected 30% of the hexagon in each river basin authorities. And for each one of the 736 potential inundated area, we generated 32 different validation sets to obtain something like 23,000 validation sets. And then inside each validation hexagon of the validation set, we calculated the true rate for a 4 classes classification model that is calculated like in the figure, like in the formula you see in the screen. It is a way for calculating true rate when the classification is 4 classes and not classic binary classification. So now we have, for each hexagon, we have a true rate. But we want to have a single performance index that is valid for all the hexagon in the validation set. So we calculate the mean and the standard deviation of the true rates in the validation set. And combining them, it means to calculate the coefficient of variation. And since the mean of the true rate estimate the average performance of the modeling, while the standard deviation estimate the spatial homogeneity of the prediction across all the hexagons. And so what we get is that a low value of the cross-validation index indicate better performance and imply an appropriate balance between accuracy and prediction precision in the validation sets. So we can arrive to the results, and we can describe the results based on what we said about the question at the start of the presentation. The first one was, is the performance of the data-driven models homogeneous over large study areas on national scale? So based on our results, the answer is no. It seems that our index, performance index, the coefficient of variation, largely varies across the different river basin authorities where we calibrate and validate the different models. The other question was what most influences the quality of the models. So we have a couple of answers for this question. The first one is that we devised, we set up for indexes that measure independent hydrological, topographic, and flood risk characteristics related to the quality of the flood-prone areas and of the potential inundated areas. I mean, of the training model, of the training data, and of the modeled data. And what we saw is that at the end, with even if there are some exceptions, we have verified that there is a correlation between the quality of the two mapping zoning. It means that if you want a good model, you need good data in order to train it. The other answer to the question is that model performance seems better in morphological homogeneous river basin authorities, and since the landscape homogeneity is inversely correlated with the size of the river basin authority, what we have seen is that the best performance were reached in the small river basin authority and not in the large ones. And also we use this plot in order to show that the performance, the area covered by the potential inundated area, I mean by our model, seems to enlarge very much the flood-prone areas respect to what we get from the standard maps that are available just now. The other question was, does adding variable to model increase their performance? The answer is no. It seems that a reduced number of variables is enough to obtain the best performing potential inundated area zoning. So it seems that adding many variables is not improving a lot our models. Another question was, can a rigorous approach be defined to identify non-floodable marginal area in the training data? Yes, we think that with flat sheet approach, we were able to define an unambiguous definition of the marginal areas based on a modification of the method proposed by the Georges in 2012. And there was another question, does the model work adequately in predicting the location of site with historical flood consequences? Our answer, it seems yes, since in Italy, we have a catalog of flood events with damage to the population. And we confronted the portion of the catalog from 1920 to 2019 with the extent of the training data and of our modeled output. And it seems that we found that 65% of the points of our catalog were inside the flood-prone areas, but 94 were inside our modeled area. And this seems interesting because in Italy, most of the flood-prone area, the training maps we have used, were focused to the zoning of the areas where vulnerable elements are most abundant. So it seems they failed to reach their aim. Then we have the last question is can modeled flood-prone areas be used to estimate water depth in order to get a proper flood hazard estimation? It seems that it seems yes. So what we did was to compare our water depth maps to similar maps prepared for Europe by Alfieri et al. In 2015 using a resolution of 100 meters. And it seems that particularly for the return period 2 and 1, the difference between our average depth and their average depth is not so huge. But also we have to say that the area covered by the two maps is very different, since the maps prepared by Alfieri was only prepared for major rivers, while we consider also small areas. So these are example of the results, very small enlargement. You can see in the left the original training data, and you can see in the center our model of data, and in the right side there are the map of the water depth we get from the data-driven models. So we have some study limitation. Obviously, we use the logistic regression that can be replaced with more complex approaches. We used also dense digital river network since the model depends on the definition of a river network. And in a flat terrain, this has resulted in the identification of areas that are flood prone, also in where there are not major rivers. But we consider that these areas can be covered occasionally by water due to high intensity rainfall because of the lack of surface drainage. Where the digital elevation model does not capture the geometry of, as an example of the artificial levees, FlatSheet has delineated flood-prone areas that are larger than the corresponding training data. And we conclude that here, our model captured the potential consequences of levee breaching. And we attempted also to determine the depth of water. And obviously, we acknowledge that the approach is unsophisticated and that locally can result in errors. So for conclusion, FlatSheet procedure is entirely based on open source software and was used for data-driven based flood-prone area zoning of Italy at 10-meter resolution. And we saw that where enough information is available, the data-driven modeling approach seems are able to delineate accurately over large and very large area the potential inundation area. An advantage of the data-driven zoning is that they can be prepared for areas not covered by the physical-based model. Obviously, their reliability depends on the quality of the original training data. Our experiment confirmed that the reduced number of hydromorphometric variables is enough to construct reliable models. In the 23 River Basin Authority in Italy, our data-driven approaches outline larger to much larger area in respect to what we have from the flood zoning prepared by the hydrodynamic flood routing and inundation model. And we expect that our zoning prepared in this work can be used to complement, to expand the pre-existing flood hazard zoning, where these flood hazard zoning are not available or are poor. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ivan. It was a wonderful presentation. And because we also work here on floods, and so there are many questions for you, but I was wondering, like, your model is, because it seems like it's a large scale model, what is the resolution at which you are looking for zoning? And like you use DEM, so what is the DEM resolution for you as an input?
Yeah. The DEM resolution was 10-meter resolution at the national scale. It is a DEM prepared by researchers in Italy, so it is freely available online. Obviously, the DEM resolution fails to capture some of the local terrain characteristics, so for sure the model can be improved. But we also discovered that in some cases, or frequently, where the mapping of the original training data is good, the data-driven model is enough good to match the original data. And when I say the original data is good, I'm not saying that the original data is already covering all the study area. I mean that there are few rivers where the mapping was done correctly, was well done, is representative of the study area, and then in this case the model is able to understand correctly, to learn correctly, and then the application of the model results good. I hope I replied to your question.
Yeah, I was just wondering, do we really, I mean, for zoning, probably we need higher resolution in non-flat zone, so very inundated area where, I mean, closer to mountain and all these region. And in flat, probably you can compromise with the spatial resolution. So how do we really make a model with multiple resolution and run the model? That's like I was thinking.
So I'm not sure if I understand correctly your question, but as an example, in Italy, for the main alluvial plain and the main river, we have LiDAR data at 1 meter resolution, or even less, even more in terms of resolution, exactly. But it is not homogeneous, available on all the territory. And the problem is that frequently we miss potential inundated area along the minor network rivers. So it is important from our point of view to try to have some kind of models like the one we propose, in order to have at least a zoning, a preliminary zoning of which are the area where flooding is possible and where you can go, and maybe there you can prepare a physical model, a detailed model. Otherwise, it is not possible to. We still remain with something that is only available for major alluvial plain, for major towns, but our experience show that people dies and damage occur also and mainly along the small rivers. And this is the point.
Yeah. So there is a question for you in Q&A from Dr. Sudesh Kumar. So for flood hazard predictions, how do you consider the rainfall variability and thresholds?
Okay, thank you for your question. So in reality, what we did is to start from training data, and this training data are mapping of the flood hazard, of the flood zoning for different return periods. This was already prepared, this was already done in Italy for different areas, but it is not done everywhere. It is not available for all the rivers. Some of them have this kind of zoning, some of them have not. So the problem is exactly this, how to extend this kind of mapping. So we have there's no need of having rainfall at the moment, but only to extend what we already have. If you intend with rainfall variability, the climate change, if you intend the possibility that in the future something will change and so the old zoning is no more valid, this is a good point, and we are discussing about this. But if we assume that the climate will keep the same, or at least the rainfall statistic will not change, so starting from this zoning and trying to extend this zoning based on the available data is the road, in our opinion.
Thank you very much for the nice explanation, Ivan. I see the potential that we can work together at some point and collaborate, maybe write some project or something like that.
For sure.
We are very much looking forward. Thank you very much for participating and presenting this nice detail in so much detail about your model and interesting.
Thank you for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we have Professor Michel Calvello. Professor Michel is an associate professor in Geotechnical Engineering, University of Salerno, Italy. Professor Michel is so he teaches soil mechanics and landslide risk. His main research interests are focused on engineering analysis of geotechnical boundary value problems and on the analysis and management of landslide risk, early warning system for rainfall-induced landslides, etc. He is a founding member and president of LandWare, the International Network on Landslide Early Warning System. He is the coordinator of the LAM School, an international school for PhD students on landslide risk assessment and mitigation. Professor Michel, a very warm welcome to you. The floor is over to you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hear me and see me correctly? Okay, so I'll try to share my screen. And go to the presentation. So now you see the presentation correctly? Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
We know. Okay, thank you very much then. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the invitation. And today I will be talking about, as you already said, landslide risk, community governance and resilience. The phenomena we will deal with are landslides. And I want to start by saying that landslides are ubiquitous around the world. Many times landslides, and many of them, not all of them, become a risk for human people. What you see here is a data set of fatal non-seismic landslides covering 13 years from 2004 to 2016 that reports more than 50,000 people killed in about 5,000 landslide events. And unfortunately, we have to say that India plays a major role in this. If we think about time, besides thinking about space, the analysis also says that landslides triggered by human activity are increasing, despite the fact that technical issues related to landslides disaster risk reduction have been the subject of hundreds of scientific papers and industrial development in recent years. But then, in relation to that, I ask myself a question. Could it be that this is also due to the fact that landslide risk research is not exploring enough the issue of community involvement and participation? That maybe we, the researchers, should do more on this? Now, to prove it to you and to me, actually, in a sort of scientific way, I performed a simple search on Scopus, the database, with different keywords. What you see here is a graph reporting the years on the x-axis and the number of articles on the y-axis. If we search for articles that have in their title or in the abstracts all these three words, landslide, risk, and mitigation, the results look like this. From the early 2000s, you can see clearly an increase of the yearly publications, and the overall count amounts to over 1,200 articles. When we use the words landslide, disaster, risk, and reduction, we find less than half the articles. But the situation is not very different. Still, the increase in the last, let's say, 12 years is quite clear. However, if we use the word landslide, risk, community, and participation, then the order of magnitude changes, and we really do not even see an increase in the last few years. Well, that's the situation. That's why, indeed, I really think we should do more. Well, here today, I'm going to address these issues in relation to landslides and landslide risk. Therefore, given that this symposium is dealing with many others, not all of you, I'm assuming, are necessarily knowledgeable in landslides, I'm first introducing to you the landslide risk management framework that is the most widely referred to in the literature. It was developed by Fell and co-authors, and here you see two alternative depictions of it. You start from the scope definition and the landslide characterization. You move to the risk analysis, hazard, consequences, and then to the risk assessment, which includes social demands, acceptable criteria, and then you address risk mitigation options, budget, other constraints. As you can see, this framework is addressing all the important issues needed to manage landslide risk. Yet it does not specifically highlight many important non-technical aspects that should guide the risk management decisions, as other frameworks do. For instance, if we see the ISO guidelines 31,000 updated just 2 years ago, you can see human and cultural factors in the principles of value creation and protection, as well as the words continual improvement, integrated, inclusive. The framework itself is depicted with a circular shape. You move from design to implementation to evaluation to improvement to integration, and again in a circle. And also the so-called process highlights, alongside the risk assessment and treatment, the important roles played by communication and consultation on one side and monitoring and review on the other side. With all this in mind, I thought of two sections for this lecture: community participation for landslide disaster risk reduction, and the main source for this part will be a thematic issue recently published in a scientific journal, and the role of landslide early warning systems in increasing community resilience. And in this part, I will mainly present to you a recently born international network called LandAware. So as I just said, in this first part of the lecture, I want to show you very briefly, of course, my own little personal contribution to the issue of community participation for landslide disaster risk reduction, which indeed started a few years ago when, together with two European colleagues of mine, we launched a call for a thematic issue on the journal Landslides. And the result is a collection of 4 research papers, the ones that you can see here in the right part of the screen. At the bottom of the slide, but also in the abstract that is published on the conference website, you can find the full reference to the introductory article of this thematic collection. Now I'm going just to briefly present the 4 case studies. I want to start with this one, which was carried out in relation to a study area in Uganda in Africa, because it gives me the chance to explore general features about how to employ a participatory approach. The authors here suggest a participatory methodology for the identification of some preferred landslide disaster risk reduction measures to employ at different spatial and institutional levels. In their proposed social multi-criteria approach, they combine a 2-phase participatory analysis, see it here in the center of this figure, with 2 additional steps: an institutional analysis that is needed to identify the various actors involved in disaster governance, and a final discourse analysis that is needed to interpret the weighting of the evaluation criteria. We have to say that in this case, 26 landslide risk reduction measures were identified. The 4 main evaluation criteria, which were chosen to score the various landslide risk mitigation measures, were, as you can see starting from the bottom, costs of the measures, effectiveness of the measures, feasibility for the disaster management committees, and acceptability for the communities at risk. These main criteria were then divided into 11 sub-criteria, but those details, we cannot focus on them right now. Concerning the disaster discourses for the final step, the authors herein considered 3 paradigms: fatalism, wherein disasters in general are explained as acts of God; the hazard paradigm, where the emphasis is on science and disasters are explained as acts of nature; and the vulnerability paradigm, for which disasters are acts of humans. Here you can see also the links between the 3 disaster discourses and the perceived most important evaluation criteria. Now, concerning the results of this study, they say, the authors, that at international level, the green lines here, the stakeholder group adheres more to the hazard paradigm. At the district and village level, orange and black lines, the stakeholders groups lean more towards the vulnerability paradigm, whereas at the sub-county level, the light blue lines, a specific disaster discourse is more difficult to highlight. I just want to close this study by stressing, as the others do, that this framework should only be considered as input for debate, not as the selection procedure to employ, which anyway, I may say, must always naturally be adjusted for the specific features of a given study area and more generally to the physical, cultural environments that one considers. In this other study from Honduras in Central America, the aim is to evaluate the extent to which community-based soil bioengineering techniques allow for effective mitigation of shallow landslide events, a specific type of landslide for which indeed bioengineering can be used, considering, as the authors specifically say, technical, environmental, economic, and socio-cultural sustainability criteria, hence the word resilience that you see here in the title. The main actor here is the Red Cross from Switzerland and Honduras. They've been implementing many community-based disaster reduction programs in the country, and since 2010, 230 landslide sites have been stabilized using soil bioengineering measures in partnership with local communities. The collaboration between the Red Cross and the communities always follows the same methodology, leading to the establishment of community local emergency committees. The details of the procedure are not important for us today, but I can say that risk studies lasting from 3 to 4 weeks are conducted anyway, involving a multidisciplinary team, including geologists, hydrologists, foresters, civil engineers, etc. The main aim is to empower communities by building self-confidence so that they can ultimately take responsibility for their own future. These are examples of fact sheets. They are in Spanish, of course, created for each of the identified and treated critical sites. Just to give some numbers, the authors report 73 sites assessed, 83% of them were adequately maintained, 69% of them fulfilled the function of soil stabilization. Most importantly, what they mention as high factors, key factors for high success rates are technology that is locally adaptable, cost-effective, and the fact that it offers landowners multiple benefits besides landslide risk reduction, such as food security or income generation opportunities. We move on to Peru. This article describes the history of scientific research and landslide disaster risk reduction efforts in a small peasant community of the Peruvian Andes, struck by a catastrophic landslide in 2009, which caused 5 fatalities and also challenged local knowledge about landslide occurrence and mitigation practices. In particular, the work that is in this article describes the collaboration between a team of scientists comprising both foreign and Peruvian experts and the local community. This collaboration started after the 2009 landslide and ended with a project running from 2016 to 2017, as you can see here in the slide in the box. The authors in this paper indeed narrate the shift from refusing outside intervention to acceptance of the proposed measures and active community participation in their application and maintenance. This was mainly achieved by rethinking during the process of disaster risk reduction the role of local and scientific knowledge through enhanced communication and the appropriate use of the participatory methods. So once again, the emphasis is placed on the crucial role played by community representative participation during the formulation of the outcomes of the measures, which finally led to the preparation of hazard maps and the monitoring of the landslide movements. To close this brief presentation of the case study, I want to highlight that the authors stress that despite the documented short-term success of this project, defining a long-term exit strategy, allowing the community to continue applying the measures with only small input from the outside actors is intrinsically difficult and still needs to be resolved. This is important. Finally, in this study, the author, who is from Czech Republic, questions the mechanisms of community-based landslide disaster risk reduction throughout history in relation to the experience in his country. Here we are talking about hilly environments, not mountainous ones, and phenomena that typically do not constitute a menace to the life of people, but only to properties, which nevertheless can be significantly affected by landslide events, as you can see in these historical postcards. 5 historical periods with different political regimes and socioeconomic conditions are illustrated in this study in relation to significant landslides recorded in a nationwide database. The figure summarizes the interaction of the various stakeholders in landslide disaster risk reduction for the different periods. Of course, it's not straightforward to understand it from this figure, but the analysis of the role that various stakeholders played within the landslide disaster risk reduction actions reveal dependency of the preceding practices. And so this research at the end concludes that various conceptualizations of community may indeed be assigned to individual historical periods, and it is the inherited and newly established practices that create models of community-based landscape disaster risk reduction, affecting both its efficiency and its effectiveness. Some general remarks. I wrote long sentences here, but I'm only going to highlight the main points for you. So the main aim of any community-centered disaster risk reduction should be improving community governance of landscape risk. Repeated external supervision after the termination of any community-based disaster risk reduction project is indeed needed. To this aim, maybe changes in the typical policies adopted by national and international agencies to fund research and NGOs are possibly also needed. Then it's important to recognize the dynamic nature of any community. And finally, multidisciplinary engagement is always very important to deal with landslide risk effectively. Moving on to the second shorter and final part of my lecture, I'm going to essentially introduce to you an international network on landslide early warning systems. It is called LandAware. But once and again, I need to take a small step backwards before moving forward, just to tell you what are landslide early warning systems. By looking on the left here at an older, we can even say old-fashioned scheme from 2007, you can see that they comprise 4 sequential activities: monitoring, analysis, and forecasting, warning, response. However, newer schemes, see the one here on the right, highlight that also non-technical components, such as education, indeed there is education with all these parts, must be considered essential components of these systems, in addition to the more technical ones, design, monitoring, and forecasting. This is indeed the last scheme, more coherent with the UNDRR terminology for early warning systems. And the first ones were proposed already 15 years ago. As you can see on the right, they stress the role of dissemination and communication, as well as response capability, 3 and 4 there, that together with risk knowledge and monitoring and warning service comprise, make up for the elements of early warning systems. And also they stress the importance of individuals, communities, governments, businesses, and others, people in general, because they have to take timely action in order to reduce disaster risks in advance of hazardous events. That said, with all those frameworks in mind, I also devised my own proposal of a schematic that was also later picked up by other authors in the literature to highlight what's indeed important to consider when designing and then operating a warning system for weather-induced landslides. As you can see here, I'm saying, the many components of the landslide warning system, sure, they start with a landslide model. And the model has to relate weather to landslide event, considering monitoring, considering geotechnical, geological characterization. But that's not the warning model, because the warning model adds to it the warning criteria and the warning event. What is a warning event, how it is defined. And there are also some other important components of the system that are not the warning model. On top of that, you have to add warning dissemination, communication and education, involvement of the community, and also the emergency plans, how to write and devise emergency plans. So that said, with all of that we just said, in our minds and after a lot of experience with a group of people, just about 1 year ago, in July 2020, a new network called the LandAware was created to specifically, I read it from the cooperation agreement, share experiences, needs, and innovation among landslide early warning system experts, and to develop and promote guidelines and best practices for upcoming systems. It's important to stress that LandAware has a bottom-up structure. As you can see from this picture, the main part of LandAware, at the bottom, is the working groups. They work independently or interacting, but mainly independently on different tasks. And then afterwards, if you move up, Now, all the chairs of the working groups then make up the executive committee, and a president is elected among them, and then there is also the General Assembly. But essentially, it's the working groups who run the show. And the currently active working groups are 7, but we of course expect that this number could and will hopefully rise as the network will grow. And what I want to stress here is that almost all of them, in some way, deal with the issue of community resilience. If you think about communication networking, if you think about the stakeholders, data, e-learning, community resilience is a key component that enters in many of these activities. And here I want to acknowledge that there are real people chairing these groups and us leading their activities. These are the names. And these people at the moment, because we are in an initial phase of the network, are essentially the funding members of the network, thus the members of the executive committee, the Land Aware Executive Committee, that I have the honor to preside. That you can see here come from many different countries and institutions, from NASA in the United States, the Met Office and BGS in UK, MVE, that is a government agency in Norway. Then we have WSL in Switzerland. In Italy, besides me from the University of Salerno, there's also the Civil Protection, the National Civil Protection, and CNR, as you just saw a presentation from someone from CNR. And finally, in Japan, we have NILIM. It's an institution, a government institution. And besides this front row, we can say it like that, here you can see that participation to the network is very widely distributed across the globe, with more than 200 people worldwide as of a few days ago, and also a significant presence in India. All these members participate more or less actively to the activities of the working groups, and also there are some network-wide activities that people participate to. For instance, there was a kickoff event just in December, 6 months ago, and a few weeks ago, the May Day, we called it this way, May Day round-the-clock conference. It was a conference that was running for 24 hours straight, with a good participation of people from India, I can say. And so that accommodated, the 24-hour format accommodated for participation from different parts of the world at different times. We had over 300 participants from 51 countries. If you are interested if you want to know more about that, of course, besides contacting me, there is also the website, the blog, and you can, decide if you're interested in subscribe to our newsletter or even become a member of the Land Aware Network. It's free to become a member. It's just there is an application to do. And with this, I am really done. Thank you for your attention, and I hope I stayed in my 22 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Michel. It was a wonderful presentation, and on a very interesting topic and very important topic, actually. We in Amrita also work on community-based problem solving, and we have a big group of people live in lab. Probably you are aware of it. So wherein we have selected 108 villages, and so that's like community participation is a big thing in Amrita. So I have a little question. Like you were talking about Peru case study, yes, where you said there was initially rejection for outside actors, yes, and between 2009 to 2017 or so, there was a transition, and from rejection to acceptance. What do you think? How it occurred, or what made them trust on outsiders?
The key word that you just used it at the end, it was a matter of trust, really.
Yeah.
The project was funded by an international agency, but then, there was this group of people from Czech Republic that was going there to work together also with local scientists, but local scientists from the national level. So, when those groups of experts entered the community, at the beginning, from what is the experience of the people that did this study, there was a lack of trust. with respect to these foreigners and also nationals, but coming from outside the region, the community. And so it was a process that really changed also from what happened in that experience from the first few years to later on, in terms of consciously deciding to build this cooperation made things work better. At the beginning, it was, the issues were addressed, thinking that the community would go there with them, cooperating necessarily, but that's not the case, as you may know, in many contexts. And so there was there were specific actions towards increasing the trust and therefore the cooperation with them in building these what was needed at the time. It was mainly monitoring for warning plus thinking about long-term actions.
Yeah, it's not easy and it's understandable, but yeah, I was curious, was there any like outstanding experience or something which you think one can do strategically to get involved with the community and something out of it, which
I mean, I totally see that your point is important. I was not involved in that particular study, but now let's think outside the specific case study of Peru, because anyway we are talking about the world, we are talking about India and other places everywhere these situations arise. What's important is to have, in my opinion, the people that are somehow relevant for the community, to get them on board at early stages. So, to have a bridge between, the community, generally speaking, the community and the experts that necessarily must, be there and come into play. And they are not necessarily, people that are from the area. They come from outside most of the times, almost always. I think it's important to find people, specific people, individuals and maybe associations or groups that may act as a bridge between the wider community and the people that come from outside. That I think it's then how to get there. I think it's very much dependent on the culture of the place where you go. Sometimes lack of trust, in my experience, by also in Italy and in other places, is also related to the institutions that run a program. If that community had a bad experience with the institution for a totally different problem, not related to landslides, not related to disasters, but then the name of the institution is seen as something. For instance, in Brazil, I had experiences with trying to work within the so-called favelas, informal communities, to do some early warning for rainfall-induced landslides in those areas. And so in that case, the fact that the municipal institution was going there was seen as a menace to the community, because they were thinking, okay, they do this in order then to evacuate us from the place. There was this back thinking.
This is tricky. There is a question for you, Professor Michel, in the Q&A. So, it is from Ekaterina. So she says, first she thanks you, and then she says, if you were to do it again, what would you do differently?
Well, I must say that I presented different case studies where I was not even involved personally, so it was different situations in different places. So I don't know if she's referring to a specific case, but in general, maybe the answer that I gave to you